There's that.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. We're live, Ray. We're live.
We're on it. Everyone here
Yeah,
is a
we're
right
going,
away.
mate. We're all going, I think. We've got the red end broadcast in the corner. As long as you don't press that, I think we're right, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh man, it's going to be cool again tonight, but I just can't get warm in this weather.
Oh,
I've had a
God,
big
yeah.
week, man. Fuck, I was knackered though. I barely walked outside today, just opened the gate up.
I haven't even opened my front gate today. I haven't even bothered to. Oh, an automatic gate at the front of the joint, electric gate.
Yeah.
I haven't even bothered to open that up today. Mrs. was out in the garden this afternoon. She was weeding. I said, get inside. It's too cold to be outside.
Yeah,
She didn't argue. She soon came in real quick.
Yeah. Oh man, can you hear us all right in the chat?
Yes, I think everything's okay.
Yeah, just I see it,
G'day,
they can hear us.
Chris Rick Nelson, old mate.
Oh yeah.
My two pals there, I think.
You hear us all right in the chat? Yeah, what's going on?
Yep, sound is 5.5, he reckons.
Oh yeah.
Everything's cool.
No worries.
Everything's cool. We're just trying to get Pedro Ty connected here.
Yeah, right. Yeah, just said look.
Hey?
Reboot his fucking, I don't know.
Yeah, that might be wise. I'll send him a message about that.
6 degrees to us all. I've got to get a reverse cycle aircon. The other one blew up.
G'day, Karma. Thanks for joining us, love.
Oh, you go, Karma. Henry, you going, Henry? G'day, Matt. Oh, here we get a few on now. 12 on. I might get a cup of coffee in a minute. I think that might fucking warm me up a little bit. Have no time for afternoon tea. I've got a chicken there. I've got to cook the bloody. I was going to cook it yesterday, but we weren't 100% sure what was going on. So I thought, well, I'll cook it tomorrow. You know, I've got it on Thursday, so I better cook the bloody thing. It goes off. Don't want to waste the bloody thing. Bloody food's freaking expensive. Fuck me.
What, everything at the shops?
Oh, fucking everything's expensive. The only thing I've got in the last few weeks that hasn't gone up in price ridiculously was some bandsaw blades for me bandsaw. They were the same price as they were 5 years ago, $15 each. You can't eat them.
The other day.
I've got to send you something.
I told you the other day, when Mrs. went down, she got some bananas and a lettuce.
Yeah.
$31.20.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, well, it'd be a good time to not eat fucking. I've got some bananas, but I only got about 3. I don't need a huge amount of them. I've got some lettuce, but I've got to make sure I eat some of it instead of throwing it out. I'll just get those little bags of bloody, leafy mix it to $2. I don't even eat one of them. Have a look at that. When Tim was talking last night about bloody, he was in Amsterdam and he tried bloody one of them cookies, them weed cookies.
Yeah, I caught a bit of that, yeah.
Yeah, well, check what I just sent you. You should make that. That'll be actually that could be another motto thing, like that Stephen thing. Check that out. That could be fucking Tim the bloody the rabbit. Check what it goes on there. It's fucking hilarious. Hey, Karma.
Yeah, fair income, Karma. It was $12.50 for a lettuce. $12.50 for a lettuce, and I mean, Mrs. got a hand. I would have been maybe a dozen, a dozen bananas, those little Thai ones, little sweet ones. $31.20. I didn't say anything, but and I'm sure the bloke, he wasn't ripping me off.
Yeah.
The bloke wasn't ripping me off, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But it's not as if he had a box of stuff or
Yeah.
Yeah, look, God. A little bit rich.
Yeah, I've got to say something.
I'm trying to work out. I've been asking all day. No one's answered me. Would you reckon Joe set up this stream?
Yeah, well, he said, what do we make it, bloody 4 p.m. bloody Bangkok time, or what do you call bloody Australian time? I thought it would have just been Australian time, 7 o'clock, after dinner. But I don't know. But anyway, no, it's all good. Whatever.
That white rabbit's going off, mate.
Yeah.
I might even have to invite Pete over here, I reckon. He's, might ring him up and say, just go get in the car and come over. Or his girl might have the car. The girl might have the car. I'll give him a quick bell, mate.
Yeah, no worries.
I'll give him a quick bell. So just come over here, grab some beer on the way. There he is. No, he's engaged. He's playing on Facebook, obviously.
Uh-oh.
Peter, hello, yeah, he's on Facebook. I said try rebooting the computer.
Oh,
hello. We might have a bit of movement, Ray. He looks like he's disappeared.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
He looks like he's disappeared from the bottom. So he might be trying to come back in. It might be the go. Oh, we got into Google settings and everything with him, mate.
Oh, right.
We might be lucky. We might be lucky. What else have we got here? Red Simons, mate. He's still alive, that Red Simons, isn't he?
Yeah,
He's still
as far as
alive.
I know.
Do you remember that? Was that popular up in Queensland? AA at Saturday?
Oh, yeah, shit, yeah.
With that Daryl Summers?
Yeah, well, they brought it back in on a Wednesday. Hey, it's Saturday on a Wednesday. What the fuck? That didn't last long. We just put that in the bloody
Yeah, I'm reading it.
That'll get a bite. That's a beauty.
Indeed. Yeah.
Oh, I think it's fucking hilarious, that one.
Well, that used to be great, that Hey Hey at Saturday. You used to watch Hey Hey at Saturdays just as your warm up before you went out on the Saturday night, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good. I'll be
that
back.
Was your warm. You wouldn't go out before that was over.
No, I'll be back. I'm just going to get a coffee. I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, no worries, Ray. We was trying to get Pedro back in. Ray's checked out for a minute. Hello. Here we go. We might be right. We've got him there. G'day, Pedro.
G'day, mate.
We've got you there. Your devices might be connected, mate. You want to see if you can get your camera on?
Yeah, just trying to sort that out now.
Well, at least you're on, mate. At least you're there. Is that it's got that little cross thing that goes through your camera on the front page. See at the bottom there, you've got mute, stop cam, settings,
yep,
share, invite, leave studio. You see all them at the bottom, mate?
Yep.
Been on for 8 minutes, 45 seconds, haven't struck a blow yet. Ray's gone for a coffee.
Yeah, just having problems with the camera. Anyway, we'll just go from. We'll just stick with this at this stage.
Well, I was going to say, why don't you come over here, Pete?
I'll see what happens.
The only problem is staggering home, that's all. Have you got the car, or is the girl working?
Yeah, she's got the car, yeah.
All right, eh?
That's all right. I'll sort it out. I don't know. The camera was working last week, and for some reason it's not this week. So we'll figure it out as we go.
We had to go for a Mercy Dash here last night. Just after you, Jack reckons, his computer's not working, it won't switch on. I was down the shop, up in Basie. The bloke said, no, it's all right, take it back home. It should be working. Yeah, well, it was. Yeah, but it's something with the power when it starts up or something. Don't think he's switching it off properly. But yeah, he was getting a power surge or something. But anyway, it's working now. That would have been a nice, what, $1,900 down the tube or something. It's only had it a few months.
Yeah, he was good on the running machine on Friday when I was trying to get fit, is he?
Yeah, well, it's no harm in doing that. Well, it's a bit of a bugger running around here because it's up hill and down dale. There's mountains, there's hills everywhere here. So, he jumps on that, and he, we'll watch Big Bang Theory or something. He'll run on the running machine for a couple of shows, half an hour or an hour or something. Well, good on him. Wish I could.
Where did you get the? Where'd you get the?
Yeah.
G'day, my two Bart. G'day, everyone on the chat.
Joe's just said g'day. Yeah, Pedro's having a few technical issues with his camera. Yes, old mate, we're paying what we're paying. Yeah, $2, $2.24 and 99.9 cents for LPG. It's a joke, the LPG. I've got that in both my cars. In my van and in my Jaguar, I've got LPG. Why should that be any more expensive? That's what's got me tossed. We're the largest producers of gas in the world, in Australia, I find out today. God. That we're shipping it all overseas and we've got shortages here. It's a joke. It's an absolute joke.
Yeah, well, the $2 now is the norm, isn't it? In Australia.
Look what Stephen Kay says. $3.30 in New Zealand today, a litre.
God.
$3.30.
What is it in Thailand at the moment? Anyone over there know how much a litre of fuel is in Thailand?
I might be able to find out pretty easy. You can find out that pretty easy, I think.
Oh, it's always cheaper over there.
It's always on a... Yeah, Mighty Bart says his cam. Click the settings icon and make sure you select the right... What's it? The right camera. Is that right?
The right camera. But when I click settings and in the camera, in the box there's nothing that comes up on the down. There's nothing in the camera box there.
44.5 baht per litre. So that's under $2.
How much is it?
44.45 baht. So it's under $2 Australian, but $2 Australians,
yeah, just under.
Bucks, it's a lot more. 44 baht litres means a lot more in Thailand than what it does here, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There you go, Pedro.
Good, Ray. Good, mate.
There you go, Mighty Bart. I'll be off and on a little bit. I've got to cook this chicken up, man. I've got it out. I bought it on Thursday. If I better, if I don't eat it today, I've got to throw it out. So I'm going to whack it in the bloody. I've got one of those, those glass bowl things with they circulate the hot air, and you put the thing on the top of it. It's got a white lid on it, and it just circulates like a sort of an air fry sort of a thing, not a fryer, but anyway, it just cooks it with like an oven sort of thing, but it's a glass bowl. I got one of them. I put a grill in, and I put the chicken on that with a bit of water and a bit of maple syrup in it. Geez, that makes it taste nice.
So you
my cooking, I'm not much of a chef, but anyway, sorry.
Just cooking for yourself, Ray, tonight?
Oh, I cook myself every night, mate. I'm single. I got to do it. It sucks. I need someone to fucking. I've got bloody. Every time I go up my mate's place, he's got a Filipino bloody carer. She sort of helps his missus with. Anyway, she wants me to teach her how to weld. Anyway, I was up there again yesterday, and she says, "Oh, because he wants me to make him some of those, just chop some drums in half, make some fire pits, half a dozen of them." Anyway, she says, "I'll come down. I'll be offsider." She says, "She teach me how to weld. I want to learn." I said, "Yeah, no worries. It's not bad either. She's about 40. Just good age for me."
Pete, you there, mate? Do you have are you using the camera in your computer, or have you got an external camera you're using?
It's on the laptop on the Mac.
Oh, it's in the Mac. Here we go.
Yeah, it's just in the Mac. But like I said last week, I think most of us remember what happened last week when I dropped the Buddha. That was all on camera. That was all on camera. So I don't know. I don't know what's happened since last week and now, because I haven't touched the bloody thing. But you know, you don't know with these bloody computers. Sometimes I'm not a good whiz with them.
You might have got drop kicked after you broke the.
Yeah,
maybe, I don't know.
Who knows? But,
hey Joe, did you see that thing I posted in the after bloody TMW was talking about his bloody trip to Amsterdam last night? I pissed myself laughing.
Yeah, Tim's in the chat. G'day, Tim. How are you, mate?
Is he in the chat, is he? Yeah, let me scroll up.
Yeah, Rick Milson asked the question. I haven't heard that, Rick, but tell you what, I won't be getting rid of me Jaguar. That's for sure.
Yeah, fuck that.
Cars over 2 litres to encourage people to buy electric cars.
Yeah.
That'd be grouse, won't it? Oh, God.
That people get triggered when you see a train load of coal getting shipped, and you say, "Look, there goes a train load of electric car fuel." They're still got to get it from a coal-fired power station, so electricity. So fuel.
I agree with you, my two, Bart. You know, it's an apple. Enough said. God.
Yeah, I got sucked into the Apple. I've still got my old computer, which is a HP. I kind of upgraded, and my daughter had an Apple. She goes, "Oh, I'll get an Apple. You know, they're really good, and this and that." So I ended up buying one, but I'd rather have stuck with the HP, really.
Yeah.
You know. Anyway, the just went out for lunch today for my wedding anniversary.
Oh, yeah, cool.
The missus asked me this week. She goes, "Oh, what are you doing on Saturday?" And I said, "Oh, not too much." She goes, "Oh, do you want to go out for dinner?" And because I completely forgot about it as usual.
Hmm?
And anyway, she goes, "Oh, you know what day it is?" And I said, "Oh shit, it's our anniversary." So we ended up going up to a steak restaurant for lunch, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, you bloody go last night out in the cold.
Yeah, it was bloody freezing, mate. Freezing.
Saying to Jono before, if you rub some bloody Dinker rub on your knackers, your balls would have come back down after the heat. Could have got a bit of fucking scribblage.
Thanks, Karma. Thanks, my two, Bart.
Yeah, happy anniversary, mate.
20.
Yeah, it might not be a good idea saying they're coming over to Jono's to do a live show, Pete.
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. You know, on anniversary day. Not that you know, the missus is downstairs. She's in the kitchen. You know, we go on live streams and stuff like that to for our kind of social activity, and the missus gets in the kitchen and starts cooking up a storm.
Yeah, fair enough.
So I think it's 26 years we've been married, I think.
Yeah, that's good.
26, 27.
Well, what's that? 2.5 life sentences. Is it 2 life sentences, isn't it?
Yeah, got married in 1995.
Oh, that's nice.
So, unbelievable, really, when you think about it. Like 26 years, you know.
Jeez, that's right.
Bloody long time.
Well, his time goes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, for sure. You know, my kids are, my son's 26 now, 27 this year.
Yeah, right.
You know, amazing, really. You know, I remember like they were only little tackers yesterday. It's time does certainly fly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. G'day, Zimmy.
On, Joe. Yeah.
Oh man, bloody hell. Yeah, Billy poked my nose outside I'm having a quiet day today. This afternoon I thought I might go out and do a little bit of mowing than that. Screw that.
Yeah, is it cold up there, is it?
Yeah, it is for me, man. I never, look, when I was a young bloke, I never had a bloody coat, you know, I never wore a coat. It didn't bother me, you know, because bloody, you know, a lot stronger back then, you know, but now, since I had a blood clot, I'm on blood thinners all the time now and every day, and you really feel the cold, something terrible. It's horrible.
Yeah.
So I've just got to be careful.
When we're talking cold, Ray, what temperature are we talking about?
Oh, 6 degrees, 5, whatever around there.
Yes, that is. Isn't it?
That's a bit like Melbourne weather.
Yeah, it is at the moment. Crazy.
That's freezing
Usually
down
you don't
here.
Yeah, well, I have a bit of a joke with my sister. She lives in Wisconsin. It gets 40 degrees below there. And she says, "Hey, cold." She said, you got winter over there yet? And I said, "Yeah, we had it last week." She's smart ass.
Yeah, I don't. My sister's husband's Canadian, and he's telling me, like he's fucking, I don't know where he's from, somewhere in Canada, and he reckons it gets to -40 or something, like in the. Imagine that.
Man, they got a
No,
bloody.
thanks.
They got a.
It's
They
not
got
too bad
a.
today. It's 8 degrees.
Oh,
It's
that's
like
nice.
12.5 now. Apparently, feels like 10.2. It feels like 10.2 or right.
Yeah, right.
The funny thing is in Melbourne though, like we're talking about the cold weather and that, but you go out, right? You go out the shop, or you get out and about, and you'll see people wearing shorts and thongs.
Yeah.
Melbourne people are like that. They just, it might be like freezing cold, and they're still in a pair of shorts and thongs.
Yeah, I was outside in shorts and bloody t-shirt yesterday. Not yesterday, the day before. Bloody. If you're moving around and you're working, it's not too bad. I was in the shed half the week, buddy. When you're using a welder and stuff, you don't really feel it that much, But you're wrapped up in leather anyway, So, but anyway, yeah, I don't know. It's all good, But over quite a few days, I think I might do something tomorrow. I don't really want to, but see what happens.
Yeah, that's why.
G'day, JG. How are you?
I moved into a house where there's very, very, well, how can I say it? I don't really have to touch the garden. You know what I mean?
Yeah, fair enough.
It's really kind of takes care of itself. You just got to run it over the mower, in the winter every couple of months, and that's about it. No big trees and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I've got a quarter acre here, man. Fucking, and this bloody grass grows really thick. But anyway, it's been so wet up here, you can't. I haven't been able to get mowed up near the back fence since March. Not long. It's just thick, just because the bloody gets that wet. It doesn't, I'm on the side of a hill, just the creek next door built bloody big concrete slab, and the water can't run off.
I thought the weather was all right this time of year up where you're from.
Oh man, we had rain for months, from March, with that big rain event that just finished. We had one from March, and then we had that other one. It was just pissing down here. We got flooded, something terrible.
Oh yeah, I know that was kind of that's not the normal thing up there though, is it? Like that was just a.
Yeah, well, not really. Yeah, we don't often get it, but still, that's just Australia sort of thing. It's like, it's bloody. See the stinking bloody out one day, you're on fire the next bloody day, or you're underwater the day after that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a joke, isn't it?
Yeah, we at Melbourne's, well known for 4 seasons in one day.
Yeah, I've experienced that.
But some obviously some people don't mind the weather in Melbourne. They kind of don't mind the cold.
Yeah,
don't mind the cold. There's my dude back.
Here he is.
Here we go.
I'll be back in a second. Just mute myself. I've got to throw this chicken on.
G'day, Joe.
Yeah, Joe's saying it's 37 degrees where he is.
Yeah, it looks like Joe's mic's muted at the moment. Your mic's muted.
Hot diggity dog. Yeah,
Joe's muted apparently.
Oh God, yeah. Microphone's not working, camera's not working. Well, the great thing about live shows.
Yeah, it'll go wrong.
Oh God.
Joe's got himself muted. Ray's got himself muted. Pete can't get his picture up. I'm holding the baby. I'm holding the baby here. Oh God.
the missus was telling me up at the farm up in Nakhon Sawan at the moment, they've one of the close friends to her family's son is going to be a monk.
Oh yeah.
And there's a massive party on this weekend. You know, in and around the temple and stuff. And geez, I'd love to be up there. I mean, you've been there, Jono, when they've had the boy going into the monk, and you know, they know how to party, don't they?
Oh, go on. Yeah, yeah. The whole village stops. The whole village stops.
And they walk around the village, don't they? With it, he's been carried around, you know, like the king. And
yeah, they used to put him on top of on an elephant. They put him in the back of a ute now.
Yeah, that's right. And they walk around and sing songs. They got, you know, and they're handing the fucking, you know, the hong tong, and you know, comes from, you know, one person to another, and you know, drinking bloody warm hong tong and walking around the farm when it's about, you know, 38 degrees.
Yeah. Hey, 1940. You know, I wouldn't have been for a year, but you know, yeah, they're great. You know, when someone in the village or someone in the family's going into the monkhood, you know, becoming a priest. Oh, they're big as Texas those days.
Oh, they are.
It goes on, you know, it goes on for 2 or 3 days too. It's not just an afternoon session. It goes on for days.
Yeah, yeah. I have been to a few. I haven't been to one for ages, and like what she was telling me, I could just picture it. You know, it'd be great. It'd be great to be up there enjoying something like that. But yeah, I remember definitely getting really pissed at a couple of them.
Go on.
And not lasting too long into the night. You know, you'd be back at the house. You know, sleeping pretty early. You know, because they start drinking at fucking 10 o'clock in the morning. So, oh, there goes my two bad. Oh, he's.
Yeah, I really added him. He kicked himself off again.
Yeah, right.
He reckons the better half. She's doing a Zoom meeting, so he can't jump on just at the moment.
Yeah, fair enough.
Good. What's Ray's he's cooking the chook.
Yeah.
I wonder if young Ray's going to come on tonight.
Yeah, I haven't heard from him. Haven't heard from young Ray. He's probably working, but he'll probably pop on a bit later.
G'day, kayak sailing. How are you, mate?
Yeah, g'day, kayak. Yeah.
We want to let the boys know what you were talking about on Friday about, you know, where you might be heading, you know, after you do your trip to Thailand later on in the year, where you might be heading off to next.
I'll have to get back.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm always thinking about where I think we spoke about where I was going to go before Thailand this year. A couple of weeks ago on a live show, and I think I was talking about going to Japan, and I've done a little bit of homework on Japan, and at the moment they're only open to scheduled tours, you know, organised tours and stuff.
Yes, yeah.
You can't really go there at the moment just as a single traveller, because there's still a little bit of you know, COVID hoops to jump through over in Japan. So I've struck that one off the list, and so I'm thinking about, after getting back from Thailand next year, heading over to South America.
Right.
Always wanted to go over there. So we're thinking about, at this stage, flying to Buenos Aires in Argentina. And now this is all kind of, you know, up in the air at the moment, but we're talking about it. So, and then heading through 3 or 4 countries in South America and checking that joint out. So I reckon that'd be pretty cool. I think that the thing with over in South America, I think, it's a bit like Thailand. Like, I don't know what you guys think, but when I first went to Thailand, I wanted to pick up the language as quick as I could because I did enjoy actually learning how to speak Thai. And as you probably know, I think it's just more enjoyable when you actually speak the same language as the locals.
Oh, yeah, manners too, being polite.
Yeah. So I think the same thing with South America. I think over in South America, they speak a lot of Spanish.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't mind, doing a crash course in a bit of Spanish before I went over. If I did go to South America, I'd definitely want to speak a little bit of Spanish, I reckon.
South Africa's supposed to be a different sort of a place to visit too.
South Africa?
Yeah, I know a lot of South Africans. I know people that have been there and they reckon it's fucking great, It's
my
not just,
old man took me there.
it's just not all dot line. Yeah. Well, he reckons they're just, some people I know, they reckon that's not all fucking deserts and fucking lions and Zulus throwing spears around, you know what I mean? There's some pretty advanced sort of cities over there.
Yeah, when did you go there, Jono?
When I was 18.
Well, what do you think of it?
South Africa first. Well, Mauritius first. Went to Mauritius first. Plane stopped, and then we went on. Stayed there for a day. Mauritius. Then we went to South Africa for 3 days.
And what did you do in South Africa? Can you remember much about it?
Yeah, went to the diamond mines.
Oh, nice.
My dog Ben he bought diamonds. We went and bought diamonds in South Africa. Then he went to Israel, sold them in Israel. What he couldn't sell in Israel, we went to Switzerland. Sold the remainder of them in Switzerland. And he accumulated all this money selling diamonds. He said, "Okay, we can start the holiday now." Made about 60 grand in 3 or 4 days.
That's right.
That I'm talking about. 80? I'm almost 67 now, so 50 years ago.
Yeah, right.
But it was beautiful, South Africa. Very vast, beautiful. Johannesburg was beautiful.
Yeah, it's not as hot over there as what it is in Thailand. That's sure.
No, dry though. Dry heat.
Yeah, you're right, old mate. They do speak Portuguese in Brazil, don't they?
Yeah.
And like Kayak said, Spanish is a loving tongue.
Yeah.
They speak that bloody all over the place.
I think English, we use a lot of French words in English, don't we?
Yep.
Yeah.
French, Latin.
Yeah. Carmen lived over there when she was a toddler.
Oh yeah, right. Cool. Yeah, it's all good.
Chris, I learnt Thai just from going to Thailand, just kind of just off the cuff, mate, just street Thai, just talking to people. I went to a TAFE college when I got back to Melbourne. I thought, that'd be the go, but I didn't find it that good. The best place or the best way for me to speak Thai was just actually going there. Just going there and getting engrossed with the locals and
you pick it up,
Yeah, that's it. That's how I picked it up. I didn't.
My sister's she lived in America for the last 14 years. She comes over when she gets here, she sounds just like an American. By the time she leaves, she's got the old locker back, talking Aussie.
Yeah, 1948's got a Brazilian wife, so
cool.
He's been over there heaps of times. So I'll probably have to pick your brain on 1948 if I do decide to go over there. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I'm going to go and have a bite to eat myself soon.
Yeah,
what's on the menu.
G'day, Saul.
Yeah, g'day, Saul. How are you, mate?
Yeah, I had a big lunch. Like I said, we went out for lunch. So I had a big steak and a It was it was pretty good. So a glass
How
of
much
red.
they bang up for the steak, Pete?
I think the missus had a pasta. I had a porterhouse 300 grammer. I think it was about $42. Yeah, that's about the going price for a steak in a restaurant these days.
Yeah,
Hey,
basically,
Banksy.
yeah, that's getting expensive now, isn't it?
Yeah,
Well, that's what we saw the price was at that other pub we looked at yesterday, Pete. Yeah, it was $42 for a 300-gram steak.
yeah, yeah. That's about the going price at the moment. Give or take a few dollars. It depends on the weight, doesn't it? Like the 300 gram, or sometimes you can get a 400 gram, and it's obviously more expensive. Or you can get a 200 gram. I just find the 200 gram is just a bit too small for a steak. I'd like a big steak.
Mm.
Yeah.
Fucking prices going bloody crazy, eh?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, they're trying to blame Putin for everything, you know. But anyway.
Yeah. G'day, Banksy.
My little bloke's been sport recently at the steak. My daughter's boyfriend, who used to work for some company that used to distribute that Wagyu steak to all the restaurants in Melbourne. And I'd be, some damage wrapping on it or something. And he was always bringing it over here by the kilos. 3 or 4 kilo a week he was bringing over, and the little boy got a little bit of a a hankering for it. So we go out. Oh, don't get the rump steak, Dad. Get the Wagyu. Yeah, no worries. 3 times the price.
How much is that? About $60 or $70 a kilo?
Yeah, and the rest.
Yeah, more. Yeah, right.
Yeah, $80, $79 a kilo or something.
Last time I had some of that, mate, it was, geez, not last Christmas, the Christmas before. I went buy it.
Yeah, it's a lot for a steak, isn't it? $80 a kilo.
Oh, yeah.
6 lamb chops the other day. 6 lamb chops was $28. I went, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Lamb is especially lamb chops, and those little kind of those trendy fucking little lamb cutlets,
Yeah.
Fuck all meat on them.
Yeah.
But they're expensive.
Yeah. If I cook a stew up, I want to cook up like apricot lamb or something, I usually just get a kilo of those barbecue lamb chops, Just sit there and just watch TV and just chop the bloody fat out of them, and just get the little bits of meat, usually get a bit over half a kilo of bloody meat out of them, and just use that. It's a bit cheaper than just going buying bloody diced lamb, they want a fucking fortune for it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a the steak is a I remember I used to eat steak all the time. You'd have 2 or 3 barbies a week.
Yeah.
Especially with the kids young, and you'd throw 3 or 4 steaks on the barbecue and a few lamb chops, snags, and and then for the next 3 days you just eat the chops and that in the fridge because you cooked up so much.
Exactly. Yeah, those days are gone.
Yeah.
Actually, probably better off eating bloody seafood now because it's probably going to be cheaper in Barramundi.
Right. Yeah, I like the seafood too, but you got to throw the steak into the kids. You got to throw the meat into it. As far as I'm concerned, little boys and that. Like the more meat he eats, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, yeah. The fish is what I was saying to Jono yesterday. I think I picked up a kilo of snapper fillets. Well, it was about $65 a kilo.
Yeah,
ridiculous. You know what I mean?
It's a bit rich, isn't it?
Pang, expensive.
I don't eat a great deal at once. I get those stir fry pieces of barramundi. They're just chunks about 1.5 inches round. I do a few of them. That'll be me. Probably sell it or something for lunch.
Yeah, and barramundi's not cheap either, really.
No. Well, down the road it's not too bad, but Good if you can go, if you're up north, you can go catch one,
Yeah, I know. I wonder why it's so expensive because there's so much fucking barramundi up north. Like,
Yeah,
you can just, if you know what you're doing. I mean, I did it last year when I went up to the up the top of WA there,
yeah.
and we were catching bloody barramundi like there was no tomorrow. You had to throw them back. You
Oh,
caught,
yeah, yeah. Well, bloody prawns, you love prawns, but shit, I could ride 5 minutes and sit there watch them catch them, and you go to get some, they want bloody 30, $40 a kilo for them.
Yeah, yeah, 29 to 35 bucks a kilo. Prawns. I had some at lunchtime actually. I said to the missus, she made that yum plamuk, that squid salad last night, and geez, it was hot. I like eating hot, but it was even too hot for me.
Yeah.
So I said to her, make some more today and don't make it so hot. So anyway, she cooked it up and she cooked up the squid and all that, and she put prawns with it too. But she cut the pork, prawns lengthwise, thin,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And she put a whole lot of prawns in with the yum plamuk. Gee, it was nice.
Yeah, right, cool.
It's something I could do, or something a little bit different. I woofed into that at lunchtime.
Yeah, I love the
piece of pizza left over from last night. That was all right.
I love the seafood in Thailand. Like the plamuk over there. I mean, they eat shitloads of it over there. The Thais, they love their squid. One of their favorite, go-to fucking dishes, really. It's it's cheap as fuck.
Yeah.
But
I don't know where it's all going to fucking end here. It's not going to get down price.
You can forget about a lamb roast over in Thailand.
Yeah.
I don't see many lambs running around over there.
No, only imported stuff.
What I'm going to do the next time I go to Thailand, like the Thais like their pork, don't they?
Yeah.
The big legs of ham we get at Christmas. You go and buy a big leg of ham.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw a couple of them in my suitcase. Take them up the Rellos too, because you never see legs of ham like we get here at Christmas time in Thailand.
No.
Yeah, throw a couple of them in the luggage, you reckon? The check-in baggage.
Yeah, why not?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, wrap her up and fucking throw her in them bloody cold bags.
Yeah,
cooler bags.
Make it a bit, waterproof. Not that they're going to leak or anything, because they're all cryovac, aren't they?
Oh,
they're all cryovac, and they're not going to go off. They're all salted.
Yeah, make sure you wrap it up pretty well in case of pressure bloody, sometimes you take bottles of bloody, shampoo and stuff like that, and the fucking thing's going to leak from the pressure in the cabin.
Yeah, wrap it all up in the missus' suitcase.
Yeah.
Put it all in her suitcase.
And don't tell her.
Yeah. Oh, bloody funny, didn't it? He never thought of that. So, I reckon it's easier to ask forgiveness than it is for permission.
Yeah, go on. Well, that's, like, you get, say, a couple of them, going to be 10 kilos of pork. Take that up to, leave that in the fridge at the hotel for a couple of days and then, up to the family. I bet that wouldn't last, would it?
Oh, you reckon they like the ham? Pork. I don't know how the Thais would go with a ham.
Well, they'd love it, wouldn't they?
I suppose they would. I've never seen them eat like a ham sandwich or anything like that.
They cook it up some of you.
The only time I see them eat the pork is, like a pad krapow or don't know about the ham. Yeah, they probably love it.
Spice it up. I'm going to give it a try next time I go over.
Yeah, g'day, mate. The fried snapper with a hot chili, mate. I like the park dog. I like the fried, with a bit of pepper and garlic and that's nice.
Yeah, yes, Matt. The Plallard prick. That's my favourite in Thailand. Deep fried.
Yeah.
Deep fried. Like skin on the outside.
Yeah,
really
crispy
and the flesh underneath is all nice and moist and covered with that hot chili. So it's just beautiful.
Yeah, with some fucking cow sawai,
Yes, Henry, you're right. It's hard to find bacon over in Thailand. Like even the bacon you get, for breakfast sometimes a little bit suspect at the hotels. But if you took a decent ham over, a decent leg of ham,
Mm.
Oh, the grub, yeah, I like the grub too.
Yeah, my missus made that the other night. Still got a box of that in the lounge room, I think.
I go the Pad Kapow moo grub now. I don't go the Pad Kapow. I go straight to the moo grub. I actually didn't know about it, and I didn't know how to fucking say it in Thai, but I do now. And I think every time I go to a Thai restaurant, I ask for Pad Kapow moo grub. That's a ripper, that one. With a crispy pork.
What was I going to ask her to make yesterday? Pad Kapow. I might ask her, see if she's busy now. Get to make it now for me.
Yeah, the missus made she cooks down the footy club every Thursday for the players. Only when she's got time to cook, and she did Pad Kapow down at the club on Thursday night. They fucking loved it. They come back for seconds. And most of those players down there are all tradies, and they're taking it for fucking, takeaway for the next day.
Back in a minute.
The club smelt like a fucking Thai restaurant.
Yeah, I remember he was talking about on Friday, Pete. You said how many clubs, when you have your social night on, serve Thai food. He said you're lucky to get a hot dog or a cold pie.
Exactly.
And your missus putting on, a Thai menu, different Thai menu every Thursday night. No wonder they'd love it.
Yeah, well, I got a phone.
Ryan.
I've had a couple of phone calls from other clubs because it gets around, that Knox is doing authentic Thai food on a Thursday night. So I got presidents from other clubs ringing me, asking me whether the missus wants to cook Thai food down in their club as well.
Well, it's not. She's not going to go to their club when she's going to go to yours, is she?
Yeah, that's exactly right. But that it's funny how things get around, and that once they hear a good thing, like you said, it beats the hot dogs and the chips. A good home cooked fucking Thai meal on a Thursday night down at the footy club, that goes a long way.
I remember we used to have pie nights as a kid. Remember
That's
pie
right.
nights? And that's all you'd get was a pie.
G'day, Ryan. G'day, mate. Yeah, pie night. That's right. Pie and mushy peas.
That's an excuse for a big piss up, wasn't it?
Yeah. I can't remember the last time I had a 4 and 20 pie.
My daughter, she works in a coffee shop cum restaurant, and she makes shepherd's pie, in the restaurant. George, I've got a little bit of a hankering for it recently. Gee, she makes it beautiful.
Yeah. I like a good shepherd's pie. I mean, you can't. My mum makes a good shepherd's pie.
You can't. It's something you can't expect your Thai wife to make.
No, and like the funny thing is, like in Thailand and that, you can go to Pattaya, and you can actually get Pattaya, and you can get a shepherd's pie in Pattaya.
Buffalo shepherd's pie.
These blokes that live over there, like Nick Dean and stuff, they kind of just live a European life or an English life in Thailand. They have fish and chips on a Friday. They have a roast meal on a Sunday.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like they're just eating Western food and living in Thailand. But
yeah, I would do to a degree. Every now and again, I like the Western food, but I only sort of eat what I can recognise, But even if I'm with the Thai sort of thing, I'll try Thai stuff. But, I wouldn't walk in there and say I want some of that. First time I tried that when I first got there, the first time, nearly blew me head off. Fucking spicy.
Yeah. I love my Thai food like anyone, but I do when I'm over in Thailand. I do like to have a bit of Phalung food now and then.
Yeah. I didn't know how to say no spicy in Thai, but I forgot.
If I'm in Thailand, I'm not eating Thai food. I'll break out on the Jap food, but I'll rarely chase the Phalung food. Like there's no need for me to go out looking for steak and eggs or anything. Or although I must admit, if a morning if I want to pig out, I don't mind a big Western style breakfast. But I'm quite happy to eat Thai food for breakfast though.
Yeah.
But, if I'm in Thailand, I prefer to eat Thai food, of course. Although some blokes go over there, they don't like it. They don't like the hot and spicy food. They want to eat Western food. So may it be.
Yeah, I like the breakfast. I like the katom, the rice soup.
Yeah, nice.
I do like it. I like a katom, katom moo or katom guy.
How many eggs do you put in it?
I can go without an egg, but you just crack an egg in it, don't you?
Yeah, raw egg.
Yeah, raw egg cracked in there. I don't mind that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, nice.
Katom is I like it. I'd rather that than bloody, bacon and eggs. I'd rather go a rice soup.
Marijuana they told you
it's good if you're a bit crook, the cow Tom. Sort of like the Thai equivalent to chicken soup if you're crook, isn't it?
Yeah, it's right. Because when the kids have been had a cold or something like that, and like I said, feeling a bit crook, the missus is in the kitchen, she's got the katom going, and it's kind of the go-to meal, isn't it, when you're a bit sick?
Yeah, when you're a bit crook, it's easy enough to eat.
Like Ross
Yes, so good. Yeah.
That's
the Chinese version, the jock they call it, isn't it? JOK, I think they call it.
Yeah, that's a bit different, isn't it? The jock. But they add a little bit of that fried garlic in there as well. That one?
Yes, yeah.
A couple pieces of that. That's nice.
Oh, fuck this talking about food. I'll be back for that. I want to know.
Yeah. Wait, there's fucking chicken to cook.
How's the chicken going, Ray? How's it looking?
No, I only just put it on about 20 minutes ago.
Okay.
It was a decent size. It'll take another hour at least, a bit over an hour.
Yeah.
But, it'll be right. It's cook. I'll just air fry some chips and that with it. I can't be bothered, buddy. Cooking up veggies, roast veggies and shit. I just want to make sure I bloody cooked it. I didn't want to waste it.
Yeah.
But price of fucking food these days. I just stick it in the fridge and pull it apart tomorrow and just make a few meals and sandwiches and stuff out of it. It's bloody hey, very good buddy. Cat's been inside all day, and then she decides just before dark to go out, so the fucking door's open.
They like going out when it's dark.
Oh, she should be back in there. I mean, she's fucking scared of the dark. But anyway, she'll be back in a minute. Usually, she gets fed about this time, so she's not far away.
Yeah, I don't know what the go is over there now, Chris, with the marijuana. I think that I know they've legalized marijuana over there, but I think it's for medical reasons, isn't it? It's got to be medical. I don't know how do you differentiate like between medical and just smoking the weed, you know.
Well, they put in big cookies.
Yeah.
Tim will be there. GW.
You know,
will be there.
I remember back in the day in Koh Samui, you know, when I was backpacking and stuff, and the coppers used to search you, you know, sometimes, and they'd find, you know, I never got caught with marijuana over there, but I know blokes that did, and they get caught with a gram of marijuana, and, you know, it's like 15 years jail or something.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty bad.
So I don't know what the go is now, whether if you got caught over there now with a couple of grams of marijuana. I mean, you just say it's for medical use, and, you know.
Yeah, I've touched it for about 20 years, so it doesn't bother me any. The
I'm
first
sure.
trip when I was staying at LK Mansion, every time I walked out, you could just big wafted bloody weed smoke coming. You know, you could just smell it in this bloody in this one bloody room. You know, as I went past, walking up the hallway, I think, Jesus, keen, you know. But anyway,
yeah. So I don't know.
So, you can still do it up in Soy Ekamai or Soy Tonglaw. You get about halfway down Soy Ekamai, and there used to be about 2 or 3 shops that you could go in and buy Quadio soup that have, you know, Quadio Seigneur, you know, Quadio Seigneur, Sven you know, and then have, you know, Gup Gunja, you know, with marijuana, you know, and that was an extra, I think it was extra 15 baht. So it was 20 baht for your normal Quadio suit, and you have to pay an extra 15 baht, you know, for the ganja on top. You know, and you know, those days, you know, the bowls of soup were relatively small, and get through one, you saw, this isn't working. You know, this isn't working. You'd get another bowl, and you'd get halfway through the second bowl, and it'd kick in. And oh God, you wouldn't move off your seat for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, that's the problem,
you'd be your seat for about 4 hours, dribbling out of one side of your mouth.
Giggling at fucking stuff on the TV.
Yeah. And John Fisher reckons there's what do you say there? I heard there's places in Pattaya now you can smoke and there's no problem, like a weed cafe that's legal.
Oh yeah, right.
You know, so you can go in there and smoke your head off. But what happens when you leave the cafe? You know, like what happens then?
You whack up your tits.
The coppers sitting off the fucking marijuana cafe or what?
Yeah. I think that had to do with whether it's getting towards the end of the month on payday. You know, how much money's in the coffers for their wages for the month. You know, I think, you know, they usually otherwise start of the month after they've had a good month, you probably wouldn't have a problem, I suppose. You know.
Yeah. And Chris Dick reckons that releasing over 4,000 prisoners.
Yeah.
Who got banged up for a bit of weed.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. Bloody Canada, when they legalised it there, they wiped everybody that got charged for, you know, having weed and stuff, they wiped their bloody criminal records. Which is fair enough, you know, you can't fucking lock somebody up for something. But, you know, that's the problem. You know, they, for years and years and years, they demonised it and locked everybody up that had anything to do with it. Now they want to legalise it and they want to be the dealer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Crazy, but anyway, it is what it
very
is.
weird. But you're right, John.
Over there, I saw Pete. My missus, she wanted to get some of that medicinal marijuana for her arthritis.
Uh-huh.
You know, she said she saw on Facebook some place where we can get it. Well, it's just down in Pottenham, just near Marble Clong. You know, just before Marble Clong. And anyway, we've gone into this. Was right next to the Indra Regent Hotel. There's like large, you know, department store there. It sells, you know, there's floors and floors of Thai clothes and, you know, discount clothes. Well, there's this little spot in there, and it's quite a big, you know, office. You know, quite a large office in there, and it's just had this one desk, you know, in the centre. And there's this old Chinese Sheila in there, and she was ugly as a hat full of arseholes. You know, but you know, she thought she was, you know, Miss World. She had the big bouffant hairdo and the heavy makeup, and she thought she was a real honey, but she was just an ugly thing, you know. Anyway, my mate went in with her. You know, they both Thai, and she said, "Oh, I'd like to try the marijuana products." Well, this Sheila wasn't going to sell them. You know, she only wanted to sell it by the, you know, commercial quantity. You know, by a box load.
Yeah.
You know, and my missus also said, well, how am I meant to know what's any good if I can't try it? So anyway, my mate eventually convinced the woman to, you know, sell her, you know, those different products. And she came out with marijuana tea and marijuana ointment and marijuana spray and marijuana pills and, you know, about 6 or 7 different sorts of, you know, ways of applying it. You know, and she reckons it worked. You know, she reckons it worked, and you know, yeah, she said the ointment was the best. You know, to stop the pain of the arthritis. And she thought that was the best. And she said, "Oh, we'll take some of this back to Australia." I said, "No, we won't." So we won't be taking this back to Australia, Dale.
No,
you know, we won't be walking through customs, you know, with these marijuana products. But there was sort of, you know, all legal. There was no drama having it at the time, as long as it was for medicinal purposes. You know, for pain and, you know, and
the old toy sticks.
I gave the tea a bit of a try one afternoon. That was all right.
Well, a mate lives up around Eastside. Anyway, he's knowing too, but anyway, he was telling me a story once about bloody, mate of his was in town, and he just said, "Oh, you know, you get some weed." He said, "Just a little bit, you know." Anyway, he says, "Oh, yeah, I'll go and see the local mafia." So he went to the local mafia, and he comes back with a great big fucking half a kilo brick of it. And he said, "What the fuck am I going to do with that? I ain't wanted enough for a reefer, for a joint, you know." It was only fucking hell. He didn't want to take that with him. That's scary.
Yeah, like I remember going to Cambodia. You know, like Cambodia back in the the 90s and stuff, and even early 2000s. And you know, you go to a bar and stuff, and they used to have like the bowl of ganja, on the bar. And you know, some places just you could just help yourself. You know, roll of joints. I remember those. Yeah, there was all these Cambodian bars that just had. You know, they were like it was like a bowl of peanuts, but it was a bowl of fucking ganja.
Yeah, right.
You know, and you could use as much as you want, as long as you smoked within the premises, kind of thing.
Yeah, fair enough.
You know, but I always remember in Thailand, it was always you'd have to always be careful with it. You know, like the coppers were always on the lookout for it, and you know, it was an easy pinch for them. You know,
yeah,
the backpackers. I remember, you know, going into a couple of nightclubs in Koh Samui in Chawang back in the day, and you'd be watching these bloody backpackers rolling joints up at the bar, you know, under the lights and that.
Yeah.
You know, and you'd always tell them, you know, you could be careful, you know, it's not legal, and they said, "Oh no, we'll be right," you know.
Yeah.
You know, you just got to fucking use your common sense,
Yeah,
a little bit, you know.
I like Chris Fick's comment. Chappelle Corby just booked a surfing trip to Thailand.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, so they made a movie about her, didn't they? You're fucking guilty as shit. Your brother. They're fucking doing it all the time. She's got caught. Bloody hell. Why would you take weed to Bali? You get better stuff up there than you get here. Hey?
No, it was planted on in her surfboard.
No, they took it there, man. He told me all about it. I need a brother. Our whole family been doing it for years. You know, they just took it up there to sell it to the bloody locals, to the the backpackers and stuff, because they were scared of dealing with the locals.
Oh, of course it was. I mean, you're always going to fucking throw it off on, you know, "Oh, I didn't know," but you know, how much was it? I mean, she had a shitload in that surf.
Yeah, was it 1.5 kilos or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, just 1.5 kilos.
I don't know, something like that. I can't remember. It was a good chunk, you know. It wasn't like 2 ounces or nothing, you know. But but anyway.
Yeah, they do those happy pizzas in Cambodia as well. You know, the happy pizzas.
Yeah.
You know, throw a bit of ganja on the pizza. I've never had one before. I don't know how they go, but some people used to bloody talk them up big time.
Yeah, I've never tried
Pizza.
it. I've touched the stuff for fucking years. Oh, get the cat in there, isn't it? That's bloody cold air coming in the door.
How's the chook going, Ray?
Yeah, it's all right. I'll go and turn it over soon. Probably another 5 or 10
How
minutes.
much do you pay for a chook?
Oh, that was cheap on it's only Aldi at bloody about $4 or something.
All
I
right,
don't
I
like
was going
eating
to say,
fucking
why don't you
chicken.
get the? Yeah, you can get a cooked one at Woolies for $10 or something, can't you?
Nah, I'd rather cook it myself. That tastes better.
Yeah, good
Yeah,
point.
they do.
Good point.
Yeah, I like to give it a spark, I like crunchy skin and stuff on them, you know.
Yeah, my missus buys a chicken, you know, every week or two, but you know, she boils it up and gives it to the Buddha or something. No?
Yeah.
Apparently the Buddha likes eating chicken. Yeah, right.
Fucking chicken's full of bloody growth hormones. It's not the best for you. I don't like eating too much of it. When I was breeding dogs, they fucking did horrible things to me bitches. You know, they give them chicken necks and stuff like that. They go with their bloody breeding cycles with they're full of male hormones.
Yeah, right.
You know, like I went through I got a book on that, so I got to get that back up this year. I lent it to someone before Christmas. But yeah, I took them off all chicken stuff and they went back to normal. Jimmy bitches used to have up to 14 pups in a litter. As soon as I started giving them chicken, they dropped down to about bloody 4 or 5 pups and they were huge. They had trouble having them and had to get a Caesar to get the pups there. You know, big doggy pup, big pups, you know, they're too big to give, you know, but when they have big litters, the first one pops out and they start shooting out like shelling peas. You know, they have that many pups, they'll have a rest for 12 hours before they knock the other half of the litter out. You know, they do that. You know, if they get tired, they'll just have a break for a while. As long as the pup's not in the birth canal, they're fine. You know.
I remember going back to marijuana. I remember I was at Trev's house. Trev's Travel Tales. Everyone knows Trev. I was at his house back in the younger days. You know, I used to go around there when I was 21. You know, used to go around to his house, and his mum and dad were pretty cool with smoking marijuana. You know, they didn't mind. They didn't mind the boys smoking as long as they did it at home kind of thing. You know what I mean? They were pretty liberal like that. And he had this fucking spa out the back. His old man put it in, and we're in this spa one night, all pretty stoned, and he had this he had some of this some hash. I remember it was a bit of hashish. I don't know where he got it from, but it was a long time ago. It wasn't much. Anyway, he had these 2 Dachshund dogs, you know, the sausage dogs.
Yeah.
And one of them ate the fucking.
Yeah,
one of them ate the fucking resin.
Oh, fucking hell.
And it just fucking flipped and got really stoned.
It would have been fucking an interesting fucking view.
Yeah, it kind of freaked out. They had to take it to the vet and that, and had to pump its stomach, and it kind of nearly OD'd on it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, and yeah, Trev got the shit about that. You know, they didn't mind. They didn't mind the kids smoking, but they didn't want the fucking dog smoking it too.
Yeah, right.
Jeez, that was
funny.
Fair
enough. Yeah, the bloody doesn't do the dogs a great deal of good.
Nah.
Like one of my mates one time had I sold him a bully puppy. Anyway, actually I gave it to him because she didn't hear too good. But anyway, she's run up the steps one day and he had a 44-gallon drum full of bloody, what do they call that shit, bloody bleach? What do you call that shit to clean our drains? Not bleach, caustic soda. He had a bloody mix of caustic soda and water and a 44-gallon drum under the steps. He had old Indian motorbikes and he used to just drop tanks and parts in there to strip all the paint off it. Anyway, the bloody didn't have the lid on it. The bloody dog went through the bloody steps and bloody ended up in the caustic. Anyway, got the bloody thing out. I must have got a bit in it. After that, it was never the same. I had to put it down. Fucking crazy, the poor little thing, you know. Fuck.
Little bloke in the lounge room swearing his head off for some reason. Don't know what's going on.
Second a sec, just going to check this chicken.
Yeah, go for it, mate. Go for it. You'll be on a promise tonight, wouldn't you, Pedro?
Yeah. We'll see how we go, eh? We'll see how we go. You know?
Yes, mate. I'll just do that for you, buddy.
But yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard from young Ray, so I'd suggest he's probably at work or something.
Yeah, most probably.
You know?
That's right. What's doing, mate?
Nothing.
Righto. Sarah's just come in for a gig.
Yeah. What are you chowing down on tonight, Jono, for dinner? You
Thigh gob coming.
a bit of Thai.
Thigh gob, rice, and some ginger, and I think she's cooking some sort of soup at the moment.
Yeah.
So I'll just get her to bring it in here and switch off the camera.
Yeah, cool.
That was a good time. Just ready to turn over.
Yeah.
What's the time now? 5:39. It should be right by there. About 1:15. I'll whack some bloody some chips in the air fryer.
Sounds like you got it all under control there, Ray.
Yeah, I'm not going to cook up veggies. Can't be bothered. Been pretty naff today. Don't feel like doing much.
Oh, Chris Fick's heading over to Thailand on Thursday.
Really? Oh, cool.
Good luck to him.
Not with the missus.
Not with the missus.
Good luck,
Oh,
Chris.
good on
You having a wedding up at her family's village, or I take it?
There's the link to Pedro's channel, fellas. Have a look on there. Some good travel videos on there.
Yeah.
On Pedro's channel. Check that out.
Yeah, that'd be. What kind of wedding are you having, Chris? Are you having a big wedding, or are you just going to have just local, just the family, immediate family kind of thing, or are you going to go fucking full on and have the happy days one? Oh, just a registry marriage. Fair enough.
Good luck there, Chris. Good luck. I hope you're happy, mate. Good on you.
Yeah, good on you, buddy. Good stuff.
We're watching this channel called Scammer Payback. This guy, he gets these Indian scammers, gets in their computers and wipes all their fucking scamming files and all that sort of shit, and he gets in their computer and shows them. He takes photos of them on their bloody on their webcam. Show who's this person, and they just flip out. Eh? Not a bad bloody channel to watch, I believe.
Yeah, mate. The link's there. Yeah, the link's up there, Pedro.
Where's your missus from, Chris? Is she from Bangkok or Isan or? I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to grab another drink from the fridge.
Here we go. Room service. Thank you, love. Thank you.
What do you got there, Jono?
Well, I'll see if I can. I've got some Saigob,
Oh, nice.
some ginger, and a bit of it looks like, what is it, cucumber or something.
Oh, man.
They'll bring some rice in a minute. I'll just
cool.
kill this picture and I can wolf it in the background. That won't be bad manners, will it?
No, that's cool.
No, you're right.
Geez, you get
Stop
looked
the
after.
camera. Yeah, that's sweet, isn't it?
Yeah,
I can wolf in and leave my mouth open and eat at the same time.
yeah.
Yeah, fine. Thank you, darling. They like when you call them darling, don't they?
Darling, I've
Darling.
got a buddy. I've got to get over there, right? This bloody COVID shit, buddy. But he put a big dip in my bloody place for a couple of years. Shit, you when you got a certain amount of years left, you got to bloody make hay while the sun shines, so to speak, But anyway,
When I was a young bloke, I didn't mind missing a meal now and again, but I tell you what, in my older years, I refused to. And like even if I'm not hungry, I want to eat a meal. I want to put on a lot of weight.
Yeah. Oh, you're lucky you haven't got slow metabolism, I suppose.
Regular clockwork. So I'm awake and vertical in the morning, straight in the toilet.
Yeah.
And we empty out the day. That does me.
Oh man, I walk fast food. That's just me. I went on a boat cruise out to the Pacific Islands and we stopped at Noumea. Oh man, you walk up the main street there of bloody Citroen Bay. It's just like an all, patisseries and French restaurants and shit, I can nearly put a kilo on them, just walk past them. The smell of bloody beautiful. I went to one of them patisseries and I'm going, what the hell, they sold you a bloody, I didn't get one, Jenny got one, but a plate, with all these different little serves of a little, a bit of this and a bit of that, so you can get an idea. Oh man, I've tried a couple of little bits, but French cooking is just fucking beautiful. But anyway, real sneaky bastards, but the French, there they are anyway. Oh, cruise lines started to bloody boycott them because every time a cruise ship would come in, the prices would triple.
Yeah.
Get in. They started to boycott and they started to growl about it. Anyway.
Yeah, it's not a bad place, Chris, if she's from up near Nong Khai. I like Nong Khai. Haven't been there for a long time, but when I did go there, I enjoyed the place. It's right on the Mekong River there. It's a fucking ripper joint.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, that's a nice place. I wouldn't mind visiting next week. That's on the list. It's you duck across the bloody Mekong into bloody Laos.
Yeah.
Can't you?
Yeah, I don't think it's not far from the they call it the Friendship Bridge.
Yeah,
the Aussies. I think we built the fucking thing.
They
call it the Friendship Bridge, and I think it's not too far away from Nong Khai. So, if I can remember rightly, nice spot, Nong Khai, right on the river there, and
I went to bloody now in Laos. Like there's some nice places over there too. You'd never pick it for a communist country, would you? It's not as westernised as Thailand, obviously, but it's still not. He's over in Newcastle at the moment, anyway.
I know he come back to Australia. I was wondering where he was from.
Yeah, Cessnock.
Oh yeah, righto.
Yeah, just in Sydney. Nangnuk or something you call it.
Yeah, not a bad channel. I've been watching it, now and then. I don't mind it.
Yeah, I watched him a while back there, and he went up to lots of communist caves, and the way he interacted with the old people, the locals up there, was really nice. There's a really old lady there, and he really clicked with her sort of thing, and I thought it was really nice, But it's good when they go up to country sort of thing. Now they take a bunch of bags of food and clothes and books and stuff for the kids and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
for schooling and all that. And I thought that's nice because people, they give money sort of thing, but they send too much, so they said don't send us any more. We'll just use what we've got, and every time they go travelling, they take some with them. They see people that need it, they give it to them. I think that's nice.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Yeah.
It's a good idea. It saves you giving them cash and stuff like that. They'll
prefer that.
Packet of fags and
a
couple of bottles of whiskey.
Yeah.
That's a good question here, fellas. Hey guys, should being officially married make it easier to get a partner? Getting a partner visa in Australia, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'd say so, for sure.
You'd think so.
Definitely.
I made it while we were through that just before COVID hit. And he married her and he'd come over just before COVID, but he hit me. She's all sorted.
Yeah,
not cheap.
I think you'll be in a better position to bring back your missus if you're actually married to her.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to be hard for them to kind of knock you back, especially when you're married. So, yeah, no, that's it. That's the go. Has she been over here, Chris? Have you brought her over to Australia before, or?
It's been a while since I got married, but the current wife, she initially came out on a tourist visa. She extended that for about 3 months, for a 3-month tourist visa. She extended that for 3 months, and then went back to Thailand and got another visa, and she came back to Australia on another tourist visa. And about 3 months into the second tourist visa, she fell pregnant. So we rushed straight down to immigration. Said, "Oh, look, she's pregnant." You know, I said, "Oh, we're booked in to get married, and and all this business." It wasn't a problem, because she was, she was in Australia, and she's pregnant to an Australian citizen. They gave her permanent residency on the spot.
Right.
And because I don't know if that's you want to have kids or anything, Chris, but as far as getting permanent residency, and it was very easy. Go from the tourist visa, like she was pregnant, and they're not going to kick an Australian citizen out. It's inside her, are they? But that's as far as she's got. Like my missus had never passed the English test. To Australia, she'd wait until she's 60. So early next year, when she turns 60, we'll go down and get her citizenship.
Oh, yeah.
Once she's got her citizenship, she'll Australian passport will be forward the line all too easy after that. Although there's a bit of a delay in the passports at the moment. I reckon it takes weeks and weeks and weeks to get a passport now. There's a massive backlog.
Yeah.
You were saying that the other day too, weren't you, Pete?
Yeah. My kids have just applied for their new passports, and we're heading back to Thailand in November. So what's that, about 5-6 months? So hopefully we should have them back. Like if you're going to apply for a new passport now, and you were thinking about heading over to Thailand in, say, July or something, I'd say forget about it.
Yeah.
Because there's so much of a backlog.
I've got to get mine renewed.
Yeah, they reckon they get like about 5,000 or 6,000 applications a day.
Fuck.
I can't believe that.
What if you're just renewing it? Is that quicker, or is that?
Yeah, I think it is quicker.
Yeah, I just got to renew mine. It's just I'll get mine
Just
done.
expired.
Still costs $300 and something bloody dollars. Shit. Don't know what it costs to get apply for one.
$310, I think they are.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, 310. Yeah. Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, that's good advice. What my two bards just told you, Chris Vic. If you come back to Australia, get married at a registry office. In Australia as well, makes it a lot easier than just being married at the local Lumpur in Thailand. Although it is recognised, but you've got to get all the all the documents authenticated and translated, and yeah, Carmen, you're an English speaker. You're an English speaker. My wife doesn't speak that much English.
But surely, Jono, you could get, I don't know, it kind of defeats the purpose, I suppose, but it's like if you're going for a car license or something, you can get like an interpreter, but I suppose going for Australian citizenship, they want you to speak and understand English, don't they?
Yeah. My wife's excellent in certain things, but she's there's certain things she's not too good at. Like my missus gets lost in Woolworths. We've been going to the same Woolworths for the last 10 years. She still gets lost. She didn't know which way to go in Woolworths. She's certainly streetwise, but I wouldn't even attempt wasting money to for her to sit the English test. You know, she wouldn't even, no way in the world, you know, how she passed the English test. Wouldn't even attempt it. But if you're 60, you're exempt sitting the test. You know, I think she's
right.
59 at the moment, so we'll wait till the end of the year. You know, she'll be right.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to make things a lot easier, isn't it?
You know, first time wife, I got married on the Sunday here in Melbourne. Walked to the immigration on the Monday morning. You know, all she had to do was just read out an oath of allegiance and became an Australian citizen. Wasn't even married 24 hours. You know, became an Australian citizen. But that's, you know, 35 years ago. It's changed a lot since then. Changed heaps. Not making it any easier. Nor should they, really. Nor should they. I think if, you know, like it's, oh, well, I'm going to say if you're an Australian citizen and, you know, you want to marry someone, you know, like it should be your right to bring them back to your country. But it is what is it, 1 in 4 of the Australian population now, you know, they weren't born in Australia. So 25% of the population wasn't even born in Australia.
Yeah.
So it was a lot that's changed. Yeah.
Yeah, Australia fucking built on multiculturalism. You go back a couple of generations, sort of thing, and yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah. I don't know a couple of Thai shillers. You know, they've married 2 or 3 blokes. You know, like they're straight. You know, they married an Australian first and divorced. Yeah, and then they've on the grapevine. You know, they've advertised. You know that they'll marry. Marry people for so they can get their Australians. Residency.
No.
I think the going rate's what 20-25 grand.
Yeah, Chinese do it here too. Send the daughters over here to marry some bloke, pay them a bunch of fucking money, get their citizenship.
Yeah, Pete could tell you a story about that, but I don't think he will.
That's all right.
No, I don't think I'll go on a few
times.
You remember with Trev, Pete?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know the one.
The seat's fucking sore.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about the visas anymore. Even travel visas. Geez, I'm just out of the loop these days. For Thailand, I remember with my missus, we never got married in Thailand. We just got married in Australia. So kind of worked for us. So end up doing the two weddings. We didn't have to, you know what I mean? Like I don't know, I just thought one was enough. But I know a lot of people do get married here and get married back in Thailand, I suppose, because the wife's family and that can't get over the wedding over here, so they end up having 2.
Yeah, well, I'm just reading Ryan Connor's last couple of statements, comments, that might all change with Labor. I hope so. But I don't know if they'll make it worse or better. You'd like to think they'd make it a little bit more easier for, like, there's all that publicity over that what is it, Sri Lankan couple? They had a couple of kids. Like they fitted into the community. They speak English. The kids are Australian. What's the problem? Just let them stay. Like they're not terrorists. Because they came here for a boat. It cost them thousands to get here. Risked their lives to get here. They've got a couple of lovely little kids. We're underpopulated. What's the problem? They're loved by the community up there, up north, aren't they?
Yeah. I don't know why they do that kind of shit, but I suppose does it open the floodgates or something? I don't know. But yeah.
$8,000 for a partner visa? You're fucking kidding me, aren't you?
What? Oh yeah, 8,000. Jeez, it's gone up these days, isn't it?
God. How much are you going to pay for the citizenship test? What's that? Is there a fee involved for that, or is it free? I bet it's not free. We'll soon find out about that.
Yeah. No, it definitely wouldn't be free, surely.
Oh God.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, 8,000 for the visa, and about 3,000 to 5,000 for an agent. Oh, lovely.
The old agent. The old agent, they come in handy, don't they? And it's grouse over there. You get all the Thai paperwork. Like the house. Fucking Ray, what's Ray doing with the chicken?
Oh, hey, no, just blow me nose. Sorry.
Sorry. But Jono, with the translators and that over in Thailand, you got to pay a fair quid to get things translated into English, don't you?
Yeah, heaps.
Official documents and stuff like that. I remember we had to get my wife's, a birth certificate and the house. What's the house? What do they call that one?
House registration certificate.
House registration. A couple of school certificates, all that kind of stuff. They had to be all translated into English. And I remember we just got an English teacher up at the farm to do it for us, and apparently that wasn't good enough. Apparently you got to get the official stamp, and it's got to be an official, office. Kind of towards the end of it, I just kind of lost it really. The amount of money we were paying out, I just kind of lost my cool at the end there a little bit. You try not to lose your cool in Thailand, but sometimes it's hard.
Yeah. You feel your pocket getting ripped out all the time, don't you?
100%.
Just a bit much.
Yeah, that's right, Ryan. They've got to be accredited, and it's funny, isn't it? Because I found all these translation offices and all this kind of stuff. They were all situated around near the Australian Embassy. You know what I mean?
Convenient.
Yeah, very convenient.
Well, girls situated around fucking flexi-teller machines too, isn't they? That'll help you work out how to use it. Very helpful people. But anyway.
Well, they get more fucking ATMs over in Thailand than they have in Australia now. It's fucking hard to find an ATM now around where I live.
Yeah. Well, they're around here, but I want you to do bloody phone banking, They're closing down all the bloody, I'm with Bank, with Suncorp, there's only really one bloody, branch open left around here now. They've closed them all.
Yeah, they got rid of them. And like in Thailand, you go to like a bank or an ATM in Singapore Road somewhere, and they've got they're like robots. They're all different colours, different shapes.
Yeah.
They've got about 10 in a row.
Exactly.
Take your pick. But
they've got the ones at the shopping centre. They do everything, but they charge you for the bloody privilege.
Yeah, they do charge you. I can't remember how much it is now. Probably someone on the chat would know, but it was about 250 baht or something just to make a withdrawal.
Something like that, yeah. There's a couple of Australian banks are pretty good with, but I always took fucking cash at me anyway.
Yeah.
They're a bit of a trap in Thailand, aren't they? Because they spit out the cash before they spit out the card. Is that right?
Yeah. I've been caught out on that one. I've left my card in ATMs, I reckon, on about 2 occasions.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, John, the money comes out, right, and you get your money and you count it.
You're off.
You put it in your pocket, and then you're off. You know, like you forget about, because you've got to press the button to get the card back out.
Yeah.
And the amount of times I've forgotten about fucking taking me bloody card out after I've taken the money. And
yeah, I always take cash anyway. Just fucking when I want to, I'll take a few $100 in at a time and change.
Yeah, but you know, you might be out one night, Ray, or something like that, and you left. You know, you want a bit more cash than you've got on you, and you just make one of those one-off ATM withdrawals.
Yeah. I usually take one of those travellers bloody cards. That's what got me out of the shit last time. I had a couple of grand on that, and when I bloody missed my flight coming back and had to buy another ticket.
Yeah,
I'd work it out to use the bloody ATM to get that money out.
I
did it at the airport too, and I never got a real good exchange rate.
Yeah, like my 2 Barts said, now they just wave their phones now.
Yeah,
I don't think I'd be doing that.
Yeah, man.
How's that going to work? Did they do that in the bars? Do they? Yeah, they're going to work in the bars. Pay the bar fine and wave your phone.
There you go, Papui. Yeah.
G'day, Paul. How are you, mate?
Yeah, they got bloody watches. They do that here with watches and fucking all that shit. Nah, fuck that.
Yeah, watches in Thailand. That you buy those watches in Singapore Road. I think I bought a Swatch. They're one of those Swatch watches.
Yeah,
a few years ago. And the Thai guy's going, they're waterproof and this and that. And I've never been at the Nana Hotel, and I've done a big bomb off the diving board up at the Nana Hotel pool. And I've just bought the Swatch the day before. Anyway, I've done the big bomb, and I've come up for air, and I've looked at the watch, and it's just blank. The face is blank.
Yeah. It doesn't enter your mind that it's a fake.
I should have known better.
But MBS, isn't it? What's another MBK? Where you get all the bloody fakes over there?
What's that?
Center? What's that big shopping centre over there where all the fakes are? MBK?
Yeah, I think it's
MBK.
Yeah.
I think it's MBK. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, I love going there. I'll go up the top and just see what gadgets and shit they got, But it's funny how you go there. If you go in there looking for something specific, you ask somebody whether they got it. Oh, we don't have it. So they run off to one of the other stall holders and they'll come back with it for you.
Yeah,
they must all working together.
Yeah, I used to do a lot of shopping just on Sukhumvit Road, the market up and down Sukhumvit.
Yeah.
Because I always left it to the last minute, and I'd take some prezzies back for the family or back for mum and dad and stuff, and I'd do a quick stop down Sukhumvit. But after you'd be walking up and down Sukhumvit for I think I've been up and down Sukhumvit more times than the street I live in.
Yeah.
But most of those people that work at those stalls on Sukhumvit are all deaf.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're always like doing sign language and stuff.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Make out they're deaf. They're about as deaf as what you are.
That's like those hookers on bloody Nana Hotel, the bloody deaf ones that hang around outside of there, the freelancers. These are
my first wife, I was doing exactly the same thing as you, Pete, buying off a store and my wife kept speaking to them in Thai. And I said to her, they can't hear, they're deaf. She said, they're not fucking deaf at all. I said, yes, they are. You see the sign, I can't hear, all this. She said, watch this. And she called this young bloke behind the bar. She called him a fucking prick, a lying prick in Thai. Well, did he arc up? He wanted to attack her and hit her, and he hurt her, all right? He wasn't deaf at all. She said, watch this. See if he hears what I have to say about him. He wasn't deaf at all, That's bullshit. They don't, you know. There are some, but you know, 50% of them make out they're deaf. They're not fucking deaf at all. It's just to fucking make you feel sorry for them.
Yeah, but I don't give them money. I suppose when you're buying the shirt, you feel sorry for them, so you give them more money for the shirt.
Yeah, it's exactly right. Mug born every minute walking up and down the streets in Thailand.
Yeah, I don't tend to spend too much time shopping. You know, if I usually take when I go to Thailand or to Southeast Asia, I kind of usually take what I need with me. I know a lot of people like go over there and they'll buy their singlets and their shorts and their stuff over there when they get there. Like they'll take an empty suitcase, so to speak. But I always like taking my own. I like having all my stuff ready to go, so I don't have to waste time going out to buy a shirt to go out with that night or something. I just like to take all my own stuff with me. Just the way I do things, I suppose. You probably find that a little bit weird, maybe, but that's
I take all my own stuff. I like the way they do your bloody laundry for you too.
Yeah, that's grouse.
Yeah, no, fucking hell. Before I go, I get everything done. That's the only time it ever gets done like that, ever.
Oh, mate, why would you go to the laundrette? Like even if I lived in Thailand, if I was living in Thailand, I would not buy a washing machine.
No, just get it done. Fucking, they do a beautiful job on it. Everyone's like neatly ironed and folded. And, oh, man.
Yeah, they iron your jocks and your socks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
they do a good job. Any repairs, they do all the patch ups and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You take your washing to a laundromat, one of those washing joints, you'll get good service. Comes out well. But if you want to get the hotel to do it, the hotel's only going to rip you off.
Yeah.
The hotel, five times the price of what you can get it across the road from the hotel, because the hotel's only taking it across the road themselves.
Yeah, there's always a negative to it as well, because I always remember like I'd be like a shirt down, be good out of that shirt, that doesn't come back, the good pair of shorts or something like that, they'd go west. But that's just a risk you take, I suppose. You'd be down a shirt or a pair of shorts or something. But
Yeah, tell you what, I'm liking these bloody coats that my mate gave me yesterday. This feeler, all over. Gee, they're warm.
Yeah, what's the go with a Thai driver's license over there? Like if I went back to Thailand for 3 months, could I get a Thai license? Anyone?
Yeah, sit the course. 3-day course, 6,000 baht.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Kevin doing something like that, didn't he?
Although Joe was saying there's a lot easier way around it than doing that. That if you don't even know how to drive. And I'm sure if you're for run, you signed up for the 3-day course, paid your 6,000 baht, they're not going to knock you back.
Yeah, right. Just pay the bucks.
Christmas? No, you're not going outside. So
just pay the bucks and don't do the course, Jono. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you do. If you did the course, you wouldn't have a problem, I don't think.
I wonder what the course involves.
How much money you can flick? I don't know.
My 2 baht, coincidence story. I said something similar to the missus. He's not blind. He's faking it. Walked a while longer and came across an amputee. Mrs. says he is faking too. Flicked him 20 baht.
Yeah.
You see the beggars in I mean, you know what? I reckon I've seen more people begging for money in Melbourne than I have in fucking Bangkok in the last few years.
Yeah.
When I used to live down in Circumvent Road,
very little.
16 or something, I'd come down out of the hotel and go into Circumvent Road. There used to be this nice little coffee shop, and I'd get a couple of cakes for breakfast and read the newspaper. And always outside the shop, there was this bloke. He had one leg, and used to lean there on his crutches, and hold out his hand. And anyway, I used to watch him, and he used to do all right. A lot of people felt sorry for him. He'd get so much money, and he'd be off. He's got his money for the day, and he'd get his crutch, his crutches, and he'd throw them in a hole, a hole in the wall in between the two buildings, and then he'd jump on one leg, and he'd jump on one leg up Circumvent Road and around the corner, up Soy 14 or Soy 16, I think it was, and he'd find his push bike, and he'd jump on his push bike and off he'd ride like a rocket. He's the fastest bloke you ever seen on one leg in all your life.
Fair enough.
Like it didn't phase him one bit having one leg. He only stood there for about an hour and a half each morning. An hour and a half. Wouldn't be there 2 hours. And you get enough for a day. You get 200, 300, 400, 500 baht, and he'd be off.
He's happy.
He was happy. He'd jump on his push bike. Ride with one leg on his push bike, going like a buggery. Come back the next morning, pull his crutches out from the wall, stand up, with his hand out, a little hat or something. Made a fortune.
Yeah, I know up at the Mrs. Farm, there's a disabled kid that lives up there, and kind of known him since he was a kid. Really, he's in his early 40s now, and and they don't really cater for disabled people in Thailand too much, like spastic people and stuff. Really, there's no special schools for them or anything like that. They kind of got to venture for themselves.
What was designed to that one? even senses the toilets.
And he kind of made this bike, and it was like it's hard to explain, but he had to make it himself, to be able to get around, This bike, this contraption that he made from made himself. You can't go out and buy anything in Thailand, or it was probably too expensive anyway. So he had to kind of make it. It was like a special bike, like a 3-wheeler, and he's still got it today. He still gets around in it today, and he's had it for years and years. I feel sorry for the bloke.
I'm going to jump off for a little bit soon. I mean, dinner's ready.
I might call it a day myself, actually. I don't know about you, Pete. Do you want to carry on, or we call it a day?
Yeah, no, I don't mind. If you want to call it, I'm fine. We can come back on later or whatever when my 2 bahts ready to shake and rattle and shake.
Yeah, might be a couple more around later on.
Yeah. I think we're going for nearly 2 hours now.
Yeah, fair enough.
270 watching.
Yeah, 270. And we're getting up on the bloody we got 130 bloody subs now, haven't we? That's getting there. You're creeping up, You got 130 subs. That's not too bad.
Yeah.
We're edging up there. Be famous YouTubers soon.
I'm ready to let me sky gob.
Yeah.
The cat just took a dump in the fucking little tree beside me.
Going with my fresh fruit now. Fresh fruit, and then I'll get into the chalky biscuits later on. That'll do me.
Oh, yeah.
I should chuck some veggies in. I don't know. Can't be bothered, but too fucking lazy. Haven't had a nice roast for a while. I don't know. I'll see what happens.
Yeah,
I think I might. I don't know.
Man, John,
nothing better, is there?
We had one.
Nothing better than a nice roast.
I've got gravy there. I've got some fucking fresh potatoes and pumpkin and stuff. I think I might do a sweet potato. Might just steam it up. That'll do. I don't want to,
We had a roast yesterday down the pub. We had roast pork.
Hey, that was nice.
It was nice.
Yeah, it was a ripper. It was really good. $19 it was, and it was it was nice, wasn't it, Jono?
It was melting your mouth, the pork.
Yeah. We go to the pub sometimes. I get a seniors meal. Usually they're a bit smaller. And Jenny usually gets a bloody meal, you know. But anyway, she's a bit younger than me, so she doesn't get the seniors ones. But sometimes we get a meal, and my bloody seniors meal's bigger than hers in the pub.
I get 2 of them, Ray.
Yeah, that's what I might do. But sometimes I'll get 2 of them and give one to her because I usually don't eat the whole lot of one anyway. But she's like a horse. There's nothing of her. Jesus. Yeah, well. Funny, yeah, she looked after herself all her life, eating properly, all that sort of stuff. But oh man, she got bloody, cholesterol problems and fucking whatever, you know. She's getting bloody wisdom tooth taken out the moment, 20th of this month. It's costing her, I guess, $5,000 or $6,000. Fucking hell.
What's that for?
Getting a couple of wisdom teeth taken out.
Oh, Jesus, she'll get on a plane, go to Thailand.
Oh, yeah, sure, okay, there. We go over for fucking third world countries. Yeah, we'll go over there and have a look. But bloody, it's, no, they got to cut a bone on that to get it out because one of them sort of grown. It's not good.
Oh, Mr. Nobody's back from the pub.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to jump off for a while anyway.
You jump on, mate.
Might jump back on later, but I'll get back on my tablet.
Yeah, might go for another half an hour or so. Jono, what do you reckon?
Oh, well, I might disappear. You're right, Ray, aren't you?
No, I'm going. Man, I'm going to Fab. I'm coming.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Nobody's in the chat. He said he's back now. He might come on for a little bit.
Yeah, wait till Mr. Nobody comes on, Jono.
Yeah, right, eh? I'm back now from the pub with the missus. And maybe come on for shortly, to keep it going. But yeah, get on there. Get on here, Mr. Nobody. Jump on.
You're right. I'm going to go. I'll be back.
Spend a bit of time with the terrorist.
Yeah,
Saturday night. We have a bit of fun. We watch a movie on Saturday night, him and me.
Okay. I'll catch you after.
Okay, enjoy your meal, Ray.
Hey?
Enjoy your meal, mate.
Yeah, well, thanks. Right.
What are you having for dinner, Pete?
Oh, mate, I had a big lunch. Like I said, we went to the steak restaurant. And I'm kind of pretty full. Just having a couple of beers now.
Me too.
I'm feeling pretty relaxed myself. I know the missus didn't eat all her pasta, so she got a bit of a doggy bag. So, we can throw that in the microwave a bit later if we get a bit peckish. We'll see how we go.
Yeah, they don't mind their little doggy bags, the Thai girls, do they? No?
Yeah. I mean, the pasta it's a big feed. And they just can't eat all she doesn't eat all that. So
there we go, Timbo.
G'day, boys. How you going, Pedro? Jono?
Yeah, mate.
Good, mate. Good.
Just got back. Went out for the missus just for a schnitty, simple schnitty this evening, and a couple of beers of Savo. So just back in the warmth, and got out of the good clobber and put the usual clobber on, and
yeah.
I saw you were still going, so I thought, I'll get on.
Very good.
Oh, yes, mate. Got the heaters going full bore in the house as well.
Yeah, I think we all have, haven't we? Except for
it's ridiculous.
Go on.
Except for my 2 bar.
I'm just glad I'm not camping where I was earlier in the week because it's getting down to -2 there tonight.
Oh, that looks cold.
With the wind chill factor, Jesus.
Bit chilly.
Oh, mate, I had my legs virtually wrapped around my fire pit the 2 nights I was up there. And I had plenty of timber. I'll come back with 2 bags, but Jesus, I went to bed in a tracksuit, a beanie, socks. I had a quilt in the van, and I had a -5 rated sleeping bag opened up to form a quilt on top of the quilt. And I had 2 of the best night sleeps I think I've had in years.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Boys tend to sleep better when it's cold weather.
Oh, I think the outdoors has got something to do with it too, Pete. Log fire, plethora of wines and beers, that helps as well.
Yeah.
Go on. Yeah, that helps.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's funny. You talk about times have changed. Back in the old days, you'd go camping and you could collect all the firewood you wanted. Now you got to pay $20 for a 15-kilo bag of timber. Because all the woke fucking brigade won't let you. Yeah, mate. But all the woke brigade won't let you collect firewood.
Yeah, it'd probably be all.
Brigade?
The woke. The woke. The ones that spoil everything. Yeah, you can't collect firewood in a national park. If you're going to a forest, and I'm only speaking for New South Wales here, if you go to a forest and you pay for a fire collection permit, you can collect some firewood for personal use. But if you get busted with a chainsaw in a national park or busted by a ranger cutting timber, you're fucked.
Cool.
And all the woods, the woods would be pretty wet up there, wouldn't it? Like at this time of year.
Yeah. Generally speaking, I mean the firewood you buy from the Servo or Bunnings or whatever, that's nice dried, hardwood, and it burns, and the kindling and everything, but it burns very well and lasts a long time. But the key to burning firewood these days is not burning it in a big fire pit. You burn it in a contained fire pit, like the photos you would have seen of mine, and it's 1.5 foot wide. So you get a good base of coals, and you throw 1 or 2 logs on, and it burns for a couple of hours. So you're saving yourself money by investing in a small fire pit sort of thing, rather than just throwing it all on.
Yeah, right.
But I fucking love it, mate. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, I don't mind camping. I don't do it as much as we used to, but you just need it sometimes just to get away and.
Oh yeah.
No.
My missus is good, mate. She knows when I need to get away, and she goes, "Go for your life." If she's got a block of days off or something, go for your life, get away. I mean, we camped as a family for. We had a camper trailer that you wind up like a Jayco one. You wind up the roof and you pop the bed ends out. We had that for 17 years and had some wonderful trips away when the young bloke was young, but he reached the teenage years and it wasn't cool to go away with mum and dad camping, Yeah. And that just sat there. And then when dear old mum passed away, we got a little bit of coin from dear old mum, and I said to the missus, "Do you want to go again? Get rid of this and go a little bit more luxury and get a nice van with a pop top, And mate, I arrive on a site, reverse the van in. Fucking 10 minutes later, I'm sitting there with a beer in my hand, as opposed to an hour setting up, the old one.
Yeah, right.
And I feel sorry for some of the setups I see on YouTube or Facebook, mate. When you see the young ones setting up, these camper trailers with that much canvas, it's not funny, and it takes them 2 hours to set it up, and then you think, oh God, what if it rains? They've got to go and dry all the canvas when they get home, but there's various stages. When you're young, you start off with a tent, then you go to a camper thing, then a camper trailer, then a van, and then hopefully our next step's a motorhome when the wife retires. So
yeah, the old
see how we go.
I was speaking to Ray Galt recently about camping, and I said, one thing I've never seen in Thailand is a caravan. Never seen a caravan. You'd think they'd be popular, wouldn't you? Like hooking up their car and zooming around. And we're trying to work out why. And Ray said, "Oh well, it's accommodation everywhere. You get accommodation cheap enough everywhere." And and I said, "Yeah, I suppose so, but." It's in recent years, I note that in sort of national parks, camping's really taken off.
100%, Jono. The Thais love getting away for a weekend in their tents.
In their tents, but not a caravan, but in their tents. It's the go.
Yeah, and again with the Thai entrepreneurship, they've got some national parks have got tents set up where they just go and pay to stay in the tents that are already set up.
Yeah, there was a good one.
There was also it was about 2 years ago. They were thinking of, this is prior to COVID, they were thinking of bringing camper vans, motorhomes into Thailand to try and attract the Chinese market, mate. Fuck me, can you imagine the Chinese driving camper vans around Thailand? Oh Jesus!
Well, there we go. Joe's corrected me. I'm wrong. There are caravans in Thailand. I've seen a car had Salem and bangers. I just never noticed them. But I thought, good. I hope they kick off.
Hey, if you drive by that again, Joe, take a photo, mate. I'd be interested to see what sort of vans they have there.
Be grouse to be a single bloke. Wouldn't it?
I haven't seen,
a caravan you can park it in Walking Street.
I haven't seen too
Parking
many
in Soy 4, mate.
Yeah.
Home delivery.
It'd be beauty, wouldn't it?
Hey, jeez.
No, I haven't seen the Bangkok Caravan Park or Pattaya Caravan Park. You know,
No, true. Oh, that's gold. Oh, Henry's just had a crack at me. You're still carrying that bag of what about?
Yeah.
He's getting back to that night. I met up with him and I couldn't give him a lift back to his hotel because I had 2 bags of firewood in the front seat. You've got to let it go, Henry. You just can't let things fester, mate. You've got to let it go.
Well, I'm going to make a move, I think, fellas. I'm going to get him and see the terrorists, if you don't mind, fellas.
Oh, mate,
Catch
go
up
for your
with young
life.
bloke.
Yeah,
Right,
enjoy.
Joe.
If
Catch up
Pedro
with
and
young
I
bloke.
have too
Might
much
pop that on
dead
later
air,
on,
mate,
see what's doing.
we'll call it quits. There's no dramas with that.
yeah.
Oh,
Sorry,
you
Caravan
you
Park.
pop on if you like. Yeah, stay on. Just don't turn up just because I'm leaving.
No, we'll see how we go, mate. If we get a few questions from the chat and bloody and we can keep it going, we'll keep it going.
Yeah.
Good one. All right. On that note, gentlemen, I'm going to leave you to it. Nice seeing you
Take
again,
care,
Tim.
Jono.
Pedro,
Yeah, likewise, mate. Yeah.
have a good one, fellas. Good night.
See you, mate.
See ya,
Take
mate.
care. See you soon, guys.
Happy anniversary, Pedro, too, mate.
Thanks, mate. Thanks.
Bloody, I think I'm a year or 2 ahead of you, mate.
Yeah, right.
I've got me 30th next year. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah, March 93, we got married.
Fucking hell, it's just scary how quick it goes.
Oh, mate. Well, my mum and dad were married, I think, for 60 years, you know. Unbelievable. What do we got? So what time is it now? So 6:30. Joe said he might pop on later, 6 o'clock Bangkok time. So that's 9 o'clock our time. I can't see us lasting that long.
No, probably not.
Unless, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll throw the link out, mate, and invite within reason anyone that wants to come on, and we see how we go. I can handle the screening and that, Pedro. No dramas there.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
We'll see how we go. And there's the link, ladies and gentlemen. If you'd like to come on, feel free within reason. There's only about, I'm not going to mention their names, but there's definitely 2 people that will not be coming on, possibly 3. And we've agreed on that as a group. So this is the 6 people that are a part of this. This is our fucking channel. We all have contributed to it, both by payment and contribution. And there's no fucking chiefs here. We all agree on a consensus. And, that's just the way it is and the way we run it.
Yep, fair enough.
And probably why we've all stuck together for so long.
Yeah. Yeah. No, good luck to you, Chris, with your with the missus and the weddings and all that kind of stuff. Looks like you got some stuff going on, mate. So all the best to you.
I love hearing stuff like that, Pedro. When I don't know Chris, I don't know Chris, but I love hearing guys that I haven't seen before come in and share their experience and ask questions of the people that are in the know.
Yeah.
About various things, and that's how we all learn, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure, and very Thai related as well.
Yeah.
Imagine we had this kind of this kind of outlet back in the day when I was first going to Thailand. It would have been fantastic. I would have found out so much about Thailand, just on YouTube and live shows and stuff like this.
Oh, my word, mate. Now, haven't times changed though, over the years with technology and knowledge? I mean, if you don't know how to put a screw in a wall and find a stud, it's on YouTube. Everything's on YouTube. You can Google anything, Oh, it's incredible. Solgood just asked, can you tell us who is persona non grata? Well, it's not you, Sol, but no, I'm not going to say who it is.
Mm. Yeah, so all good.
Quickest way to create trouble in the YouTube community, mention someone's name on a live stream.
Yeah, don't do that.
No, that won't be happening. I think I heard you talking about Ray Jr. before. I think he's done a full day's labour in the yard. Oh, no. He was getting on the piss with his mates tonight.
Oh, right.
After a full day in the yard. So he had to get up. He had to leave the stream last night, full day in the yard, getting on the piss with his mates tonight.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah.
Well, it is Saturday night, isn't it? I mean,
yeah.
A lot of people tend to do things on a Saturday night. But
not like us 28 and 30-year married blokes.
Yeah. Well, 10 years ago, mate, I was never home on a Saturday night. I'd always be out. But
yeah, I think my next big night out. Oh, I've got. So next week the wife goes up to Darwin. She's got a friend's. She plays competitive basketball. Goes away every year for an annual competition with her employer, and she's made a lot of friends out of that. I don't know any of them, so she's going up to Darwin next Wednesday for a 5-day sojourn in Darwin for her friend's wedding
cool.
up there, and then when she gets back 2 days later, I'm going up north to Lismore to see a mate of mine that I joined back in 1984 with, and he was best man at my wedding. I was groomsman at his, and we've been lifelong mates, and he's just retired, so haven't seen him for a while, mate. So it'd be lovely to get up and see him. And then I think the next big night I've got on the piss with the boys in the city is we're staying the night on, I think it's July 16 in the CBD, getting on the piss at about 2 p.m. and then going to see the Wallabies play England at the members at the SCG, and then after the rugby match, God knows what's going to happen.
Jeez, that'll be a big night.
It's going to be huge. It's going to be huge.
Oh, massive. Jeez, I'm hungover just thinking about it.
Oh, mate, yeah. Well, normally I get the train back to one of the stations where my mate gets off, and we go and have yum cha, filet guts with yum cha, and then I catch the like the equivalent of the BTS home from a place called Chatswood, which is about a 20-minute ride from my joint.
Right.
Henry might be coming up for the Wallabies. Wow.
Yeah, I think there'd be a few people going there. I think are they just playing in Sydney? Are they?
They're playing one game against the English in Sydney. It's the rugby season's coming up, so there's I think there's the Bledisloe Tri Nations. I think England, the All Blacks. Henry, any other teams coming from Europe? I can't think if the Springboks are coming or Ireland or Scotland. I'm not sure, but there's a mate of mine, or one of my mates is a member at the SCG. His number came up a few years ago, so he paid the money and he keeps it going. And it's not cheap, mate, to be a member of the SCG.
No,
and you got to wait till people die before you get a gig, So we'll be there pretending we're Aristocats, mate, in our clobber, Kangol cap with a wallaby scarf around my neck, and trying to look the part and act classy to ill effect, because I can't fool anyone. And we'll see how we go. I might just Google that, actually.
Well, that's good. Good. Always good to look forward to.
It is, mate. We normally get together, every quarter,
Yeah.
and just lash out and enjoy ourselves.
Yeah, good stuff.
You get together with you get together with Suckerhorn and Trev occasionally, don't you?
Oh yeah, I see Suckerhorn nearly every Friday for lunch.
Yeah.
Because he only lives up the road, and Trev. We were seeing Trev a fair bit. He's kind of fallen off at the moment, but that's only because of COVID and stuff. But
Yeah.
we catch up with each other. Everyone lives pretty local, so it works well. I just booked a return flight to Cairns in August. Gonna head up there. Got a pretty cheap flight. I think it was about $300 return. So I just booked it. Thought, fuck it. Got to get out of Melbourne during winter at some stage. So going to do a road trip from Cairns up to Cooktown.
Right.
Obviously, you'll be fucking vlogging all the way up there. I don't think it's that far, you know what I mean? But going through northern Queensland, up through the Cape Tribulation, all that kind of stuff. So it should be good. I'm looking forward to it. Just stopping off on the way. So that's kind of set up for August. So that's something to look forward to.
I think the further north you go, there's some restrictions on alcohol carriage.
Yeah, right.
Up north, you can only carry a certain amount.
Right.
Due to the indigenous problems up further up.
Yeah. I probably won't be
with alcohol. I mean.
Yeah, I doubt if I'll be carrying any anyway. I'll just usually if I have a beer, I usually because I'll probably hire a car, and then usually go from A to B during the morning, early afternoon, and then kind of get set up kind of mid-afternoon and get on the beer somewhere and leave the car there. So I'm always up for the local pub or getting in fucking the public bar and mixing up with the locals and that I love all that kind of stuff. Well,
you're the sort of bloke that's amicable and can hold a conversation, mate. So and that's what I like doing when I'm overseas, just meeting different sort of people and just talking to them, mate.
Yeah.
It's funny you say August you're going up there because the wife and I were having a discussion. She's got 2 weeks off in August, and I said, well, look, because we were going to go away in the van, put the dogs in a kennel for a couple of weeks, and mind you, that's not cheap. That's $100 a day, but we know they're looked after, properly. And I said, do you want to, instead of going away in the van, how about we lash out and we'll go up to Port Douglas or something, so we'll be up that way, possibly ourselves as well, at least for a week or 10 days in Port Douglas, because I've never been up that far. The furthest I've been in Queensland is Early Beach. A mate of mine used to have a house there, so and we've stayed at Hamilton Island and the old Club Croc. I can't remember the name. Lizard Island, I think it is. We've stayed there, over the years. But my brother's been up to Port Douglas, and he reckons it's wonderful.
Yeah, nice part of the world.
On that sort of trip, we wouldn't fuck around. We'd lash out, because mate, 2 years not going overseas. Our travel funds got a fair bit of our joint travel funds got a fair bit of cash in it.
Yeah, well, you'll have to lash out up there. Port Douglas isn't cheap, unless you start the backpackers. Port Douglas generally is a fairly kind of pricey place. So, looking at fuel, fucking over $2.
Oh, we fly up, mate. We'll fly up.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm gonna pick up a car in Cairns and drive up to Cooktown. So I suppose it'd be a fair bit of fuel involved there. But anyway, I wouldn't go if I didn't have the fun tickets. So
after doing the drive from Sydney to Early Beach, mate, it's a fucking long drive. It took me going up. It took me 3 days. This is back a few years ago, and then coming back, I drove from Early Beach to Byron Bay. 17 hours it took me because I had a few mates staying at a house in Byron Bay.
Yeah,
And,
right.
oh, geez, that was a long drive. I stopped heaps, to freshen up and stuff, but bloody long drive.
Yeah. Yeah, Ryan.
But,
that's what I intend doing, mate. I'm going to pick up a hire car in Cairns and do the road trip up to Cooktown, mate, and do a bit of fucking vlogging on the way up. So looking forward to that. I just saw Pumpui Falung. He's planning a meat night in October, Pumpui, after your chemo's all fucking done and dusted, mate. Well, that'd be good.
yes.
Make sure you put up the when it gets closer. Put the times and the dates and the places, mate. Put it up on the channel, mate. So whoever.
I found something, boys.
Yeah.
I found something. So for those on the stream that are interested in rugby union, it starts on July the 2nd and it ends on October 30th. And the teams that are inclusive in this year's international stuff are England, South Africa and New Zealand. So it'll be Tri-Nations plus Bledisloe. And then the Wallabies are playing in Argentina in August. So
nice.
For those that are interested, that's my game. I know you're AFL, mate. But my games, which I played as a young bloke, is rugby union.
Yeah, no, I love rugby union. Love it.
Yeah,
I love the rugby league. I like all that stuff.
Just all the rules that can kill it. Rugby union in particular. There's so many rules now.
Yeah.
Makes it very hard to follow if you don't know the rules.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's like anything. AFL's a bit the same. The rules.
Have you ever got a handle on the American football? It took me a few years, but I finally understand it now.
Yeah, that's another one that's that blows you away a little bit if you don't know the rules.
Yeah, a couple of years when I went to Thailand, I'd stay the night at the Ridges at Sydney Airport the night before, so I didn't have any problems with traffic getting in, to get my flight and stuff. I'd just walk out 50 yards away was the international check-in, and I'd go down the bar and get on the piss, and 2 years in a row the Super Bowl was playing. I don't know how I jagged that, but it just worked out that way. And I don't mind a bit of American footy.
Yeah, I don't mind watching it. I don't mind that kind of any of that kind of team sport stuff on a
yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good, Ryan. Probably pick your brain, mate, when it gets a bit closer. Looking forward to it. I've heard the road's pretty good. Yeah, you obviously don't need a 4-wheel drive to get to Cooktown from Cairns. I think anything north of Cooktown, you're probably looking at 4-wheel drive. But between Cairns and Cookie, I think you're pretty cool with the road.
People have done it in a 2-wheel drive, Pedro, to the tip. Yeah, just taking their time and see on every, like on the bush tracks, and I've never been up there. I'm only going on research and YouTube videos. All the stuff I've seen on all the bush tracks for the really keen 4-wheel drivers. There's the hard way or the easy way.
Yeah.
And you can tow a van up to the tip, but you just got to go slow. Most people leave their vans, I think, in Cooktown, and then camp the rest of the way. But because it's a bit rattling on a van, unless you've got a proper off-road caper. But like you might have heard of a thing called gunshot, and it's a drop into a pit on the old Telegraph Road going north, and you drive off the edge of it, and your bull bar goes straight down into the ground. Like the 4-wheel drives are like that going into it, and it's a bit of a challenge for the 4-wheel drive enthusiast. But I tell you what, I wouldn't be throwing my 4-wheel drive down it, mate. I've got more sense than that. I might have done it when I was 20.
Yeah, Ryan did it in his V8 Caprice. Nice. Geez, that'd be nice. Yeah, Atherton Tablelands and Innisvale, and just the actual, the kind of getting there to Cooktown's going to be the fun thing, I reckon. Stopping off on the way.
So how far is up Cooktown?
I'm not sure. I don't know how far it is from Cairns, but I know it's not like, it's not fucking 15 hours or something. I'm sure it's
Let me have a look, mate. Bloody.
It's not overly a long drive, but I think it's just a nice.
So, so you go up from start from Early Beach. You go up Bowen, Townsville, Missam Beach, Atherton, Cairns, Port Douglas, and then Cooktown, which is looks like it's about Cooktown's about 300 k's from Port Douglas by the look of it.
Yeah, Ryan reckons it's about 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, and then you go inland to go up on the trip to the tip.
Where's Innisfail? Is that north of Douglas, Port Douglas?
Just let me have a look, mate. I've got the map here.
Yeah, I can't really.
It's not coming on the map at the moment.
No, it's north of Cairns or south of Cairns. South of Cairns.
Yeah. Okay.
Cairns.
It just, like last year, the trip that me and the missus did in the van, a 3-week trip, we went from home to Broken Hill, across to the Flinders Ranges and up to the Flinders, and then down to the Barossa, and then came back through Mount Gambier and then the Great Ocean Road, and then up the New South Wales South Coast. That was 5,500 k's. So it was a big loop. And it just makes you realise what a vast country we live in, mate, you know?
Yeah,
there's people, the grey nomads and that have been on the road for 6 or 12 months, and they've still only seen a third of the country.
Yeah.
You know?
I've said this before. It's been to put it kind of in a kind of funny way, it's been a bit of a blessing in disguise with COVID, because I haven't been able to get back to Thailand for a long time, like a lot of us. So I've kind of been exploring the backyard, so to speak.
Yes, yeah. My word.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot more of Australia since COVID set in, because there's no international travel. So it's kind of worked out pretty good. I'm wrapped. I started having a look around Australia because really, I used to be going to Thailand every year and Southeast Asia, and the only time you saw Australia was when you flew over the place in a Thai Airways flight.
Yeah. Yeah, I've done a bit of exploration around Australia, when I was a young bloke and stuff, and I did the Birdsville track with a mate in '89 from Maree up to Boulia in Queensland. But Chris just said his parents have got a place at Lorne. I know you were at Lorne recently, Pedro. We were at Lorne last year, and it was fucking pissing down. And the Lorne pub had just reopened from the COVID restrictions and stuff, and we had a really good night on the front veranda at the restaurant. Had a wonderful meal and copious amounts of alcohol, and it was still raining when we walked back to the van, and basically went to the toilet, got in the van and fell asleep. It was fucking teeming down. Mate, the wind was that strong that we stopped at Bells Beach, and the missus went for a squirt down one of the walkways, and it blew sideways.
Yeah, right.
Coming out.
Yeah. What time of year was that? That must have been.
That was last year. That was May-ish.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Great time of year. Great time of year to tour.
Yeah, I think I was there in last year, and I think it was about October, November or something, from memory. So the weather was definitely improving down the Grey Ocean Road, and and like I said, the Lawn pub was shut. I remember going I was going to have a feed at the Lawn pub and do a vlog in there, and it was closed. I found a lot of pubs and licensed premises down that way around that time were closed due not just to the fact of COVID, but they just didn't have enough staff.
100%, mate. The bloke I'm going up to see at Lismore just completed a caravan trip. I mean, he's got a Taj Mahal fucking van, mate. It's huge, with a porcelain toilet in it and everything. And he went with a few other couples, and he did the whole Victorian thing, and then the Murray, and then came back the central through central New South Wales as opposed to coming up the coast. And he said, mate, a lot of places are still closed for exactly what you just said, Pete. They just cannot get the staff.
Yeah. I just did my last vlog was in Bagara, Bagara, just up near Bundaberg.
Right.
And anyway, I did a vlog on Bagara, and I did one 2 years ago. So I just wanted to do another one 2 years later to see how things have changed. But I found that up at Bagara, like even in the main street, a lot of the restaurants and stuff were closed like early, and they weren't opening till like afternoon because they just again didn't have enough staff. And they had, you could see they used to have the papers up at the window, asking for staff to start immediately and all that kind of stuff. So still struggling, especially the country areas, to try and get staff, because I think those kind of places used to, and especially down at the Grayson Road, all the staff used to be like backpackers and stuff,
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And you just don't get the backpackers traveling too much anymore because of COVID. So, where are those kind of bartender and waitress and waiters and fucking kitchen hands and all that, those kind of jobs were all filled by kind of backpackers.
But just like Chris Vick said, it seems like after COVID, people didn't want to go back to work again. But I mean, look, as we all know, the government helped people out with the government handouts, which was needed. Otherwise, my son would have gone to the wall, mate. He's out of home, new mortgage, holder and all that sort of stuff, and just a young second-year apprentice, and he would have gone to the wall. His wife works part-time at a Starbucks, casual, but she couldn't get the handout, but he did. And that with a little bit of help from the bank of mum and dad, that they were able to get through it, And what I think you're right, you're quite right when you say that the backpacker thing was the thing, because how many restaurants have you gone into over the years and there's someone with an accent, a young, beautiful young English woman or Scot or something like that, and they're over here paying their way around our beautiful country. And I was
at the Coogee Hotel. Last time I was up there was just about a month ago.
The Coogee Bay.
The Coogee Bay, and went in the main bar, and there was a nice looking girl behind the jump, and she was like from fucking Belgium or somewhere like that, and she had an accent. It's kind of good because you get talking, where are you from, and and that kind of thing, and it kind of, it gets the pub, it gets the pub brownie points as well, because people are interacting with with people from all around the world and that kind of stuff. So it's a great thing,
mate. The old Coogee Bay used to be back in the 80s, used to be the venue where Midnight Oil, Jimmy Barnes, Men at Work, bloody all those great bands used to play at, and it used to be a bit of a bloodbath back in the day as well. So first time I went there on a Bucks night with a few of the blokes I used to work with at Blacktown, and we caught a bus. We had a bus for us, and it's the first time I've ever gone to a male toilet and a woman's walked up beside me and stood at the trough and had a wee.
Yeah.
She pulled the hood back and went for it. And I was intimidated.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Chris, you're a FIFO, mate. You're a FIFO worker. Yeah, right. Yeah, in excess. Yep. Yeah, next time you come up, mate, we should catch up, because I would have loved to have caught up with you. I know it was impromptu and the thing with Ray and that, but I think eventually we'll all organise something,
Yeah.
Whether it's here or in Thailand or what have you, But that'd be bloody wonderful, mate.
Yeah, it'll probably be, it's probably be a meet up in Thailand is probably more logical that now the borders are open. You know what I mean? I don't think even though I'm going to go up to Cairns at Christmas in August, you know, most of my traveling, you know, will now be back to Southeast Asia and stuff like that. So, you know, I know Jono's talking about going over to Thailand in January, and I'm going to be there anyway. So,
yeah, right.
Probably a more of a chance to catch up over there. I mean, it sounds weird, but probably more of a chance to catch up over there than it is to catch up over here.
Ray Junior and I were talking about because I got the van and it's got 2 single beds. I can go away with mates. One of my videos I just recently put up was a trip away with my neighbour, and you know, it's wonderful. And not having a double bed makes it a lot easier. And that's the best fucking investment we ever made, getting a van with 2 single beds, mate. I'll tell you, the missus is on the CPAP machine. I don't have to worry about that, you know. And we've got different sleeping habits, you know. But I was talking with Ray Junior about up his way. There's a lake that I go to quite regularly. It's called Lake Glenbourne, and I stay in the van off grid. And you can fish if you want to and all that. But we're thinking about going up there because he's got the boat and I've got the van, so we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone and go fishing and have a place to stay as well, you know?
Yeah, sounds like a good combination.
Yeah, no, it'd be really good. I mean, just Chris. Chris says screaming for people in mining construction. Chris, if you don't mind me asking, I've had a couple of people that I know doing FIFO work at various mines. Can I ask you a somewhat personal question? And please, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. How do you go with your mental health, mate? When I'm not sure of what fly in, fly out duties you do, whether you're 1 month on, 2 weeks off, or something like that. But how do you go with the loneliness and it's a 3-fold question. How do you go with the loneliness? How do you go with your mental health? And how do you go if you're not a big drinker and you don't sort of blend in with the crowd, in inverted commas? If you want to answer that, mate, it'd be interesting to hear your point of view.
I'm just going to go grab another beer out of the fridge.
Yeah, you're right, mate. I think you're right there, Soul Good. They were bringing in Fijians. I think I know there were a lot of, when the Lismore floods were on, they had a lot of Fijians that were picking whatever they do up in Lismore. And the Fijians actually helped the community recover. And they went from house to house, and every house they finished helping clean up, they sang a prayer, had a prayer, and sang a beautiful Fijian song, as they do, you know, very religious and beautiful singing voices. And the town of Lismore was very much endeared to the lovely Fijians, mate. But, I mean, you know, there's a lot of crops have gone to waste because they haven't got the pickers, you know. Not only they'll pay for flights, 3 week work, 1 off roster, food and accommodation paid for. Okay. Meat packers, righto, Henry, yeah. I'm just trying to work out. I'll see if I can find, just while we're faffing about here, I'll just see if I can. Okay, so Chris has been doing mining for 18 years. He's okay with it mentally. There are social and sport facilities here, but there is a minority that can't handle it and leave. Would that be the more younger people that are prone to the modern millennial or Generation Z things that the older style bloke can deal with, mate, do you think? One of them would be lack of commitment. Yeah, I'll be interested in going up to Lismore Soul because, which I do the following week after next, just to see from a mate's perspective where things were and how they're recovering. My mate's pretty in tune with the local mayor and the local business community, and he'll be able to give me a bird's eye view or a full on perspective of actually what happened in a different way, I would imagine, to what the press showed us. My wife actually went up there for a week in her role. to aid in emergency recovery, and she said it was just simply devastating, absolutely devastating. You know, she cried with some of the locals that were virtually wiped out, mate. You know, and very, very sad. She stayed at Ballina. You know, they put her up in a nice hotel overlooking the whatever river it is at Ballina, and she had a car as well, so she was able to get around. But yeah, the question, which question, Chris? I've asked a couple, I think probably 4 or 5, mate. So it's I was just the last thing I said was I was basically sort of answering your last statement, just saying when you said there is a minority that can't handle the FIFO work and leave. And my question back to you in regards to that statement was, do you find they're the younger millennial or Generation Z that lack commitment, or they just don't like the isolation?
Yeah, I think.
Agree, Sol.
I think you get looked after a lot more these days in that kind of job than you know, the old days. I think they're all over the mental health, that kind of thing these days up there, you know, in those remote fucking working fucking places.
Oh, Ryan, I think, okay, in regards to your brother being a FIFO and not a big drinker, I think if he's been in the army, I'd stand corrected, but I'd say that, you know, obviously she's used to him being away, so it's not a greater impact on their lifestyle as it would be to a different couple that haven't had that experience of one spouse being away for some length of time.
Excuse my ignorance. What's a FIFO?
Fly in, fly out. So Pedro Ty in Melbourne, he can't find a job. He needs some work, so he's got a specialist in rigging or drilling or driving mining trucks. So they fly him up to the Pilbara or wherever they do it, and he does 3 weeks on and 1 week or 2 weeks off, and then flies back.
Oh yeah, sweet. Oh, well, that's good.
There'd have to be a pecking order up there, though, mate. You know, like it'd be like any military or paramilitary. There'd be a pecking order of, you know, the old blokes and the young blokes. But yeah, Chris answered the question. It's mostly the Generation Z and millennial that can't handle it, and that's typical of a lot of things these days. You know, ambulance, fire brigade, police, nurses. A lot of the similar things is lack of commitment. They can't. They want to stay at uni to build up their points for God knows how long, and they actually never get properly employed because they can't last the distance. You know, when I joined my job years ago, it was for life. You know, unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. But you know, Ray's coming back on. Here we go. G'day, Ray. When I joined my job years ago, it didn't work out that way. But Ray's coming back on. I think you've got YouTube on there, brother.
Hang on a minute. Is that?
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah, that's probably a better way to put it, isn't it, Chris?
Yeah, 100%. And that, you know, that's what I was alluding to, Chris. If you're not a big drinker, how do you fit in? Because, you know, in my old job, if you didn't drink, you weren't trusted, mate.
Well, it's the old cliche, you know, you don't trust someone that doesn't drink. You know?
Yeah. And then after 10 years off the piss from 2005 to 2015, mate, people treat you differently, mate, I tell you, when you're out.
Yeah. What, Ray, how you going there, mate? You having a few audio problems?
No, does that sound all right? Can you hear me?
No, you're a bit scratchy there, brother.
Yeah, a bit scratchy.
Oh, I got the stupid bloody. I'm just on the bloody tablet with the bloody Bluetooth headphones. I'll get off in a minute. I just wanted to see if it works. I got the plug
get
in
back on your duck's nut system, mate.
Fuck, man, motherfucker. That seat is like fucking sitting on fucking the edge of bricks. Fucking, I'm just sore from fucking last night.
How long's your cord? How long's your cord on the or have you got a Bluetooth on the cans you got?
The ones I've got on at the moment, the Bluetooth. The other one's about a metre, 1,200, somewhere in there.
You can't put a pillow under the big cord?
No, fucking, you know, I just don't like sitting there. It's fucking cold in there. It's like a fucking icebox.
Oh, right.
Anyway, it's all good.
Geez, that's an extreme, isn't it, Chris? Chris is saying that up to 6 months ago they could drink as much heavy as they wanted, and now it's down to 4 middies a day.
Probably all the boys started fighting. That would be my take on it.
Down in the mines.
Fighting over the 1 or 2 Sheilas in the joint.
My bloody nephew works at a mine right over in Western Australia. He gets $160,000 a fucking year, and he's always broke. How the hell do they do that?
The more you earn, the more your lifestyle goes up in costs, mate.
But anyway, he's doing the bloody. I don't know. Every time I talk to him, he's trying to bum money off me. Every time you go get fucked, you know. Fucking $3,800 a week, I think he gets. If he can't live on that, well, you know, he's not giving him any bloody money.
I just remembered what I was supposed to be looking up. I was going to ask the audience because I forgot. Now I remember. Okay.
Yeah, different. I've never done any FIFO work, but I know people that have, and I know it's good money, but it can be a hard gig, can't it? You know, away from the family and all that kind of stuff.
Man, I'm going to sleep like a rock tonight. I slept like a rock last night.
Yeah,
it would be. You get good money. That fly out stuff. Hey?
Your voice is still scratchy, your audio.
Oh, yeah. I'll get up soon. I'll get the other times and plug it in. That'll work. I just had a lad, didn't I? I don't feel like moving at all.
You eat the whole chook, Ray?
Oh, fuck off. What do you think I am? Fucking hell.
I'm just asking.
No, man, I don't even get through a quarter.
My appetite's decreasing the older I get, mate.
Nah, man, I'm not fucking, you know, I can't eat that much. But a stomach fucking sleeve. Jesus.
Oh, right, okay. So you got to be slow and steady.
Yeah, well, I don't eat much at all. You know, like,
small portions down the throat, mate.
Yeah, well, you know, meat, I don't need any more than what's the palm of your hand, you know, and they're not real thick. Just some veggies and stuff. I only ate half of what I dished out. I might have nibble later, but the rest I'll put in the fridge for later.
Yeah, my brother's had one of them. Well, he's had 2 now because his first one didn't work properly or it expanded or something.
No, when you get a sleeve, they take 85% of your stomach out. You only got 15%. You get a gastric bypass, that's a different thing altogether, and then you got a lap band. The lap bands, they can move.
That's what I think you had.
Yeah. I've had a lot of people have troubles with those lap bands. But, I'm fucking tired.
Chris was saying that he does 3 weeks on and then a 1 week off, and he heads up over to Thailand for a week. That kind of works well.
Yeah.
If you like travel, it'll work out perfect, you know.
Just turn those headphones around, doesn't need different.
Just give me a second, fellas. I'm just having a quick look at a video, and if it's any good, I'll download it and then play it on the channel.
Yeah.
See, they want to put it on the bloody admin chat.
I did, mate.
Then he has all good.
Having Sparky's on 180K a year. Geez, that's good money, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know. Right, man.
Yeah, bloody Andy. My nephew Andy, he's fucking. He collects guitars. He can't play them. You know, he never had anything when he was a kid. I suppose he's just buying stuff, you know. But he likes going fishing and stuff. He's in Western Australia, so they go up the beach a lot, you know. But he can't do drugs and stuff. They get tested for drugs. But
you got to be a bit careful with the old fucking bar.
Yeah, he must be gambling. That's the only thing. He must be a shit ass gambler. You know,
that's right. That's the first thing that came to mind when you said it.
Yeah. He don't
that's
talk to
fucking
me.
rife up in Nissan, Pedro, the old Yabba, mate.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's terrible, mate.
Long time. Yeah, well, Perth's a lot closer to Bali and Thailand than Melbourne is, and Sydney, I suppose. And then cheap flights. You know, like Chris is saying that you know the Perth-based workers, you know, jump on a plane and go to Bali. They're there in 2 hours.
Yeah, that's what Andy does. They're always going up there playing it. No, my nephew.
Oh, right.
No, my nephew. That's what they do. They end up there from R&R, you know.
I was thinking about going to Bali. I kind of was umming and ahhing about it because I've never been to Bali before. But
no, I haven't either, mate.
I saw a YouTube bloody vlog a couple of weeks ago. Just put me off.
I've got a friend over there at the moment. They're 3 married couples. They, you know, so they entertain themselves, sort of thing, you know. But yeah, from what I've seen of Bali, it doesn't really appeal to me, Pedro. I don't know. It's just personal, you know.
Well, it's kind of got more offer than Thailand has, you know. And I've been to Thailand probably over 40 times, and just personally, the thing that puts me off Bali, and it always has, and this is just a personal thing.
I know exactly what you're going to say.
Too many fucking Aussies, mate.
Yep. Yep.
You know.
You know, have you ever been on a boat cruise? If you don't mind more of a boat cruise, they're good because, you know, like when you're going on a boat cruise, everybody's polite, everybody's happy because they're all on holidays. And you meet some really nice people there. You know, I enjoy it, mate. Something terrible. You know, but the only thing is, if you're going to do one, do a 3-day one first because they're not for everybody. You know, if you get motion sickness or your missus gets motion sickness, it can be the longest 3 days of your life.
Oh, you can take tablets for that though, mate, can't you?
Yeah. But you know,
I got really sick on the. I went on the Fair Star.
Yeah.
Back in the 90s.
Yeah.
And I was seasick as we just left the Sydney Heads. You know, like.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You know, it was hard as, but I don't know. It was just that motion thing, like you said, Ray. Just a motion sickness.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, the fucking Fair Star, it wasn't a very big ship, you know. I'll tell you a funny story on my first cruise, eh? I went out on the Pacific, going out to Vanuatu, Noumea, and Port Vila. Well, anyway, when we left Brisbane, I went up through Moreton Island, Moreton Bay, and we got the Caloundra, and they dropped off the pilot up there. Hung a right and went out in the ocean. Within an hour, we were in 8.5 metre fucking swells all the way to Noumea, 2 days of it.
Jesus.
Wow.
Anyway, to go back. There's 1,000 passengers on that ship, right? 500 people got seasick shots in the first 24 hours. Yeah, I was all right. I didn't get seasick, you know. Jenny was a mess. But anyway, it was all right the best, right? Because you go up there and there's no one there, you know, just fucking, you know, it was great. We went standing in lines and stuff. Anyway, we got to Noumea. Anyway, that was all right. Actually, Noumea is part of the European Union. It's all French. There's 600,000 of there. It's quite nice.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's all right. You know, we went to Leith. It was too rough to get in there. We went to Port Vila. It was too rough there, so they took us up to Champagne Beach. Anyway, we went up there and spent the day up there. It was nice. I tried coconut crab. Never tried it before. They were cooking it up on the beach, you know, but it was lovely. And come back anyway. That's all right. As soon as we got out of the island, fucking 8.5 metre swells all the way back home again. We swore we'd never get on another. We swore we'd never get on another boat as long as we live, right? Anyway, because people were telling us, there was one lady in particular, she says, I've done fucking 30 or 40 cruises. This is the worst I've ever had. Don't let it put you off. I said, yeah, whatever.
Hey,
anyway,
I've got a question for you about a cruise. Just let me answer one comment. Chris said, I don't think I'd ever do a cruise after all those people were stuck when we had the COVID outbreak. Chris, I saw an article recently, or a documentary on what the cruisers are doing now to combat any outbreak, and mate, they've had to do it legislated wise, you know, particularly coming to Australia, and they've got the ducks nuts in isolation and everything, you know. But the question I was going to ask you, Ray, as I'm getting older, I'm a grumpy cunt, right? And it's just me and the missus and the 2 French bulldogs. We haven't got any kids now at home to worry about. Put the dogs into a kennel. I go on a cruise. I don't want any fucking screaming brats getting around me, mate.
No, you don't. That's a ticket. You don't go on school holidays.
Right.
And it's not only that. all the bands on the cruise ship going on, kids have got their own areas. They keep the kids away from the adults. The adults, the idea of a boat cruise is everybody has a holiday. It's hard for a kid to have a holiday hanging off mummy's fucking dress while they're upstairs trying to relax. You know, during the day, well, actually, I was just finishing what I was saying to begin with. When we got back to bloody 8.5 metre swells all the way back to Brisbane, that first night, when I woke up in the middle of the night and had to go for a piss, and I nearly fell ass over it because we fucking felt like the room was still moving.
Oh, shit.
But anyway, that was all right. But anyway, now getting back to the boats, on one ship in particular we were on was the Legend of the Seas. That's the Royal Caribbean boat. And they've got areas there, like 3 different areas for kids for different age groups. And they have people specifically, there to keep the kids entertained and showing them around. They do all stage productions. They teach them this and they teach them that. The kids love it, As soon as the kids have breakfast, they're gone. And the parents, they're up there fucking having their holiday sort of thing. That's what it's all about,
Because me and the missus were talking about this the other day, and she said if we went on a cruise, I'd like to go on an adult cruise. And I said, fucking what? You want to go on one of them? And she said, no, you dirty bastard. I said, I thought you were getting a bit toey, darling.
Oh, Kontiki one.
You know what I mean? Yeah. No, one of those boom bloody cruises.
Yeah,
fucking hell, where did that come from?
Well, you get go on a 3-day one, see if you like them. You can go on a wine and dine one, you can go on a comedy one, you can go to Melbourne Cup one or whatever, or whatever, There's plenty of 3-day ones. But what was I going to say? Every day they give you a little booklet. It's on your door. It tells you a little bit of the rough what do you call it? What's going on with the news? Because you can give a fuck about that when you're away, But every day,
itinerary of the day, sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, well, each deck, you might have a wine tasting in a bar, for a certain time. Yeah, you go there, or if you want to go and a cooking course, they'll take you through the kitchen and all that sort of stuff. There's something. There's multiple things going on all day, every day. You go upstairs and they've got a big screen upstairs, and one of the cruises we were on, the Sea Princess, and we went upstairs anyway. We didn't realise it was sort of spewing because the State of Origin was on at the time when we were out in the sea. Anyway, when we went upstairs, I saw all these people running around with maroon jerseys and all this sort of stuff on, and blues and all these funny hats and all this paraphernalia and stuff. The cruise line was handing it all out. Anyway, we said, oh shit, what's going on? Anyway, they said, oh, get up, stop there. We went up to the top, up to the big screen, and we're all laid out on deck chairs. And they said they had the State of Origin playing, and they're walking around with what do you call it, with the hors d'oeuvres, like little sausage rolls and this, all that sort of stuff. Yep. That was fucking awesome,
Yeah. Yeah, I went on the first, I think it was in 1990, and we did the Port Vila, Fiji, Namia, all that kind of stuff. And that was good. After I got over the seasickness, it was good fun. It was fun.
But I'll tell you another tip now too. You got those great big ships coming in. They've got 4,500 passengers, right? Wow. Those things are so fucking big. You need a cyclone to rock those things. They don't get any motion. They don't rock around. The biggest ship I've been on is basically the Pacific Dawn. And that bumped around a bit, but that was an 8.5 metre swell. The second time we went out on the Sea Princess, it was like
swell, mate.
Oh yeah, but the third one we did was 5 metre swells. That wasn't too bad. We went up to North Queensland on the Legend of the Seas, and that was about the same size. But luckily, we had the wind behind us. We saw bloody tankers going the other way, and you could just see fucking waves breaking over the bows, And luckily, we barely got a rock, they kept it at the right speed. That was fucking awesome, But
now
all those
bigger ones have got the massive stabilisers and everything, mate. So
little ones had
pardon the pun.
Yeah, well, the little ones had stabilisers too, but they just don't have the mass to keep that as steady as a big one, But no, it's fucking awesome. I'm itching to go on another one. We've been watching to see what happens. But our first cruise on the Pacific Dawn, the cruise beforehand, there was an outbreak of norovirus. And when we got on the boat, it didn't come up to the Brisbane River, up to the terminal. they kept it down at the wharves and they fumigated the whole fucking ship. Anyway, we just went on. It wasn't a problem. You know, it happens sometimes, naval virus. It's just one of those things.
Can I take you back about 15 minutes ago, fellas? We were talking about Lismore and the floods and Fijians that helped the community. I found a video. It goes for 2 minutes. Do you mind if I play it?
Yeah.
It's just about the Fijians integrating with the local community. So you okay with that, Pedro?
Yeah, mate, go for it.
All right, I've downloaded it, so I'll just throw it up in a... Just hang on a sec. Okay. Add to stream. You might need to turn it up, boys.
The boys were going out from house to house, knocking on people's roofs, trying to see if there's anyone inside the house, trying to get them onto the boat, getting them out to safety as well. That was for Monday, and ever since then, we've been mostly just doing cleanups, going from house to house. Once we arrive at the place, like a few minutes later, their neighbors asked for help, and so why not? So we're just going from house to house just to see if we can help as many as we can. You know, one thing that
Isn't that lovely?
keeps our spirits up is singing. We just love to sing. Like, the more we sing, it lifts our spirit. It gives us that energy to continue, keeps the vibe up. Yeah. As Pacific Islanders, like, people actually depend on each other. That's what keeps us together. Everyone depends on each other.
Very much so, mate.
So whenever there's a need, whenever one is
Beautiful
need,
people.
like, you're able to survive because you've got shoulders that you can lean on. So everything is done together as a village, as a community, as a whole. The boys, they feel more at home, like community that we're currently in, how we're able to interact, like everyone is so open to us, everyone is so friendly. Everyone is, the boys are just feeling at home right
Where's
now.
this in Fiji?
Yeah.
No, this is in Lismore, mate. This is in Lismore, and the Fijians have come into the Lismore community to work in the meat factories, you know, chopping up all the meat and stuff. And as a part of their being here, they've decided to help out the Aussies and the Lismore community, and they sing a song after they clean up every house or business. Isn't that fucking beautiful? You know?
Yeah.
And, you know, people like that should, if they want to come here, they should be welcomed, mate, you know?
100%.
But, yeah, I mean, when you said a statement while the video was on, you know, it's in their DNA. It's sort of like the Thais as well, mate. You look at the Phuket tsunami that hit Khao Lak and Phuket provinces back in 2005.
Hang on, mate. G'day, Deb Farung. Deb Farung's come on the chat.
Oh, DF. Hey, DF, how you going? We've got royalty in the chat, gentlemen and ladies.
Hello, Deb Farung. Good to see you, mate. Good to hear from you. Hope you're going well.
There you go, mate.
Bloody wonderful, mate.
Yeah. I'll do it.
Sort of, mate. Yeah, sort of.
I've got to go out and I'll come back in again. I'll just restart the computer. I plugged
Okay,
I plugged the better headphones in.
All right,
I'll be
mate.
back in a
Beautiful. But Pedro, when you know, you refer back to the tsunami that hit the provinces, and you look at the communities that helped each other. You know, the local Thais and the there's a documentary out there as well that I downloaded that I probably goes for an hour or so, but there were well-meaning Farangs that came into the community, like with Rotary clubs and things like that. And in their well-meaningness, they built places, particularly in the Khao Lak province, that they thought they were doing the right thing. But to this day, these places remain vacant because they didn't consult any Thais on the way that the Thais wanted to live in the new places.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that through no consultation, these things are just wasted away, and it was a waste of money.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Is that any different?
Yeah, that sounds better, Ray.
A little
Yeah,
bit, yeah.
We haven't got
yeah,
that. Yeah, it's not as had a bit of a like a white noise kind of thing going on before, but
Yeah, it's all right. I'll just say bloody Bluetooth fucking things. You know, these are the other good ones I bought. I just got an adapter.
Oh, that's heaps better. That's heaps better, mate.
Yeah, fair enough. I can bring the microphone around there. Is that better again?
Oh, dulcet tones, Ray. Dulcet tones.
that's perfect, mate.
Good. I can sit here and relax.
That's perfect. Okay,
There you go, DF.
So when are you looking at getting back to Thailand then, Ray? I know we've been talking about it off and on, and
Probably before Christmas.
you know our next movements. You know, like I'm going in November for 3 months. Sucker Horn's going to be over there maybe in January.
Yeah.
What's your?
I'll go over there. I've just, I've got a few issues I'm trying to sort out at the moment.
Right.
I'm not going to pin it down. Once I've got a few projects done, and I've got a few health issues. Once I get on top of them, I'll be looking at it then. But I'm up until then.
Yeah, fair enough.
I reckon what Pedro and Jono were saying before, and what I heard you say, Ray, about the passport, I'd be suggesting you get onto it now, because by the time you sort out your few issues, you'll have a passport.
Yeah. Yeah, I've already got a passport. It just needs to be renewed.
The renewed, yeah.
Yeah, it just expired. Get onto that.
I think I did mine online last time. My passport renewal.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you can. I've got the email there. It runs me through it. I had a bit of a peek at it.
So you can upload all your documents, scan whatever you need to, and it's all. A couple of weeks' time, you get the new passport, registered mail.
Yeah, I just got to get another photo.
Yeah, well, because if you guys are thinking of being out over there at some stage between November this year and February, March next year, I'm looking at this stage. I'm looking at leasing a fully furnished house in Hua Hin.
Oh yeah,
right. So about a 3-bedroom kind of fully furnished house. Maybe with a pool and a barbecue and all that kind of stuff, not too far from the beach kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
And so I can just bring my wife's family down for they can come down as much as they want. And just like if anyone wants to come over, and you can definitely fucking stay.
Cool.
So, but I'm just at this stage trying to organise a house down in Hua Hin. It won't be too hard. It's just about going through the right people and I'm not probably. I want to spend about 1,000 Australian dollars a month. I reckon. I reckon that'd do it for.
That'll get you a nice joint, mate. I reckon.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, I know you can get houses for a lot more and a lot less, but I want something that's got its own land. So I can bring all the ties down, the family, and that we can have a barbecue, and they can just relax there. And I don't want to be in a condo on the fucking 5th or 6th floor.
Yeah.
I want to have a nice pad with a pool and all that kind of stuff, and just really fucking hang out and just enjoy it. Yeah. So that's the plan.
I just went and checked my passport, boys.
Expired?
2029, boys.
Oh, you're laughing.
Oh.
You've got plenty of room. They're 10 years. They're 10 years now, aren't they? I mean, they've been 10 years. I mean, the Thai passports are now 10 years.
Yeah. The thing about the 10-year thing, what shits me, with New South Wales driver's licenses, I can currently get a 5-year gold license, but I'm ineligible for the 10-year because I'm too old.
Oh.
That's fucked.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I've got to keep an eye on mine too. I just got mine done not long back, actually.
Yeah.
Bloody my old man, when he handed in his license, he'd never had a ticket in his whole life. I reckon and no bullshit, I reckon he drove more bloody miles over the limit than under the limit. Never once got he was a timber truck driver,
Yeah.
He's dangerous.
You kind of get used to drink driving, don't they? You know,
Oh yeah, well, he was just bloody.
they drive with one eye open.
Yeah, he can still drive a prick, but he didn't drive real fast. Well,
Yeah.
those old trucks, those old trucks never went real fast.
We booked my late father into a driving assessment because he started getting little things in the mail, boys, such as a red light ticket or a speed and red light ticket and all this sort of stuff. And my mother would go, "You fool of a man." Oh, well, I didn't know where it was, Enid. I couldn't see it, you know. And then when it came to the crunch where either I was going to put in what's called a question of fitness on my old man to get his license off him because we knew how dangerous he was, and my son was not going in a car with my father, mate, I tell you, in his later years. When it finally got to the point where we got him in to have an assessment test, he handed his license in. And then he was forever in the shit with my mother because their independence from that point on finished.
Yeah, right.
You know, but it's all a part and parcel of getting old, isn't it? You know, you start life in nappies, you end up in them.
Just flicking. Funny you mentioned, bloody, we're talking about Thailand, right? And bloody, just flicking through still when it's on TV at the moment, and Bridge on the River Qui-Gon.
Yes, I saw that on the program.
Yeah, that's
I've been getting stuck into binging that Peaky Blinders today. The new series, Ray. Fucking outstanding, mate.
Yeah, it is.
Don't tell me anything.
Oh man, I was going to hit you with the bloody.
Don't fucking shut up.
Nah, it's a good series. Did you watch? I watched that 1883. I really enjoyed that. I hope they got yeah, I hope they got another bloody. They have a second one to that. I hope they continue that.
Yeah, I'm watching a series called Bosch, BOSCH at the moment.
Yeah, I got it.
It's
series, but I
very good, mate. Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
You get into watching your Netflix or anything, Pedro?
Oh yeah, I love watching movies and stuff like that.
Yeah,
you know, I'm on there all the time.
I reckon I spend more time on Netflix trying to find something to fucking watch.
Yeah, well, that's right. You end up watching all the good stuff.
Yeah,
you know.
you scan for half an hour, and you can't find a thing that you really want to watch.
Yeah,
man, I've got probably 10 portable hard drives full of movies and series.
Is that right?
I've seen about 15% of them.
So a torrent is the torrent thing still active? Because I stopped downloading torrents years ago.
Yeah, you got to try to stay in front of it. But the one I get, it was Lime Torrent, and they shut that one down. But you can find proxy ones. But,
is BitTorrent and all that still going or not?
BitTorrent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. You got to have one to download through, but
I think at one stage I had about 10 terabyte of fucking porn.
Fucking hell. You fucking like your porn.
What are you up to, DF? Are you when you're heading back to Thailand, mate, or you heading back to Thailand, DF, or what's your plans, mate? I know DF was over in Thailand for a long time. He was there for about 2 years, I think, during COVID.
Yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he was there a long time, living there.
Let's post a link if anyone wants to come on.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be a first?
Yeah.
What a scoop that'd be, wouldn't it? First live stream for Dead Farine.
Oh, there you go. He's just come back. Thanks, Chris. It's been a while since I pumped out a vid. Back in Oz. He's back in Oz now on the 9 to 5 grind.
Yeah.
Back on the tools.
Yeah, fair enough.
Looks like he's going back ASAP.
Yeah. Good to get him on the panel if he come on, but whatever.
Yeah. I don't think DF.
I don't think it'll happen, but what a scoop that'd be. Hey, what a scoop that'd be to get the great DF. You hear these things, I mean, I know he's a very private person. I know Pedro, you and Sukahorn know him quite well, and Trev and that. I know a little bit of his history. I know he might be a redhead, but this persona reminds me of a character that's called Les Norton. And it's a series of books that were written by an author called Robert Barrett back in the 80s and 90s. And it talks about a character called Les Norton, who was the greatest fighter, the greatest drinker, and the greatest everything. and a bit of a crook. Not that I'm saying that, but they made a series about Les Norton. It's on one of the streaming channels, and I always, when I hear the name Dead Farang, I always think of this character, Les Norton. But having said that, I don't think Les Norton would have ever had a coffee enema in a foreign country. That was a fucking classic video, DF, that one. Woo! Look out. Coffee up the pop hole.
Yeah, no, DF's old school, mate. He's live shows aren't his thing, mate. So
yeah, fair enough.
Fine, mate.
No, that's fine, mate. Yeah, that's fine.
Cambo's been quiet today.
Yeah.
Did he survive?
Did he survive?
Is he dead? Or?
No, he's not dead. Not.
Did he survive the bus trip? The bus trip from hell?
Yeah, first, no, he sent me some photos for proof.
Okay.
I meant to say to him, you'll write a book or do a vlog. I survived a bus trip from Chiang Mai to Bangkok.
I know. That was funny.
When Jono was saying last night, sit at the front, I hope he did, because if he sat at the back and the bus had a head-on crash, mate, imagine a projectile the size of Cambo going through the bus.
Oh, man. But no, he sent me a picture of the seat he had. It was fucking nice. It looked like a business class seat in the plane, man. It was a really nice seat.
Yeah.
Oh,
nice.
Lucky, he's having a ball.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd do the bus thing anymore in Thailand. I'd rather fly or even get the train. But
yeah, I don't mind getting on the train or the buses sometimes because you get to see look around, But yeah, I don't know. The bloody
the bus trips are a bit. They leave early evening, so you're kind of traveling through the night time, so you don't really see much.
Yeah. Oh, fucking my first trip down to Pattaya was on a bus. Oh shit, man! I was sitting behind, I was riding bloody shotgun, behind the driver, and I was looking at the dash, man. I think the only gauge on the dash at work was the petrol gauge. Nothing else worked. Yeah,
I got a bus once from Bangkok down to Samui down to Surat Thani, and the bus caught fire on the way down.
Oh fuck!
We're in the middle. It was about 2:00 in the morning, and we're sitting in the back seat of this bus, and next thing you know, smoke was coming through the carpet, and bang, the bus was on fire, and we're in the middle of nowhere. I just remember that we were on the side of the road about 3:00 in the morning, and we had to wait for another bus to come down from Bangkok to pick us up, and it was about 5 hours.
Yeah.
The joys of taking the old fucking, the bus from fucking Bangkok to Surat Thani. I'd never do it again, but geez, that was fucking. I mean, looking back on it now, it was funny,
Yeah, when you survive, it's funny.
Not at the time.
Oh no, I've heard some pretty horrible stories about some of those bus crashes. Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, me and Trevor were in Vietnam once, and we were going from Saigon to Nha Trang or something like that. And that bus, we were on the bus for ages, and there was chickens on the bus, and fucking goats and all this kind of stuff. And they had this little TV up in the corner, and it wasn't working anyway. We asked them whether they could put a movie on or something, and they actually got this. They were going to put Apocalypse Now up, that war movie.
Yeah.
And me and Trevor were wrapped, like we were right at the front seat, ready for the movie to come on. And as the movie was coming on, again, all the smoke come through the carpet, and that bus caught on fire as well. And we were spewing because we couldn't watch the movie.
Yeah.
I don't think they go through too much roadworthy certificate stuff, these buses.
Yeah. Yeah,
question
back.
for you in the chat there, Pedro, from Chris.
Pre-made Coppins. Glad Cambo, mate.
Can you see that, Pedro?
Yeah, Chris, cheers, mate. Yeah, they are good people. I have been to Fiji. I was over there, like as Ray was saying before, on the Fair Star. I stayed a few days over there in Suva. Yeah, good joint. I'll go back there again.
My missus went over to Fiji when she was a young'un with a girlfriend, and they ended up staying in a local village over there I'm not sure if she tasted Fijian old fella or not, but she's never been forthcoming with that. But she fell in love with Fiji, mate, and absolutely loved it.
Yeah.
You know, have you ever seen that postcard that a wife sends her husband? Darling, I'm sorry, but our marriage just didn't work out, and I love you dearly. And it's a postcard with a picture on it, and she's got her legs wrapped around a Nigerian with a 14-inch old fella hanging out.
Yeah. Have you been to Fiji?
I haven't, mate. No.
They got a fucking they got a cannibal museum there because they used to eat people over there. Yeah,
Is that right?
Oh yeah, you got a fucking museum there with all the stuff they showed you how they did it and how they gutted them and all that sort of stuff. Pretty freaky.
Dead Farang. I enjoyed listening to Man About Oz last night, talking with Mike Zubar about blockchain, micro and nano payments. And I can't, for a thumbs up, view, comment, etc. Man About Oz gets it.
Do you know, I can't understand it. I have no understanding of how that stuff works. I just can't get my head around it. I've never been good at mathematical things or financial things. You know, I've never had an investment property. Always just my own house and things that I buy outright and being able to afford certain things and enjoy a good life without the worry of extra things. But that's one thing I can't get my head around. Yeah, I just don't understand it.
Yeah, I try to. People have explained it, and I still can't get my head around that. The Bitcoin stuff and all that kind of stuff. It does my head in.
Give me a classic car and I'll make you some fucking money, but not with that stuff.
Yeah, but I suppose it gets back to the old fact. You only put in what you can afford to lose, and that's that's something that I've even if I have a bet or a tickle on a pokey, if I put 50 in and win 100 back, I put 50 back in my pocket and bet with the 50 I've won, so that I come out even. And I've always taught my son to do the same thing with things like that. You bet with your winnings. Yeah, g'day, Karma. How you going? I just can't get my head around it.
Yeah.
Hey, DF, you still got that Monaro? I see you did a video of it one day. Yeah, they get some fucking obscene money for those now. They're bloody the last Monaros they made.
Yeah, you don't see many on the road these days.
No, you don't see. Well, people are hoarding them away. Any Monaros. Fucking hell. I know where there's a Monaro, the HT, I think it's HK, sitting in the backyard, but he just leaves it out in the weather. He thinks it's funny. Fucking idiot.
There was one of the news, whatever. The news the other day was on, I think it was a Channel 9 news, that some bloke had his, I think it was like a HQ Monaro, like a real fucking original one that was left, was in the, it was in the carport, like in the garage. And it belonged to this bloke's son that passed away a few years ago.
Yeah, and
it was well clamped and everything, and they fucking still stole it.
Yeah.
I mean, what are they going to do with it, Ray?
No, well, they can strip it down to parts. That's all they can do. They can't do nothing with the numbers.
Oh, they just strip it down, do they?
Just strip. That's all they can do with it. The second-hand market's ridiculous with them. I was shocked in bloody when I was in Pattaya, I went out the dark side. And there's a guy out there. He had a bunch of cars out there. He was sourcing them. He sells them, and he restores them. And then he gets jobs of restoring them. And he had a HQ 4-door Monaro, HQ 2-door Monaro. He had 2 Corvettes, about the 71, 73, one of each. Had an old C10 the old Chevy pickup truck, about 54 model. He had 2 GD Falcons. I don't know whether they're real ones, but anyway, he had 2 of those there. He had a little affair. He had one of those square 4-door Tiranas, and he had a Charger. I think he had a Valiant Charger there too. Shit. And they're all different stages of restoration. Like plenty of cars over there.
Oh, this HQ was worth over $100,000.
Oh yeah,
Easy.
Good money.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah, that blew me out. Like that 62 SS Coupe I've got, the Impala. But it's worth just obscene money now, sort of thing. Somebody offered me, buddy, 110, 20 grand for it. I'd fucking chain them to a tree, But I found out where one was that come from the Philippines. Actually, it was a serviceman's car, Anyway, Clark Air Force Base, they bloody apparently, yeah, when the guys would be transferred there, they'd get their cars shipped over there too. When they'd leave, they just leave the car in the car park, and they reckon they had fucking hundreds of cars out in the car park. When they shut down the Air Force Base sort of deal there, the American bloody military, they auctioned off the cars, but you had to buy them in 31 or 32 car lots. And I've got a mate living in the Philippines, and there's one guy there. He's got fucking 300 or 400. But he was buying them by that, and he's got people permanently working for him, just restoring these cars. He's got Chevy Nomads, he's got bloody Lincoln Continentals, he's got bloody Corvettes. He's got fucking you name it, he's got it. But all those cars are just abandoned by the servicemen. But my car was one of those because mine was imported into Australia about 30 years ago, and was an ex-serviceman's car.
Yeah.
But
G'day, Matt made a comment. Go back and listen to the last hour of last night's Titanium. You might get a nice insight into crypto.
Yeah.
I might do that later, but by Christ, I was pissed up to the eyeballs last night, fellas. I had to go, and the 2 bacon and egg rolls I got this morning went down like you wouldn't believe with the chocolate milk, I tell you.
Man, I was fucking hate into that bloody bottle of bloody Maker's Mark I had. I like a bit, but I was tired too. Man, I got to about 11:30, and I was just nodding in and out all the time,
I've got 1 inch of that bloody bottle I showed you earlier in the stream left, and I think I had a bottle of wine as well.
Yeah, I hadn't drunk for years, but every time I went out of the country, I'd get duty free. I had a cabinet full of it. You get pretty barren now, but I still got the best stuff.
Nice. Yeah, that's true, DF. No one understood the internet once upon a time. That's 100% correct.
I'm
and we look back at the history of computers, when the Amigas and the Commodores and then the 386s, 486, 586, Windows 95 and all that came out. And look at where we're at now. We're on fucking StreamYards talking live to the world if they want to join us,
It's crazy, isn't it? Who'd have thought we could ever do that?
Unbelievable.
Pretty impressive. I'm in awe of it, actually. I love it. You meet a lot. There's a lot of good people around the world, and you get to meet a lot of good people. I'm not
going to say the C word, but there's a hell of a lot of C words too, mate.
Oh yeah, there's some miserable pricks out there, but they're not hard to pick up. Pick up on. Bloody they show their colours eventually, so to speak. But that bloody wasn't going to say. Before this, before bloody YouTube, I used to play like like poker on Facebook with a bunch of people.
Yeah, I play a bit of Texas Hold'em, mate, on Facebook.
Yeah, Texas Hold'em. Yeah, it was good. I was talking to people in Canada and and all that. It was just on chat. It wasn't, actually didn't hear their voices.
Yeah.
But I was just being interested. It was good. I got pretty hooked on that.
I play Texas Hold'em of a Friday afternoon once a week.
Yeah.
And I block all chat. I block all communication. I just play the game.
Yeah, fair enough.
Sometimes I win. Sometimes I don't.
Yeah.
But it's not. I'm not betting my money. Of course, if you want to buy chips, you buy chips. But I haven't had to buy chips for 12 months, so I'm going okay.
Yeah. Man, I'll tell you what. One person in the world I fucking never played. I played card with. My mother. Man, she was the worst fucking con artist. She was Christian. Beautiful person, and all that, but never play a cards, ever. I used to bring my mates around. We had a card night one night. This is going to be fun because I knew what was going to happen. I said nothing, and I said nothing to Mum either. I knew what she was going to do. We sat up on the bloody table and we're playing bloody 21s, And Mum walks up and said, "What are you doing?" She said, "I turn around and she said, "Oh, what do you do?" So you got to get as close as you can to 21. She says, "Oh, mind if I play?" He says, "Oh, yeah, no worries." And my mate's sitting there going, "Oh, yes, we'll make a few bucks here." And Mum sits down anyway. Then, we got to her deal. Anyway, says, "What's it mean when you double up?" He says, "That means you double up the bet." I said, "Okay, then double up." Like that. Every hand she got, she doubled up. Man, she cleaned the fucking table out. It was hilarious. I backed off out of it. I knew what was going to happen. She's one of my mates. I reckon he's still got his first dory ever made. He was that tight, She cleaned him out. He was fucking, it was hilarious. I love those nights.
I used to have good nights back in the 80s, playing pontoon with my mates. We'd all bring our own grog, go to someone's house, all stay the night, take our change jars.
Yeah,
where you
yeah,
buy
that's
five,
been,
two, one,
Yeah.
2 5 and 10-cent pieces or 20s. You know,
It's
a big pot. Yeah, a fucking huge pot got up to about $5. You know, you're betting the big bucks. Yeah,
yeah. Yeah, well, this
you
this
know.
mate of mine, he said he's going to bring his card shark mate around the week after and clean my mum out. He come around, she fucking cleaned him out too, mercilessly. It was hilarious.
yeah.
Bloody classic.
I love
Put
that
the
stuff.
bloody put the gambler on, put the song on.
Yeah,
Oh
You think,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah. I haven't had a card game for fucking years.
Same here,
yeah,
mate. Yeah,
we should play.
not physical. I've played cards yesterday afternoon, but not physical with blackjack or whatever.
Yeah, not with with, like you said, with a few mates and and a bottle of whiskey and and a packet of fags and a couple of pizzas on a couple of dollar
Yes.
bills,
Yep.
I haven't done that for years.
These are good days back in the 80s, weren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the music, the lifestyle, the bloody
Oh.
experiences. You know.
Well, the 90s were good.
Yeah, 90s were good too. Yeah.
The 90s were good. I mean, I went to Thailand in the 90s and like, to me, obviously Thailand back then was in those 90s was absolutely fucking brilliant. I know Sarkahorn, and Trev and that went in the 80s and 70s. But for me, the 90s in Thailand were fucking brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Got a question for you, Pedro. All the times you've been there to Thailand, I think you said, and I quote, 40 times plus before.
Yep.
When you started in the early 90s, the Thai, what's the word, ingenuity, the ability to make money. Has it changed since the 90s to where we are today? Have they got more cagey? Were they innocent back then? And have they developed to the point we are today where they know how to make a better coin?
Oh yeah, definitely. They're more switched on these days to how they were back then. Obviously taking social media into back then there was no mobile phones, there was no fucking there was no social media, and so they didn't really know a lot about stuff that happened overseas and stuff. But definitely these days they're very, very more switched on, and you can go over there now, and I'll give you an example. Like back then, just like little things like you go to the bar and the beer was warm. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And they didn't fucking realise that Westerners drank the colder the better.
Yes.
Especially for Aussies and stuff. They put ice in beer, and they still do, but just stuff like that. They weren't switched on to that kind of stuff. So, if you went to a bar and it was warm beer, well, you wouldn't go back to that bar.
Yep, 100. Yep,
it wouldn't make as much money. So, yeah, definitely now they're definitely a lot more switched on with making money. But probably over the top more. I reckon. The Thais are very, especially in the tourist areas, it's all money. I think we can all,
yeah, fair enough.
We can all accept that.
But I think like going back to the the pre-computer age, you hear stories, and I think we discussed this on a previous stream some time ago. The fact that Aussie blokes, and I used to know a few Aussie blokes that were married men here, but they had their ladies overseas, and even back in the late 90s or probably early 90s, mid 90s, they were still communicating by letter to these ladies, and they'd go there for a month every year, and they'd have all their clothes ironed and beautifully laundered every day by these beautiful women, and but the thing is, and the point I'm trying to make is, when a Farang back in those days fell in love with a Thai woman from Isan or something, there was a mama in the village translating who knew to speak English, translating the letters from the Farang to the Thai lady, and in reverse, translating back to send the letter off, for 10, 20 baht per letter.
Yeah. So, so there were better days. I always think that there were better days back then, especially
more innocent.
Thailand. It was, I don't know, it was a lot more kind of, it was a lot more down to earth, and you didn't get fucking ripped off so much as you do these days.
Yeah, I like that. I used to ride a couple of chicks in the Philippines.
You certainly wouldn't have timeshare touts back in the 80s trying to sell you a timeshare, would you?
Yeah.
On a motorbike?
Yeah.
Fuck me.
Oh, you land on the beach, they come up and throw you an invite to a hotel, and you've got a 3-course meal and free drinks, and you don't realise that it's actually an invite to a to a meeting where they want to take money off you.
Yeah.
I'm just thankful. Before we went as a family, we went for a couple of years as a family. Then it was my wife and I when my son went on school trips to other countries and stuff. But I'm just thankful. Before I did my first trip to Thailand, I had communications with a lady called Kathy and her husband Gary, who have a webpage called Kathy and Gary's Travel Pages. And they've been to Thailand probably 150 times, mate. And they live there for 6 months of the year. And we're now very close friends. And we actually met them for the first time after 12 years of friendship in the Barossa Valley last year, and spent 3 days with them together. And what an outstanding couple. And they've moved now from South Australia to Townsville, but they're over Thailand. They've seen everything in Thailand. They used to frequent Nikki's Handlebar in Patong quite a bit, and very close friends, but they've been ripped off, to the tune of $40,000 with Harley Davidson purchases that have gone wrong, and all this sort of stuff. They used to stay at the Swiss Palms Resort in Patong, in the same room every year for about 15 years in room so and so for 6 months of the year. And then they bought a Pajero over there, and very close with a tattooist that did a lot of my work, and they loved it. But now they're turning their sights as they get older to travelling Europe, because they're a little bit more cashed up, and that's what the missus and I are starting to do together. We're saving extra and harder to go further into more expensive countries where we really want to see. We really want to go back to Scotland, really want to go back to Italy, all that sort of stuff. But I'm starting to put up some of my old vids on back on my channel, and some of the European vids and Thai vids and all that sort of stuff,
Yep.
My cousin went back to Scotland. He found my grandmother's house she grew up in Largs in Scotland.
Nice, mate. Nice.
And, look at photos of that. They travelled all over. They've been all over Ireland, England, went to Europe.
So is the surname Gault, Gault, is that Scottish or Irish?
I think it's a derivative of the word Gaul, from Europe.
Okay.
Because my sister, she did what do you call it? Like ancestry sort of thing, but
the DNA test.
She only got to a certain point, but she wouldn't go past that. But to me, back then, names usually were, similar to either basically what they did for a living, whether they were the son of, daughter of, or bloody, or basically Scottish. Like I've got Crookshanks in my family tree. Crookshanks, they were shepherds. I think the crook is a bloody was a bloody the bow that they the stick that they used, and a shank is an overhead of fucking rock in a mountain sort of thing, and they that's where they sort of used to that's where they lived. That's what I looked up anyway. Whether it's true or not is beyond me. But
because the modern term for a shank is a knife.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know that. But crook. Yeah, well, a shank was just basically an outcrop of bloody rock. They lived under sort of.
Oh, shag, not shank. Shag. SHAG.
Shank.
Oh, okay. SHAG.
Okay. Crook, the name was Crookshank.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
But anyway, it's But I always thought it was a European. You know, she said it's French. You know, but I don't know. I think it was derivative of the word Gaul. You know, Gaul. You know that be the Romans sort of thing.
Mate,
you
I'm
know,
going to do.
I think that.
I'm going to do one of those DNA tests shortly because do you know how accurate those fucking things are? I'll tell you how accurate they are. They're that accurate that I went away on a camping trip to the Kapiti Valley last November with a mate of mine for 36 years. And around a campfire, his surname is McInerney. And around a campfire, he said to me, he said, Twatty, he said, I found some terrible news. He said, I thought my father, being a McInerney, was my father and this, that and the other. And it turns out, well, he is his father, but it turns out his father had an affair with another woman. And there's all this convoluted stuff that's come into his family that he's really struggling with because of this DNA test.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I just recently had an issue, something like that myself.
Is that right?
Where my sister was living, she's really sick. You know, she's in the home now. My niece has been cleaning out a unit for the last month. But anyway, in the same block of units, there's a bloke there. He looked like my father. Anyway, him and his girlfriend were helping my sister a bit, you know, because she was bedbound, you know. Anyway, you know, Glenda, she was saying to me, she said, "Oh, you should come around and meet him. His father was your father." She was my half sister, Glenda. Anyway, I said, "Oh yeah, that's interesting." Anyway, she says, "Oh yeah, you know, he knows a lot about Dad, yada yada." She said, "Yeah, that don't mean much." She said, "Well, he looks like him. He's got the same bloody, what do you call, you know, characteristics and all that." And I said, "Oh, that means nothing to me. If he's lived 2 streets away from me for the last, you know, I'm 65, all those years, and he hadn't made himself known, I don't want to know him." But anyway, did you get a chance to see him? He pulled up when I went around to my sister's unit there about 3 weeks ago when my niece was there cleaning up. You know, he says, "Oh, do you want this?" I went around there and got a couple of things. Anyway, he pulled up and he walked in there and I fucking stared him down. I looked in his eyes and stared him fucking down. I had it in the back of my head. He was just taking advantage of her because my sister gave him his car and all this sort of stuff. And, he's all full of shit. You know, I didn't say it to him, but had a few bourbons in me, I probably would have, you know, but I think he was full of crap myself. Because as soon as I started staring him down, he went the water and he backed off, you know.
Yeah, but I just want to do one out of curiosity because I know I've got Scott in me. I know I've got English in me. I know I've got some German, some Austrian, and things like that. I'd just like to see the breakdown out of a curiosity's sake. I hope it doesn't come back on. The former name was Nigel from the Krakatini tribe or something like that.
We've got Beans on the chat here, Ray and Tam W. G'day, Beans.
Look out.
Beans.
How'd the bus trip go? You survived?
You're welcome to come on, Beans, if you want for however long you want. Bloody, I'll put the invite and you can tell us your own personal story of the shitter and everything on the bus, mate.
What? Didn't tell me
the
about
shitter.
That one.
Did you hear about Suckerhorn talking about shitters on Thai buses last night, Ray?
No, a little bit, but didn't see much of it. Didn't hear much of it. Was they got squatters on there?
Yeah, he's made it. Beans is down in Pattaya.
Pattaya.
What a classic, Henry. Have a read of Henry's comment, fellas. I'll read it out. A mate of mine did one of those tests. It turns out back in the day, his father was spraying seed all over the place. They keep coming out of the woodwork. He's the proudest old bloke in the nursing home.
Yeah. The bloody my sister, she traced back one line of my family back to, she reckons, Robert the Bruce. I was going to,
yeah, right.
But there is one behind me mum. There is one line that goes back to. It's an interesting thing. George Shearer, his name was. He lived up in Orkney. Anyway, back then there was a bloody. I found something floating around the ocean. There's actually. I'm just trying to think of the name of the fucking thing. It was like a prehistoric fucking creature was floating around the ocean. They got bits and pieces of it. And there's a bloody. I'm just trying to think of the name of the bloody thing. There's a reference to it on the internet. And it was like one of those big brontosaurus type of bloody things. And it was dead, you know.
Yeah.
Something you see, you know. Anyway, they got the skull and a few vertebrae out of its neck, sort of thing. And apparently got blown up during the Second World War or some bloody thing, you know. But
Those in the
Yeah, just hang on a second, gentlemen. Could you indulge me for a sec? I'm just going to put the overlay over, and we'll just. G'day, Camber. How you going, mate? Is that you?
Good, mate. Yeah, it's me.
there you go,
And
mate.
what's the sum of 4 and 5, mate?
That'd be 9, I think.
Thanks, Cambo.
How you doing?
G'day, Camber.
How you getting on?
Good, mate. How did you go, old boy?
Well, the first bus was brilliant. The overnight bus was really good. Like I didn't sleep. I probably got about 3 or 4 hours, but really comfortable. Stopped about 5 hours in. It was good. We got to Mo Chit at about 10 to 5, and I stuffed up. I was supposed to get the second bus from Ekame, and I
So,
didn't.
Mo Chit's a bus terminal for those that don't know.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
But I had to get, and so I was going to go for the Pacteo one, get the big bus from Ekame. But when I went to book it, I did it on the other bus, and it was like sold out. So I had to get a mini bus from the new van terminal. Now that's cool. So I booked that on Asia 1 to go. It was like 200 baht. It's all good. Happy days. So
Didn't lash out for the Devil's Den, mate.
I wish, yeah. But so first of all, when I get the taxis are all in my face, and then like when I said where I'm going, he goes, "Oh, motorcycle," and I'm like, "You're fucking kidding, are you?" I got a suitcase, got a bag. I'm like, dude, I'm taking a motorcycle. So I ended up getting a tuk-tuk. That was okay. It was like almost up on the back of a tuk-tuk through Bangkok at 5 o'clock in the morning. All good. So he gets me there, and that's cool. I find out where I've got to go in. So I've got a ticket. You walk in, and on one side there's a Wahin and a few other. The other side's patio. You walk in, and they're just yelling at you, and it's like to come over. There's a couple other people, and I turned around and walked out. I'm like, nah, I've already got my ticket. I'm not going to deal with this. So when I walked back in the second time, they didn't yell. Gone through, got my ticket done because I was supposed to go at 8 o'clock. Ended up going heaps earlier. So gone through. She's gone number 70 because they're all these like little bays. Gone through. So it wasn't a real mini. Like it was probably a 20-seater or a 24-seater.
Oh yeah.
So I've gone to get on, and the driver goes, "Oh," because I've got a big bag. I'm away for a long time. I've got a big bag and a backpack, and he's like, "Oh," he goes, "No," he goes, "You only pay one seat." I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "Oh, you have that. You have to pay second seat." I'm like, "I didn't fucking say it on the website, mate." I didn't say it. Well, that was a bit politer. He goes, "Oh," ended up costing me. He stung me for another 150.
Oh.
But it was just shit. Like it was. They went through. Is it Sriracha Nakhon?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was like a 3-hour bus trip, and then you just like I'm the last one on the bus, and Bally High Pier.
Yeah.
That's where I got dropped off at. I'm just like, yeah, okay. So I just got a bolt for a tour. Yeah, I just got a bolt. I've been using bolts a lot. It's really good because there's no Uber in that over here. Bolt's like really cheap, like 67 baht a trip.
Oh,
so how long in hours was from when you left Chiang Mai to when you arrived at Pattaya?
Okay, so probably 7 o'clock in the morning. Well, 7 o'clock last night we left, and we probably got here about 8:30. So probably, what's that? 12?
13 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah. Not too bad. The only thing I would do it again.
How much for the trip down from Chiang Mai?
$25.
25 Oz.
Oh yeah. Oh fucking hell, that's all right. Jeez.
I'd do it again. I would just be a bit more organised, and I wouldn't do the minibus. I'd make sure it was just being tight. Like I could have done it in comfort. 1,500 taxi.
Would you fly next time? Do you think, with hindsight?
Maybe it depends on, it was just easy. Like what it was only that last little bit. The part from Chiang Mai to Bangkok was brilliant. What I probably would
tell us about the stop offs for food and the toilet situation.
Okay, so I didn't go to the toilet on the bus.
Held on to it.
Didn't, but we stopped at we stopped at this little place, and it was apparently you got to feed their party too. I just wasn't feeling real hungry. So yeah, the toilets in there were no different to a, like a beer bar complex. Like that, when I say that, there were, there was lots of them. They were fairly clean. And then I just stopped and got a can of. You couldn't get any mainstream drink there. It had, that SET Coke that they have
All right.
and all that. So I just got like a small fizzy drink because we have water in the thing. Just got that and just jumped back on the bus. So by that point, it was about midnight. I was actually starting to get a bit tired. Like I dozed off pretty early, and then woke up again. But no, it was good. It was cold. Like luckily I had a hoodie. Like it's the only time I've worn the hoodie all trip. I've got like a really thick manly hoodie, and it was just so cold. I had to have it on.
That wouldn't help much.
Oh no, it did. Trust me. Those seats were brilliant.
Was the first big bus packed, mate, or plenty of room?
So it's a 20-seater. I reckon it probably had 18 people.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Chris Vick in the chat's asking you a few questions, Cambo, if you can see them.
Hang on, I'll jump on. Sorry.
I can read them out if you can't access the chat, mate.
So flying is cheap. My whole idea of doing the bus was something I hadn't done. Even though it was dark, I still saw some stuff. Save a night's accommodation as well.
That's a good point.
So
and you probably had time up your sleeve as well, haven't you?
Well, that's it. Not like Cambodia. I'm gonna do it. Definitely gonna do Siem Reap to Phnom Penh because I've done that before and it's quite safe and it's comfortable.
Yep.
And Vietnam, the same sort of thing. As long as I can get for those big trips, if I can get those buses that have the comfortable, the kind of sleeper like things. My issue with the train, from the videos I've seen, being a solo traveler in a sleeper, you're gonna have to share with someone.
Yeah, on the Thai ones, there are bunk beds, so you're down or up. Like it's not like you're really sharing. Once the beds go, the porters come around in the early evening and they set the beds up, so you're kind of not sleeping with anyone, so to speak. But you may be sitting opposite someone during
that's the whole thing. Whereas the bus was pretty private. Like I sent Ray photos of what it looked like.
Yeah, look a nice looking seat, that one.
Yeah.
I was saying before, is it fucking comfy?
It's funny, but Suckhorn had me a little bit concerned yesterday, Arvo.
Yeah, that was funny.
But the thing was, Cambo, you disappeared. We all thought you'd shit your pants, mate, and you're gone all quiet.
Nah.
But imagine being in one of those squatter shitters on a fucking bus. And you're trying to be hard enough to manage at the best of bloody times, especially being a big guy, and they jammed on the brakes or something. They're going, Jesus. That'd be horrible. Yeah. What an experience.
Cambo, are you going to Hanoi in Vietnam?
I am, mate. I'm flying out of Hanoi.
Okay. How long are you staying in Hanoi?
Okay, at the moment, I can't tell you. So what I've done, Tim, is I fly into Ho Chi Minh.
Yep.
30 days later, I fly out of Hanoi. And all I've got is 5 days in Ho Chi Minh booked. I'm going to absolutely wing it, Vietnam.
The only reason I say it is I've got a contact in Hanoi and his wife is Vietnamese and they're a tour company, disclaimer. We booked with them for Vietnam and they refunded most of our money. So they're ethical. He's a British man and all that sort of stuff. Married to a Vietnamese woman, but they do a street food tour. So if you want the contacts, you know how to contact me. And
cool.
And if you want to do something that's it's not going to make you crook, but it's an experience of a night time in the old city of Hanoi, then feel free to contact.
Definitely be keen on that. I tell you what, the food in Chiang Mai was awesome, mate. I really I saw
beautiful city, mate. Beautiful city.
I heard I was watching a stream this morning and they were saying it was boring. It's like, well, No, it's not. There's heat. I didn't scratch the surface.
Yeah,
Did
yeah.
you get around
back there.
the Taipei Gate area? You know, the old wall in the middle of the city. Did you get around that area?
I got
Is that the-
driven
it's
there
got-
when I was going to Niman. I got driven around there,
Yeah.
but that was because I pretty much after 2 days, like I'm coming back. This is probably going to be the first place I come back to after the Philippines, and it's like, well, okay, 2 weeks. I've found the combination there. How's this? So there's a hotel not far from where I was staying, 250 a night, but for a fan room, 390 with an aircon.
That's all right. That's
So
outstanding.
I'm probably gonna go to aircon for it's $15 a night.
Oh, why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Right
Right
My
on, like,
goodness, you
yeah.
need aircon if you're travelling, mate. Like,
And I just want to see it a bit busier. Like I'm shooting you back there in August, and I think they're getting some momentum now. Like with their word here is Thai Pass is going to be gone.
Right.
Oh yeah.
So I really want to see Chiang Mai when it's a bit busy. Like Lokra Road, I never say it right. It's really good. There's a lot of lights. I'm not just talking about the entertainment area, but there's lots of little bars and coffee shops but we went to a bar.
Go on.
Sorry, mate. I met a friend. So me and her, we went to a bar on what was it, Thursday night, and it was called the Crazy German. Everything's supposed to be shut at midnight. We were still there at 2:00. He just had the door shut.
Nice.
You know.
Did you get to the Sunday night street food markets at all?
No, because I got there on Monday, left Friday. I went to the bazaar.
Right.
I went to the night bazaar. It was really, really good. Like I had the best feed there. My first night, it cost me and a drink $150. Just some sausages and some grilled pork. The other place I went to, and this was something that I really wanted to do. I'm not sure whether you guys have heard. Bourdain did a whole segment on her, the lady with the cowboy hat.
Anthony Bourdain.
Yeah, he did. So there's a lady that does this stewed pork at one of the. It's called. I'm going to say this wrong. The chair. Hang on. There's a market. I have to go find what it's called. There's a night market, and she does this pork, this braised pork, that she chops and all there. And she's famous because of the cowboy hat she wears.
Okay.
And I went to that night market and had that. That was something I really wanted to do because, like, you know, Bourdain was part of the reason. You know, that ignited my passion for travel. You know, I used to watch him and all that stuff. So it was really good. I just said, look at this clown. Cambo, is it true you've been eating soy cats to keep your budget down? God, he's a clown, eh?
Okay. I found something. I'll put it up in a sec, Cambo.
Yeah, mate.
No,
just give me a minute.
Chiang Mai looked fucking good. That market
Give me a
was
sec.
good.
I found the cowboy hat lady.
I'll get it out of the comments.
Yeah,
I just want to make it a short video. So I found a short video.
Yeah. Okay.
So
can
just
I
hang on a minute.
Guys too? I don't tell you.
Sorry,
I've got proof. I've got proof. I've just spent 4 hours in our Rovers because I was watching a bit of the football and that. How many beers do you reckon I had in 4 hours?
Oh, no.
10?
0. I had about 5 waters.
Oh, good.
Oh, good on you, mate. Good on you.
I got to say, I was feeling real. I'm going to go out tonight.
Yeah.
I want to go. There's something on Hacienda. I'm going to go check it out finally.
Good to give the liver a rest, though, Cambo, every now and
Oh,
then.
exactly. And
can,
and to smash the waters. I felt really dehydrated when I got off the bus.
Yeah.
So yeah, I probably really hammered the waters. I'm sitting here now with electrolyte drink just to make.
I've got something to show you, Cambo, and the boys and the chat. So I'll put it up now, okay? Is this the lady?
Oh, yeah.
That's her, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's only a short, so it doesn't show a name. I'll just play it one more time. Yeah, so it's only a short, but yeah.
Yeah, it was
Funny.
brilliant.
Isn't that fucking amazing? Like, you just said what you said, and all of a sudden, bang, you can find something.
Yeah. The only thing was, there was no cowboy hat on one night I go, Tuesday night. But I have to say, she's a pretty attractive lady.
Mm. Anthony Bourdain did one on that Rot Fi cook in Bangers near Watsaket, as did Mark Weens, the lady that cooks the crab omelettes.
Yeah.
They charge
I should
about
go on
$80
there.
for. Just got one. She's gone. Has she gone?
Really? Who said that?
I thought you just did. Just hang on a sec, boys.
No.
I've just got someone come into the chat, so I'll just put on the screener. And welcome to the chat, Zimmy. Can you give me the sum of 8 and 5, please?
25.
Well, you're not getting in the chat, Zimmy. But I know it's you. So, you know the reason I asked that, gentlemen? You know why?
Tell us.
Because
people have been coming on live streams pre-recorded, showing people, like, for example, if I get on Pumpui's stream, I go like this, right? And he goes, "Oh, it's TMW," right? But it mightn't be me because people record this. So he asked me a question: "What's the sum of 8 and 5?" Because a pre-recorded video can't answer that question. So that's why I ask it.
Yeah, a certain person from New Zealand used my voice when he flashed Twitchy.
Yeah, Chris Vick, Anthony Bourdain topped himself, I believe, didn't he? And he had a problem with heroin as well, I believe.
Oh, right.
Those series were brilliant, eh? I loved them.
I love those food series, mate. Of all of them, love them all. Just back
I had a cracking video lined up, and I ended up getting Thursday night. I was too drunk, and we got home too late. There's a little Roddy store out the front, and I've been talking to them and that, and like I've got my jar of Vegemite. They agreed to do a video. They were gonna make a Roddy, put butter on it. I was gonna get them to try Vegemite. It would have been a cracker, but yeah, I was a bit too drunk. Maybe next time.
Yeah. What happened to Zimmy?
Hey, Ray, how you going?
Oh, not bad. I'm up asleep.
You sound tired, mate.
Excuse me.
Trying to catch up. I slept like a log last night. I was up pissed last night. I got into that vault, that bloody Maker's Mark. That wasn't bad, that. I didn't have tea, but I was just tired.
Should I go to Windmill night, Zimmy?
Are you going there?
Sorry.
Cambo, you going?
Not tonight. I'll probably I want to go to Billabong, and then we're gonna go down to Hacienda.
That's boring. Anyway.
Got a photo of Jimmy's seat when you get a chance.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I sent. I'll send you a photo.
Photo?
I can't talk about my experience at the windmill.
I can imagine, Cambo.
The windmill stays at the windmill, so to speak, you reckon? Oh, man.
I'm only here for a couple of days, eh? Like I fly out on Tuesday.
Big out Philippines.
No, Cambodia.
Oh, Cambodia. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
We go from there to Vietnam.
Yeah, I've got to go. I've got to go to a shop tomorrow and buy. I brought my drone, but I haven't flown it in Thailand because it's too hard. And I went to check it out and make sure everything was there. And the cable for the remote control, I brought the wrong one. I brought the one for like a Samsung, not an iPhone. So I got to go buy one of them now because I really want to go out in Cambodia and Vietnam and use the drone, so I can add that to my videos.
Go to South Pattaya Road.
I think that's where it is actually. It's called it's a DJI shop that's there.
Yeah. Which one's that? Is that the one down near Walking Street? 90 degrees up to
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
like 3 stores, 3 floors of
Electronic.
electronic stores, and
You know,
I think
you
there's
go outside the car and you walk up there, and it's on the left up there about 100 metres or about 100
yeah.
Yeah, I've been there.
Hey, Zimmy, I owe you an apology from last night because I questioned you too much, mate. Please never take offence at anything I ask or intend,
Sorry.
mate. It was just in jest.
Wait till I start questioning you. I'm taking notes already.
You can, mate. I'll answer anything you ask me, mate, within
Probably
reason.
was he trying to he'd be verbal at you for sure.
Chris Vick just asked a question, and I'll play the video for him because he's asked the question. What's the name of the video you play where the female shouts in a bloke's voice? It's actually a Katoy, Vic, or Chris rather. And so hang on a sec. I'll just see. We'll just play that because we can, and just give me a minute. I'll find it.
Don't want to get a strike.
Okay, here we go.
ให้ป้าไหนไม่รู้ให้ป้าเข้าไปในป่าลองเรียกสายป่านสายป่านไม่รู้อยู่ไหนเรียกสายป่านอยู่ไหนสายป่านอยู่ไหนไม่รู้กลัวสายป่านหลงป่าสายป่านอยู่ไหนไม่รู้สายป่านไปทำอะไรนะไปฉี่เปล่าไม่รู้สายป่านเนี่ยหลงป่าสายป่านกังวลใจกลัวสายป่านหลงป่า
Oh, that's so funny.
Bloody,
watching that.
My Two Bar Joe actually made an extended version of it with music, and the extended version went somewhat longer, and it was fucking funny.
Oh, did the actual job, didn't he?
Oh, didn't he? What? He manipulated. He bloody did everything, mate. It was fucking outstanding.
He does a good job. Can you play that rabbit one? I can't get that rabbit one out of my head. I love that one.
I'll tell you what, though, he's a great teacher too, Ray. I'll tell you. If you ever want to learn anything about videography or anything like that, he is an outstanding teacher.
Yeah, so it's probably a dead end there, but, you know, as long as I know the basics, you know, I don't think I'd ever be a videographer sort of thing. I don't understand computers well enough, you know. But
what rabbit one?
Can you play that rabbit one? I cracked up.
The rabbit one you sent to the group was to join a group. It wasn't an actual link to a video. So if you can send me, if you can find the video, then I'll download the video and I'll be able to play it on here.
Hang on a second. Let's see if I can find it on YouTube. Oh, everything's usually on YouTube.
So if you can find it on YouTube, fantastic.
Let me have a look.
No, it's nice, Cambo, living vicariously through your travels, mate. It's always nice when someone's over there, and you know, like you, Zimmy, as well. It's always nice living vicariously through your live streams and things like that because you know it's nice to see other people enjoying themselves.
Yeah, it's still like weird that I'm about to leave Thailand. It's like, oh no, it's gone really quick.
How long you been there?
Yeah, I leave on my 30th day, so like probably 27 days.
Fuck! See, I can't believe Zimmy was there for 2 months and he's back.
Yeah, I'm back. I can't believe it too. Don't worry.
Whoops, sorry, mate. Oh, fuck!
I'm going back.
Oh, hang on, Pedro. Where's Pedro gone? Hang on. Pedro's gone.
I found it. I'll send it to you.
Righto, mate. Pedro's still in the stream, but he's not connected or anything with devices. So he's still there, and I can't get rid of him because he's still there.
Oh.
So I don't know what to do with that one.
I just sent it to you, Tim one, on Messenger.
Okay.
Full of power.
Is that to my other? Okay, right.
Tim O.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'll just go into that.
Funny as shit.
Stand by.
The other one's a cat. There's a good cat one too. I like watching those. They fucking crack me up.
Okay, hang on a sec. Okay, verify.
I'm gonna go back.
All right, fellas, I'm gonna head off.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
All right,
Take it easy,
Pedro.
mate. See you, mate.
Thanks
have
for
a good
everything,
one, mate.
guys. Thanks for the chat, and
Yeah.
I
Cheers,
wish
Thanks,
everyone,
mate.
I wish everyone all the best. Thanks for
Have a happy rest of your anniversary, mate. I think you're
Yeah,
on a
mate.
promise.
yeah. I'm gonna go downstairs. I think.
Yeah, you better.
Oh, downstairs.
Yeah,
Woohoo!
yeah,
Oh,
shame.
you're right. Yeah, get down there, mate.
Cheers, guys.
Okay,
See you,
keep
mate.
going. Have a good
See
one.
Now, Ray,
Yeah.
with that video, I have to verify my age, and to verify my age, I have to input certain things on YouTube that I'm not prepared to do.
I'll see if I can find another one.
Yeah, I've got to. I'll tell you what it says to me. I've got to verify my age, and I'm noticing this popping up a little bit. To watch this video, I either have to verify my age by using a credit card or using an ID, like a driver's
right.
license, and I'm not going to do that.
Wow.
on YouTube.
Yeah, it comes up to me on PickBoss stream. It comes up to me on a number of streams on the internet at the moment, and I've stopped following those people because I'm not prepared to give information that
That's weird.
YouTube
Yeah.
and bloody those people don't need to have, because that's how people find you certain things.
Yeah. Oh, that's not the one. Let me just... Oh, yeah. I'm trying to find one that goes down. Hey, Saturday. Titanium. I don't think I can find another. Hang on a second. I'll keep scrolling. I'll keep.
I know what you mean, Tim. It's like, it's shitty. I'd love to turn the camera on and show the view from the room, but you just can't.
Yeah.
Because of the, some of the scumbags that are out there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they may be scumbags, but they're bloody intelligent scumbags, mate. A lot of they could use their services for better good in some respects, because if they're that intelligent to be able to follow leads and things like that, they should be in a really good paying profession.
Yeah, well,
Can I share a video or no?
Yeah, well, you can, yes. So down the bottom, have you got down the bottom of your screen? So you're on StreamYard, Zimmy?
Yep, I'll just bring it up one moment. Oh yeah, share. Yep.
Okay, you got share there. So put the. Are you on a computer at the moment?
Yeah. Desktop.
Put the video on your desktop.
Yep, got it.
And just give me a minute, Henry, just while I sort this out. Put the video on your desktop.
Yep.
And then just hold on a minute. I'll let Henry in, and then I'll get back to you.
All right, cool.
So it won't be a sec.
Messenger or Discord or whatever. Anyway,
I don't have Discord, mate, because you can be tracked through Discord.
Yeah. I can send it to him.
G'day, Henry. How you going, mate?
Never better.
Oh, that's him. Beautiful. Okay, I've just got to get back to Zimmy for a sec, mate. So
no, you're right.
So
didn't mean to interrupt. Carry on.
No, you're right. So Zimmy, you press the share button.
Yep.
And then video file. What will happen when you press that? You select the video file.
Yeah, got it. Yeah.
That then comes in here as another person. Now, what sort of video is it, mate?
It's at Hua Hin Beach with my little pocket DJI.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just about to put up Zimmy's video from Hua Hin Beach.
It was a hot day.
That's the Hilton there in the middle, isn't it?
No, it's behind me.
Oh,
maybe. No, it's behind me.
Bit of a storm blowing in there, mate.
It was just windy. The tide was out. It was just coming in again, and the water was so warm.
Nice.
I think
it clean. Was the water clean?
Yeah, it was a little bit murky, but cleaner than Pattaya.
No condoms in the water.
No floating condoms. Or dead bodies.
What time of the day is this, Simmy?
It was about 2 o'clock, I think.
Okay.
As you can see, I stuffed up all the time because it was pointing up. I didn't notice
Got
it.
the angle wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get used to it. I need to what do they call it? Recalculate.
There you go, Henry.
There we go. That's better. Surprised it'll tie people inside the water. In the water, like, normally they just sit on the beach. Pretty good quality.
That is good quality.
Wearing
Went
masks.
around on Champagne Beach that time on that boat cruise Tim was telling you about.
Yeah.
Out the distance, it gives me black, eh? And I thought, "Well, look like we got a storm coming."
Oh,
The
no.
lady there selling the bloody coconut crab going, "Oh, no, it won't rain." Sure enough, it didn't.
It was so nice. The water was so nice. I went about sort of like stomach deep. Then I walked down.
There's an outstanding restaurant down where your camera's pointed, right down the end. There's a Buddha that's lit up at night on the cliff, and there's a restaurant at the end of the beach that I can't remember the name of it, but it's outstanding. I had two feeds there over 2 years. Very nice.
Went to Italian restaurant. And it's right on the water. Right on the water, but I got attacked by mozzies. But yeah, it was nice. It was really nice.
Yeah, right.
Can I show one more? This is the rest are not worth showing. Like,
yeah, mate. Yeah.
One more. This is let me double check. Sorry. Yeah, this is it. Get out of that. Share.
So it's all clean, no problem.
Yeah. This is Buriram soccer ground or football ground or whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll see. Obviously, I stuffed up at the start. We did a tour.
Oh, okay.
Whoop. Just dock someone.
You just have a look at the turf on that. Oh,
yeah, it was nice.
Oh, I won't go back. It's all right.
Nah, it's just my girl and her daughter.
It's all right. It's all right. Look out, you're about to do it again.
Yeah. That's a
good stadium, mate.
Yeah. I'm going to a game. They've got a game late August.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
So I'm going to a game apparently. Yeah.
So how did I get rid of that? Okay. Yep.
I've done it. It's all right.
Yeah,
thanks
cool.
for that.
Yep. No, you're right, mate.
I'm going to join them all up. I need to join them all up. I've got little sort of videos everywhere. Sort of. I'll join them all up to one video.
Get the program Filmora.
Yep. I think I've got it.
Hey guys, get the paid version, mate. It's only $60 for 12 months.
I'm on the dole, mate. I can't afford it.
Fucking tight ass.
I don't have it. Thank you.
What? Hey, Henry, did you record stuff on your cycling trips and your overseas travels? Have you made videos?
No, I can't do videos. I'm not that advanced. I'm flat out pushing the button on the camera.
Okay,
so I always admire those who come back with great big video logs and all the rest of it. So well done, gents. Well done. Everybody, as you say, we live our lives vicariously through them.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
No, I've got 1,000 snapshots from the phone camera, but that's about it.
Yeah, fair enough, mate.
I've got thousands of photos. When I'm breeding dogs, I've got drawers full of fucking photos, eh?
Old school photos, mate. They're best.
Yeah. That's right, out.
Mate, the best way to preserve them is take a photo of the photo with your mobile phone and put them into albums on your phone.
Yeah.
You can scan them now with new mobiles.
We'll have to go through them. I've got some good photos there, travelling ones I keep. Dog ones I don't give a fuck about, that don't mean much.
I've gone through all my old videos and converted them over to digital, and when my boy was a baby and things like that, But no, you're right, Cambo. No worries, mate. You're welcome back, mate. If you want to come back on, Yes, I've done a lot of digitalisation. The major one I've got to do is the European trip from 1978 with Mum and Dad. Dad took 8,000 slides.
Oh,
Jesus!
Did I ever show you the picture of the Glasshouse Mountains from fucking Mullaney Range?
You want to show a picture?
I'll send it to you. Have a look at this. This
All
is a
right,
fleet picture. Hang on a second. I've got to find it.
So the problem I've got, because you're an admin, but I'm not sure if you're going to know how to do this. If you send me a picture, I can share my desktop and put it up, but you have to approve me to put it up. Because I haven't got. I've got two computers, but they're two separate computers. They're not dual screens.
Yeah.
So if you put it up, it's better because I can then approve you.
Yeah. Well,
So do you want me to show you how to do it?
No, not now, man. I'm just fucking I'm tired and I couldn't give a.
All right. All right.
At another time, yeah.
Ray, you'd have shitloads of photos of cars and stuff from over the years, wouldn't you? You don't want to lose all that. You don't want to lose all that shit.
I'll keep the car ones. I got them on the bloody. I'll get them on hard drives.
Yeah, you done well there.
This is a fluke picture. I turned around and it had been raining and the bloody sun come through the clouds over the top of the Glasshouse Mountains.
Yeah.
I sent it to you. And there was a fluke picture, that one. It's over the Glasshouse Mountains.
Send it to the group, mate, because it'll save me having to log in and log out.
Oh, no worries. I'll send it to you, yeah. Send it to the group. Have a look at that one. That's untouched. That's just a quick photo. It just blew me out. I always loved that photo, eh?
Oh, that's beautiful, mate. Yeah, beautiful.
It's a good one. Just the sun come through the clouds.
Yeah, outstanding.
I've got a couple of photos, few photos like that. I think I just took that on the phone. There's 13 Glasshouse Mountains. That's only about 4 or 5 of them. But they're the main ones. Timbergagan, fucking Crow's Neck, Biwa.
I'm not sure if I should share this video. I've got it's a comedy video. It's a sketch. Just let me see if I can download it.
Aren't you going to share that one?
That one of yours. Remember what we just talked about?
Oh, whatever. Yeah, I'm not going to get on the computer to do it.
Just hang on a sec.
I didn't think there'd be a drama because it's my photo. It doesn't matter.
There's no drama, but because I haven't got a shared desktop with 2 screens, I tested this out with Ray Jr. the other night when we were testing this setup and stuff. I couldn't share it myself because when I share my screen, it blocks my whole screen, so I don't have access to StreamYards to get the photo on. So I need another person who knows what they're doing to get me on.
See, I don't have a share button on this fucking tablet. It's all good.
Hang on a second. I can't download what I was going to.
That's all right.
Doesn't matter. So you on your pad again tonight, Henry? The missus doing the same? Yep.
My word, yep.
What's your indulgence tonight, champion? What are we drinking? What have we had for dinner?
Well, look, we'll start with the whole day. It's been a lovely day watching the races. A couple of bets here and there. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you back a winner?
I did. Only one. The usual result, 40 out for 20 back in. So it's not going to send me broke, but it was an interest.
So it was a net loss of 20, but it was a net gain of 20.
No, net loss, but let's not dwell on that.
All right.
Watch the Brumbies get done by 1 point. That was one of our game towards the end.
Oh, mate, didn't get back to me. Who won the East and Melbourne game?
Don't care.
Do you know the result, though?
No, because I don't care.
Because I started watching it, and then this came on, and I'll Google it then.
I've then thrown into the microwave a lovely, and this is going to sound like Groundhog Day, a lovely bit of leftover Chinese from the night before.
I had leftover Chinese too.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, you had yours home delivered last night, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Yeah. I
did.
remember you waiting for a Chinese bloke to come knock on your door. Remember that?
That's right. Yep.
Yeah. So I've had a lovely combination satay, a bit of fried rice.
I know my old mate was a bit snappy before, mate.
Yeah.
They lost.
Oh, there you go.
You got to take the good with the bad, old mate. Come on, mate. You got to be, gracious in defeat as well as victory. Now, come on.
I've since indulged in a number of fine ales, and I've rolled across to the Bundaberg rum.
Oh, look out! I cannot stand rum.
Sorry, Ray.
You're going to get into a fight.
I don't know who with. There's no other bastard here.
Yeah, no, they are bunnies. Some people can't dig it, eh? They just fucking get
I reckon I'm a chance of winning tonight.
I used to drink rum like a water once. Fucking,
I just don't like the taste.
It never made me aggro. It was always good, just fucking made me tell jokes. I've seen some people just want to fight.
I love the taste. It doesn't have that effect on me, fortunately. I don't mind it. But the day after, it seems to seep out through your pores.
Yeah.
What do you have it with? What do you have it with, Henry? Just neat with ice, or?
Oh no, I'm a soft cock. I'll go with Coke, fat Coke.
Yeah, a good trick.
But if it's during the day, I'll go with ginger beer, ginger ale. But over night time, Coke seems to be the go.
Okay.
A good trick with that is drink a glass of water before you go to bed, because it dehydrates the shit out if you drink too much.
I try to have a litre of water before I go to bed, and I try to have the Panadols the night before as well. I don't know if that's good, bad, or indifferent.
That shit will give you fucking hangovers that'll fucking carry on to the next pain of existence. Jesus. I'd fucking had a 3-day hangover off that shit one time. It was fucking food. It was alcohol poisoning. It was bad.
Generally okay.
Harder as you get older, doesn't it?
Oh, it does.
If you have a big night, like last night, like most Friday nights for me are my big night of the week, and mate, this morning I got up and suffice to say, I watched 5 episodes of Peaky Blinders on the lounge today, and ordered bacon and egg rolls in with chocolate milk, and
What episode you up to so far?
I'm up to just started episode 5 of series 6, and on the first feed on Netflix, there's only 6 episodes, so I think there's another 6 or something to come.
No, that's the end of it, apparently.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah. All right. That may make sense with what I've been seeing on episode 4. So
I got hooked on Vikings. That was one of my favourites.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
That's all finished now. But they got another one. They actually had another one called Valhalla. It was basically 100 years later, sort of thing, different characters. It wasn't bad, actually. But,
there's so many series out there, mate. I've got bookmarked. I've got about 20 series bookmarked.
Oh, they're beating the hell out of Star Wars. You got fucking Obi-Wan Kenobi, and you got that bloody, there's one a while back there with something to do with bloody. They're just beating them to death.
I've never seen a Star Wars movie. It's not my thing.
Same.
I've seen a couple of them, not that far into them. I like science fiction, but
Yeah. Westworld's great. The modern Westworld, not the old Westworld with Yul Brynner. That was a cracking series back in its day. But the new Westworld, a new series coming out at the end of the month. The 3 series in Westworld were outstanding, as a matter of fact. Outstanding.
Got that bloody, what do you call Avatar? Supposed to be coming out towards the end of the year. That's one they've been
November or December, I think. Ray, I'll go and see that one at the movies, like I did.
Yeah, I saw the shorts of that. The teaser in there, it's underwater. A lot of it.
Yeah,
that's interesting. I didn't see the.
Have you seen Top Gun?
Hey,
have you seen the latest Top Gun?
No, I'm not going to go to the cinema to watch it. I'll wait until I can get it. I'll watch it.
Henry, have you seen the latest Top Gun?
No, I've seen the original. I mean, that's it's hardly claim to fame, but no, I'm not a big.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
No, look, wasn't a bad movie, but I'm not a big going to the movies kind of fella.
We only do it for the blockbusters, like Avatar or Top Gun or something, because, I mean, we've got a, 75-inch TV, and we could wait till it comes out. But but it's a day out for me and the missus, mate. Like go for lunch, bloody, get the popcorn, go to Gold Class and bloody watch Top Gun. Outstanding. It's a 2.5 hour movie.
Tuesday nights they had bloody Gold Class. They're only $10 at Gold Class. We used to go in there all the time. But that's good.
Tight ass Tuesdays.
Yeah, just lizard out and bloody watch a movie.
Yeah, you might as well.
No, I don't know whether they still do it. I haven't been there for a long time.
It was great when those vouchers come out, Henry. We went to the movies a couple of times on the vouchers, and got the movie tickets plus the popcorn and everything for nothing.
Geez, you're a scammer. Huh?
No, the New South Wales vouchers.
Yeah, come on. No wonder a bloke's working so hard to support you.
Well, they're for everyone, mate. It was in your service, New South Wales, out your cock. Jesus.
Oh, he's bitten. He's bitten.
Oh, I was drunk by the time I went to Gold Class. I had some nachos. Fuck, I got more on me than him. Awful.
Fucking Henry gets me every time. He knows how to press me fucking buttons.
Oh, you got the biggest buttons in the world.
Oh, thank you.
Anytime.
There's a couple here that have got bigger buttons than me. Not here, but on there that have got bigger buttons, and you know who they are, mate.
Yeah.
No names, no pack drill.
No pack drill.
But, yeah. I reckon I'll be down your way in the not too distant future, mate, to catch up for another one.
Don't threaten me. I've done nothing wrong. I've been nice and polite and,
No, for beers and a feed.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I might see up there the SCG.
That'd be a cracker. Well, if you came up, are you coming up to stay a couple of days, or
no?
If I was with the boys and getting on the piss, would you come with us, or?
I'll be coming up with a mate of mine. It's not his ticket either, so I'll be bumming the ticket from a mate and taking another mate up, and we'll probably drive up on the Saturday morning and go straight out. Well, not straight out. We'll probably have a couple of beers first and then wander out straight out, but we'll come back the next day.
But you stay the night.
Oh yeah, shit, yeah.
Oh well, you know my head, mate. I'll be in the members.
I wouldn't expect you to be anywhere else. You've been a member. You've been a member for many a year.
Oh, indeed. We used to work out there as that was my first area back in '84, and used to work out there a lot at the cricket. In the '80s, as we all know, were different days. Used to get the doing the crowd duty and stuff. Used to get the bar lady on side sort of thing and have a bit of a chat. You'd get a Coke cup that was miraculously filled every
time you went back.
With a certain amber fluid, and made for interesting point duty after the game, mate. I'll tell you.
There would have been some pretty.
Get fucked, you fucking idiot! Don't talk to me like that. Well, fuck off.
There would have been some pretty willing day-night matches out there too, like where the crowd would have got, quite.
Oh yeah.
What would you say? Quite active.
Indeed. Yeah, they were back in hard days, mate. Good hard days. Look out! We've got royalty back in the chat. He's recovered after the defeat, and old mate said we had a few meals on those vouchers from Gladys, as indeed we did, Sir old mate.
They expire shortly too. I think end of July or end of June. So you've got to grab hold of them. We've had a couple down here as well.
I think there's a stay voucher that expires in October or August. I'm going to use that for my booking for the test match on the hotel.
Yeah,
I think it's $50 or something.
You want to get in quick? I'm telling you, accommodation's gone down the shitter in Sydney that weekend.
Plenty of hotels, mate. What we're going to do is we'll book a hotel, and check-in's normally around 2. My mate said, why don't we check in at 10 a.m. and get on the piss at the Lord Nelson? I said, no, stand by.
Jeez, hang on. Are you bringing that bloke with you? Because he sounds like a champion. He's got some great ideas.
Yeah, but hang on. I'm thinking, I'm a stayer, right? But not a 16-hour stayer. So I said to him, give yourself and he's the guy who's a member of the members, right? I said, give yourself an uppercut. How about we stay in a hotel near Thai Town and we walk towards the SCG and have a pub crawl on the way, starting at 2 p.m.
Yep. Join the queue. There'll be a few doing it. It's always a good tradition.
100%, mate. And just work our way there. You know, maybe have 6 or 7 schooners before the game, have a couple of schooners through the game, and then tie it on afterwards.
Yeah. We tried to book in at the Meriton there at Waterloo, which is just across the road there from the stadium.
Yeah.
Chockers, absolutely chockers. So we've had to go a bit further afield.
All the close ones are. I one of the ones I use is quite cheap. Is near the QVB building. It's about 120 a night, and it's quite good.
You can't beat that in Sydney.
Yeah. So I lashed out last time. I stayed for 2 nights last time when I went with the boys, and bloody I got the suite up the top with the balcony, and that was a bit extra, but it's a basic room with a double bed, and you can hardly swing a cat. It's sort of be like a Japanese hotel, but it's
you shouldn't be money, and you shouldn't be taking the cat anyway.
Yeah, you don't want to fuck around trying to get home on nights like that when they're big nights, I mean,
no.
I'm at an age where I can afford it, and bloody, it doesn't happen that often, Henry. No,
you're right. No.
Yeah. So in rugby, mate, I love seeing test matches, mate. There was a time where I couldn't go to a test match because I couldn't go into crowds, So I'm happy to be out of that mindset and getting out and enjoying myself, mate.
Yeah, no, well done. No, we went up there, saw we saw a Waratahs match up there. Well, it must have been 12 months ago.
Yeah.
And sitting up there in the members is just like it's not the best view.
It's not.
You're behind the goalpost and you're off to one side, and but there's enough screens around and all the rest of it. But the joy of it, if you get there early enough, and there's a couple of tables there that look right out onto the ground, like through a big open window.
Mm.
And if you get there early enough and put your ass down and just keep, stay stum, you sit there all night. And it's half about watching the game and half about the atmosphere and half about, it's 3 halves. Halves about, being with the people that you're with. And it's a great night.
I have not been to the SCG since 2020 when I stepped on the hallowed soil at a briefing for the marathon for the 2000 Olympics. And we got the briefing and I walked out on the hallowed turf and just pretended that I was a batsman, watching Joel Garner coming through and bowling me a ball. And I just looked around and imagined what these blokes would feel. And mate, it was shivers, in your
head you could hear the crowd. But that's a different thing.
Indeed, the head noises, of course. But another thing, when we used to work out there back in the 80s, we had a little box underneath the member stand at the back, and that was our little box we worked out of. But we'd have lunch out the back of the members in their dining room, and they'd give us a special, it was shit food, but it was enough to. It was a freebie,
It filled your belly.
Indeed, and I haven't been to the members since the 80s, so it'll be a really nice experience. Just now I've got a mate that's a member, I can leech off him, and we'll be tarted up with our overcoats and scarves and Kangol caps and all that sort of stuff, so we'll fit the rugby vibe.
Your leather elbow patches and your smoking jackets.
Not quite. I just got an old spring year, and I ordered a rugby scarf because I didn't have one, and I've got Kangol hand-me-down cap from my late father. So
there you go.
I proudly wear. So,
you hang on to that. I keep losing jackets every time I go to the bloody the rugby or the races when it's cold. Of course, you take a jacket with you, and every night I walk out without it. I don't know how many jackets I've bought and never worn.
The original Kangol pure wool caps, mate, protect a chrome dome like mine beautifully.
Yeah,
You'll be right. You'll be reasonably easy to spot.
Oh, I think so. Yeah.
Now, Pampui says he's got a voucher left. What are your plans? What are your plans for the voucher, Pampui?
Why don't you come on, Pampui? If you're up to it.
Is it a food voucher, an entertainment voucher, or accommodation? Because either way, I'll give you $6 for it.
Just post a link up there if you want to come on, Pampui. You're more than welcome, as you know.
And old mate's off to bother the Scientologists.
We're going to see the Scientologists work once the crowds die down.
Top Gun.
Ah, right. Yes. He's a cunny fun, mate, I tell you.
Yeah. It took a bit of thinking.
Yeah.
I'm trying to work out where the Wallabies fitted in there. Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I tell you, well, I've told this story before, but after the meetup we had with Joe, Johnny Siam, Mossy, Ray Jr. and myself, and old mate, when old mate and I left Mr. B's at the same time, and I walked back to the hotel, we had probably a 45-minute conversation at the entrance to the hotel. He's a fucking good bloke, mate. Knowledgeable, intelligent. That wasn't a tautology, was it?
No. Keep going, Rex. We'll see how we go.
Yeah. But he's all that, and above all, he's a gentleman. And
look,
quirky fucking sense of humour, mate.
If you've got a high opinion of him, I'll cop that.
Outstanding. Yeah.
It's a shame he can't.
Now he's off the block, mate, so I don't trust him.
Oh, no, I wouldn't either. It's a shame he can't do technology, that's all.
Yeah, well, yeah, indeed. I'd fucking love to get him on here.
Can we put together a PowerPoint presentation on how to work these
PowerPoint.
things?
Let's go back to the 80s, Henry.
Go easy. I'm just learning this stuff.
Oh, Jesus. Mate, listen, between the 6 of us that are on here, we're running our own school of teaching at the moment with a couple that are really responsive to input.
A school of teaching. Talk about tautology. Jeez.
A school.
School of teaching. Yeah.
Right. You know.
Go on. Keep going.
A huge, massive school of teaching.
Next you'll be under the Rex Mossop. What was the one? I don't mind the nude beaches as long as they don't shove it down my throat.
He was a classic old moose, wasn't he?
Oh, wasn't he a champion?
Hang on, look out. How many YouTubes on this business do you think I've watched? I reckon, well, I mean, I've been on the scene, this particular scene, for 5 or 6 years. I reckon you've been around a lot longer than that, old mate.
No, I think he's talking about the business of getting on YouTube, the live stream.
Or StreamYards.
Yeah.
It's really, Henry.
And again, I may be wrong. Yeah.
Henry, can you talk to old mate, please? Because you have learned to do it, and you say you're a numpty with modern things and everything, right? That's your words, not mine.
Okay. Yeah, go easy. It's all right for me to have a low opinion. It's all right for me to have a low opinion to myself.
Is it correct if I say this? Is it as simple as whatever device you're on, the link I post in the chat, you press it, it asks you 2 questions: camera on, microphone on, press link, and join the chat.
Yeah, look, it depends on what you're jumping on through. I'm jumping on through a laptop. I can imagine if you're doing it through a phone or through a tablet or through a desktop.
Well, I've been on StreamYards through a phone, and I got on.
Yeah, but there's not that many options. It can't be that hard. You might have to choose which mic you're using, which camera you're using or not using, and it gives you the opportunity to test your sound, to do a one chew before you come on.
Testing one chew.
And you've
set the scene for Son of Sham.
You've always got the option to put a post-it note over your camera, as I do, being the paranoid prick that I am.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. You'll show your face one day, mate.
No, I won't. It's not a face. It's not a face that needs to be seen.
Indeed.
I don't agree. There's no need for that.
Well, indeed, that's debatable. But I'm prepared to debate if you want to carry on.
Oh yeah,
Dead air. Nothing worse. Oh, look out. Look out. He's had a sip of Bundy.
It was the sprinkling of the ice, wasn't it?
It was. Outstanding. What's your other? What is your Bundy your preferred poison, or do you like other spirits, or like are you an aficionado of bourbon, or?
No, jeez, no. I'm B until
craft beer or normal beer.
Look, I've gone back to my. It's like everything. I've gone back to my parents' taste in music. I'm now listening to Neil Diamond, and not now listening. I have been for some years listening to the Neil Diamond and music that I grew up with through no choice of my own, and loving Neil Diamond. Bless his soul before he drops. He won't be far away. But getting back to the beer,
same as Willie.
Who?
Willie Nelson will be gone soon. Hot
anyway, getting back to
one of the best albums you could ever hear in your life.
No, it's a travesty that there was no video camera there. Yeah, they got audio, but it's a travesty that it wasn't video recorded at the time.
5 a.m. one morning, before I built this study in half of my garage, I had a bar set up in this half. And my neighbour that I went camping with up at Lake Glenbourne, we were playing air guitar at 5 a.m. in the morning with the 6-foot speakers I used to have here in the garage. Fucking
nice.
I've still got the same neighbours around me. And we were playing air guitar, pissed as farts, singing every song from Hot August Night, mate. Outstanding.
Yeah. How many neighbours sold the houses after that? How many moved away?
No, they're all. Well, we got renters over there. Pardon me, the owners over there are still there, but they knew the drill, and they we don't complain when they have parties, mate. So it's fair. And so they were good days. But it's really funny you say that, Henry. You're going back to things because when I was up at Lake Lyell, and I had my old boss from the 80s. He had a really bad day. He was really depressed, and he lived half an hour from where I was camping. And he said, "Do you mind if I come down?" And I said, "Go for your life, Rowie. Come down, mate. I'd love to see you." So he lobbed up about 45 minutes after.
He's still working.
No, he's 73, mate. He's well and truly retired, and he was my boss on the motorcycles back in the 80s, and we've kept in contact and things, through modern technology, and he's lobbed down. He's drinking Carlton Zero because it gets a bit tricky going back through the Blue Mountains, getting back to where he lives. And we sat there for 6 hours with a log fire. I cooked him a couple of jaffles on the camp fire and with the jaffle iron and all that.
Baked beans,
I said, mate, no, tuna and cheese and sweet corn and cheese.
Yeah, go the sweet corn. You can jam your tuna. That goes with nothing.
They were both outstanding, Mark. Cook good jaffle, Henry. But anyway, I said, because I've got that Spotify thing and I've downloaded all the things. I said, mate, a couple of questions I'd like to ask you. Do you like James Taylor, Neil Diamond, Keb Mo? Who's Keb Mo? Oh, he's a really good blues player. Do you like all the old school stuff? And he said, I love it. And for those 6 hours, mate, we were listening to all those sort of things that you're talking about, Henry.
Yeah.
And just on a medium volume so we could hear each other, and he left a happy man, mate. We pissed ourselves laughing, reminiscing, and he left a happy man,
Well done.
A man that was contemplating, certain things and things like that.
Problem solved.
He left a happy man, he's had a hard life, 4 or 5 marriages, and
jeez, he'll learn eventually, won't he?
Yeah, at 73, he's got his latest kids are 8 and 12, and he's paying a mortgage that he's not even living in, and all this sort of stuff. But good bloke, mate, rock solid bloke.
It's amazing what a bit of Neil Diamond can fix, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it was more James Taylor. But
it's all that old stuff, George Thorogood and all that kind of caper,
yeah.
But anyway, getting back to the beer. So,
yes,
beer during the day was again. I'm old school. I prefer to drink Reshes. I'll drink Reshes Draft on tap. The silver bullets in the can if I can get them. But there's been a what would you call it? It's been a miracle has occurred. I'm a member of an association, not a secret association, an association called the Reshes Appreciation Society. It's a Facebook thing. It's a real thing. Silver bullet back, haven't they? Well, not only this. No, the silver bullets never disappeared. Wash your mouth out. But today
There's
was
something new they brought back.
Yeah, there is indeed. There is, and I'm bloody happy too. The 9th of June was the birthday of Edmund Reshes. He was and I should know better, but he was either a German or Czechoslovakian gentleman. I think probably German. He was interned. Mr. Reshes, interred. He was locked up during the war, and he went on to build a brewery out at Wilkenia, of all places.
Right.
That's where Reshes kicked off. He then had the Reshes Brewery there on South Dowling Street at Waterloo.
Yes.
There's a lovely little park there named after him. But the association, through their wonderful work, has spoken to the right people, and they've brought back DA, Reshes DA.
That's the one.
Dinner Ale.
Yes.
And it's a lovely drop, and I've managed to secure a number of cartons of that, number of boxes of DA.
Now, is that in cans or long necks, Henry?
I've got the cans. I imagine there are long necks, but
Because, correct me if I'm wrong, back in the 60s and 70s, or maybe 50s and 60s, it used to be Dad would always have, not my father, but the general consensus was, Dad would come back from 6 p.m. on the 6 o'clock swill where they close the pubs, and he'd have a DA or two long neck on the dinner table for dinner.
That's the picture that's been painted for me. Yeah, I didn't see such a thing, but that's, from what I'm led to believe, that was the go.
How does it taste?
It's a lovely beer. I'm not going to make a judgment call at this stage, but I'm leaning towards it above the silver bullet.
So basically, you've got to drink that stock you've got within 6 months.
Don't throw me down a challenge. I don't think it'll be here for that.
No, because beers.
Yeah.
Beers.
I think it's got it's got a December use by date. Okay. But they'll stop. Easy. They'll stop making it. They're only going to make it for a month or something like that. And when it first came out, it was gone before it hit the floors. And
what's the percentage on that, Henry?
I'll grab a can.
Because my preferred percentage of a beer, and I don't drink a lot of beer now, I must say. I like a good craft beer, but Stone and Wood's my preferred brewery. But I don't like a beer above 4.2 to 4.4.
Yeah, 4.9.
Okay. Only because if I drink a few of them, it affects me differently if they're higher than 5.
Yeah. But having said it, the normal bullet, the silver bullet is, I think that's 4.4, might be 4.2, but I think 4.4.
Okay. Yeah. Can you tell me, being an aficionado of beer,
I'll go easy.
What was the first 5%? What was the first 5% beer in New South Wales?
Well, if I'm correct, I think it was Sydney Draft.
100% correct.
There you go. And I don't have a problem. I'm not an alcoholic. I don't have an issue.
And a blue can, I think, from memory?
I think it had a picture of Sydney Harbour across the front.
Sydney Harbour Bridge?
Well, the harbour itself, more water and, as you turned it, you got to see the whole of the harbour. And just quietly, it tasted like piss as well. It was
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fucking hell, fair dinkum. I remember going on camping trips up to Seal Rocks when I was younger and surfing, and before I joined my job, I took 2 months off and just camped in a tent up there and just surfed every day and got on the piers and all that sort of stuff. And you used to get the old VB throwdowns, the 250 mils, And and I think back, like you go through a carton of EB throwdowns in a night and not even flinch.
They used to be $9.99 for a box.
Really?
Yeah, because when we're at school, we used to buy a box, and 2 years had to put in $5 each.
Unbelievable.
$10 a box.
Oh, you just had a reverse snort. You right? Okay, all is good. Sorry, mate.
No, don't be sorry. I just didn't know if
they
it was
do
you or the
every
dog.
now and then they do a reverse sneeze, and it's just a Frenchy thing. Fucking idiots. God love them. Hey,
I saw that video you put up with introducing
the introduction one. It has me on it doing a commentary. I didn't put that one up because it's got the missus on it, but that was a funny day. But that was back in October last year, mate. He's grown up since then, I tell you.
How long between them? What's the age difference?
Baz is 6 now, and Bentley's seven. Well, since October, so 7 months or something. And best mates in the world, mate.
Roughly the same size?
Not quite. In different body shape. Basil's a little bit taller and less stocky. Bentley's probably a more pure. Well, Basil's pure breed, but Bentley's better stock, and he's stockier and shorter and a bigger. He's got when his head explodes, it's going to be much bigger, and he's got bigger jowls. So, but mate, they're best mates. It's wonderful, you know. And it's like we only had one child, and as a parent with one child, they need your attention constantly, right?
Yeah, they're no one from the bounce off.
Yeah, so having one dog and a Frenchie, very needy fucking dogs. Once we got the second one, it was the best move we've ever made. Because when Basil has a tanty and wants to play, I just go, Bentley, where's Basil? And he runs in and goes, poof, poof, poof. And they start play fighting, you know? And it's wonderful. Look out, old mate's getting advice from JG. But JG is a very intelligent man with computers, mate. So listen to him.
He's been told to wake up, though.
Yeah, but how did... My two Bart must have messaged old mate about Bixby. What's fucking Bixby?
Oh, I got no idea. There's the bloke called Bill Bixby, wasn't he?
He was the
Come on.
He was the Hulk.
No.
Bill Bixby was the Hulk.
Was he?
Hang on.
All
right.
Well, hang on. Before you reach for Google, I was thinking more so My Favourite Martian or something like that.
But hang on. I've reached for it. You're probably right.
No.
American actor, director. Hang on. Just fucking stand by, will you? All right. So hang on. Only child, blah, 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 blah. What? You're correct with My Favourite Martian. Hang on. There's more. The Courtship of Eddie's Father.
Yeah, your mic's in and out.
And seeing we're both very intelligent men. Oh, look out. The third one is The Incredible Hulk.
What? What was the first name?
Chalky lips.
What's
Bill Bixby? Wikipedia says.
I won't argue with Wiki.
Beginning acting, My Favourite Martian, early roles, Courtship of Eddie's Father, The Incredible Hulk. Later work was Against All Odds, Wizards and Warriors, and Sledgehammer.
So who was he in Hulk? Because that was Joe Ferragio.
Ferragio was the Green Hulk. Bill Bixby was the alter ego, and when he got angry, he turned into Joe Ferrigno.
Yeah, he ripped his jeans and his shirt and all sorts of shit.
Yes, Joe.
Who was he in My Favourite Martian? Was he the Martian?
Hang on a sec. Bixby took the role of young reporter Tim O'Hara in the 1963 CBS sitcom My Fair Martian, which he co-starred with Ray Wilson. By 1966 production costs, etc. So, yeah. There you go, eh? So we're both very intelligent men, Henry.
The meeting of the minds.
Read the fucking
chat. Bit of kudos to you there, Henry.
Read the chat.
Oh, sorry. Well, hang on.
Just
I had
like,
another
settle
screen
down,
up.
Ray. Jesus Christ.
Ray, you
Jeez,
grumpy
hang on
old
a minute.
cunt.
Jesus.
Calm down.
Oh,
Fuck me dead.
fuck me, Dad, you're fucking like a
Jeez.
parrot. Hang on. Fucking Bixby is there's a feature on a Samsung telephone, Dick.
Yeah, Mike. Your mic, Ray. You had it worked out earlier.
I'll get in trouble if I say anything.
Oh, I know. That's why I'm saying it. Ray, your mic was beautiful earlier, but now it's turned to chip packet and worse.
John Laws used to have this special guest on his radio program every morning. Yeah. And he used to sing a song. The bells are ringing for me.
Settle. I'm going to mute. I'm going for a comfort stop. Yeah. Yep. All right. Back soon.
So Ray, I couldn't read the chat, mate. I had another screen up. My apologies, mate. So Bixby, the Siri of Samsung. Okay, right. I didn't know that because I've got an Apple phone, for fuck's sake.
No, I don't know what Bixby does. I've got it on my phone. I've never used it.
Right.
Just the bridge over the River Kwai. And,
what a great movie, right?
Yeah, I know, but when you look at the bridge in the movie, it's absolutely nothing like the real thing, like as in the terrain.
Yeah, very much so. Sawiri Dunlop, that was one of the major players in the real River Kwai, became a wonderful cyclist, champion cyclist for Australia, as a matter of fact. But my family knew one survivor from was it Changi, the prison camp, the bridge on the River Kwai prison camp. I think it was. I'm not sure. Changi might have been in Singapore. Can't remember. So, Joe, are you communicating with old mate about Bixby or?
Yeah, Changi was Singapore.
So, what was the one? The bridge on the River Kwai, the Thai-Burma Railway. What was the name of the prison camp there?
Oh.
Oh dear.
Can't help you.
There's a lot of
and the actual bridge, the bridge location in the modern Kanchanaburi is not the bridge location.
No, it's not far from
the. Yeah, not far. No, correct.
There's a museum there,
on the train trip. Sorry, mate.
If you go to that museum that's right beside the bridge, there's actually about 15 feet left of the original bridge, and it's not far above the ground water level. I've got photos of it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's off to one side, and they've got that. If you walk down the road, they've got the big museum, and you can overlook the cemetery from there.
Yeah, there's about three. I think there's 3 museums in that area. I think.
Yeah, I went to a different one. I went to the J Death or Jeeth Museum when I was there. I took the train trip back, and we passed a culvert where 40 Japanese soldiers committed suicide after the war. The war was won, so to speak. Now, listen, gentlemen, we could have YouTube royalty joining us very soon.
Just quickly, a lot of those soldiers on the Thai-Burma Railway, they were actually Korean. But when Japan annexed bloody Korea, they took them in. They took the soldiers and the Korean army and annexed them into the Japanese army. Anyway, they made them do all the shitty jobs like on that Thai-Burma Railway. The Japanese used to come in and beat the shit out of the Koreans in front of the Australian troops.
Yeah, that's right.
Prisoners,
that's right. That's right, right?
The Koreans got really pissed off about it and started beating the shit out of the Australians. But another thing is, too, they were terrified of the Australians because in their culture, the bigger your dick, the tougher you are. And the fucking Aussies, the Koreans, you know what I mean. But the Aussies, they see the Aussies and they think they're super fucking human, you know what I mean?
I didn't know the Koreans were involved in that.
Oh, yeah, they got annexed by Japan.
Yeah, right.
During the war. There's a lot went on during the war, you know. I've done a lot of research. My uncle was in it. I got a few families that fought in it, you know. my uncle, he was in the Australian Army. He fought in Mill Bay. That was the first one where they beat the first beat, and they give the Japanese in New Guinea. Big fan, Dad. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, right. Oh, mate couldn't get through for some reason. I just asked him if he has a computer. I'm not quite sure, so just see how we go. There's no pressure on, mate. It'd just be lovely to talk to you, mate. Yeah. Oh, the prison camp was in Selarang.
Yeah.
Yeah, they named the airport after Changi in Singapore. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
That other big
which is unfortunate.
Yeah. That other big girder bridge, you know, where you're going to up there to Canterbury. There's a lot of movies were made on that. I think it was Full Metal Jacket or one of those ones like that. Either.
Yep.
That's where they murdered that girl and threw off the bridge. They made a lot of movies on that bridge.
They made the movie The Killing Fields in
Cambodia.
No, they made that in Phetchaburi.
Oh, cool.
So you go from Hua Hin. Sorry, just let me get the naming of it right. I'll just go back through my photos and I can tell you where they made it.
Yeah.
What's the name of the?
I think Thailand joined up with the Japanese because the Japanese only would have bloody, you know, you can imagine what they would have done to the Thais if they didn't join up.
Oh, yeah.
What they did in Manchuria, it was terrible. I studied that. It was terrible. They did that unit where they did all the biological weapon experiments on people. Sol 741, I think it was called. Unit 741, it was called, something like that.
Yeah.
Terrible. The Americans, after the war, all that information they wanted, because they couldn't get that information because, you know, ethically they couldn't do those same experiments what the Japanese were doing to the Manchurians. Anyway, about torturing them and, you know, about the bloody, they perfected the plague, you know, and all they drop plague-infested fleas, you know, stromic bombs over the top of villages. Anyway, let them get infected, and then they go in there and do vivisections on people laying in the fields. It was fucking terrible what they did. The Japanese let a lot of the Americans let a lot of the Japanese go in exchange for some of that information. They shouldn't have done that. But anyway. Oh, man.
Samurai Yacht rings a bell. National Park. So I've ridden through Samurai Yacht National Park. Just trying to research.
Boned out my chicken.
What's happening up there, Ray? You're still cold up there?
Not too bad tonight. It's probably about 10 degrees. I just went outside and locked the gate. It wasn't too bad out there.
Yeah.
I've got a heater going here beside me at the moment, but I don't like running them. They're fucking expensive.
Jeez. 10 degrees. Jeez. We're 10 degrees down here too. It's a weird place, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, when it gets down to fucking 4 or 5, you notice it. You know, it's last night I just couldn't get warm. I think it was not yesterday morning. Might have been yesterday morning or the night morning before. I can't remember. Anyway, I was talking to Jono in the morning, man. I was shivering. I couldn't fucking stop shivering. Had to get out and start. It's the only way you stop, you know.
And it's not the. I mean, no one up there has wood fires, do they? Or do they?
Oh, some people do. You know, I've just made a big thing for a guy to put his firewood in beside his stove. Yeah, he's got a.
Okay.
I meant to take a photo of, but I forgot. But anyway.
Yeah. I just thought once you got north of that top New South Wales border, there wouldn't be much call from.
Oh, you forget it. But I tend to rather just build a fire outside. I've got a couple of little fire pit things made, and just I've got I'm doing a bit of gardening or whatever. Just put the thick bits of the bloody stalks. As long as they're not poisonous. Aside, and when they're dry enough, I'll just sort of sit outside overnight and just take it up, and burn it off.
My theory is if it's that cold, get inside.
Yeah. No, I was going to sit out beside a fire,
Yeah.
But you need to have hardwood, I made it years ago. I made a few of them actually, just bloody braziers. But I had a good one made out of 20mm bar, my fucking sister pinched it. But anyway, it used to stay hot for ages.
It'll be the only one she pinches, it'll last forever, 20mm.
Oh, yeah, she would have used it once and threw it out, so fucking just burns me up.
The only thing I've been able to find is that the killing fields were made in Thailand, but I believe it was made in Samurai Yacht National Park.
Oh,
That's the best I can get.
That was terrible. Watching that bloody now in Laos, it gives a bit of the history of the place, but, that bloody secret war they had there, when the CIA were tied up with the bloody Patet Lao, when they took over, and, when they were bombing the shit out of them, that was terrible. What they did to them. Those field of jars, a lot of those got blown up.
Yeah. You been there, Ray? Field of jars?
No, I haven't been there, I wouldn't mind going there, actually. It's on my bucket list.
Yeah,
I want to go over next time and have a look around and then go back again, and then in 2 years' time go over there, move over there for a year. And I want to do a bit of travel and then have a good look around,
It's an amazing place. It's just over the top. It's just there is no for us, there is no explanation for it. It's just intriguing.
Yeah. I reckon they put bloody people in them for some bloody thing, to decompose them. I don't know.
But, I've been told they're for funeral purposes, and that'd go in line with that. I've been told they stored salt in them. I've been told they stored salted food in them, so like salted meat. I've been told they stored water in them. So they're just
I'm fascinated with ancient technology. There's a guy I watch on YouTube called Brian Forster, BRIEN FORESTER. He's an archaeologist, and he goes all over the world, and he's got a theory that there was a cataclysmic event happened on the Earth 15,000 years ago, and it knocked the axis off of 22.5 degrees and created an instant ice age. And he goes all over the world finding bloody he documents bloody things that happen and carbon dates everything. So I'm pretty convinced he knows what he's talking about. Because in Siberia they found hundreds of thousands of animals like woolly mammoths and tigers and stuff, still with food in their mouth that they were eating when they got frozen, instantly frozen. Things like that. You got things like Machu Picchu. That they got. It's not this andesite. I think it is the stone is like 7 or 8 in the hardness scale, and these things are cut to precision. There's like 1/4-inch holes drilled through these great big blocks, and they can't understand how there's even machine marks in them. And this is, probably punkies that high. We'd barely be able to breathe up there. It's fucking incredible, that sort of stuff. And then you got these big stones, like hundreds and hundreds of tons that have been moved from the top of one mountain range over to the top of another mountain range. They can't explain.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That sort of fascinates me, that stuff.
It fascinates me with like the pyramids as well.
Yeah, well, in Egypt, there's a city that was just vaporized, been blown to bits. It's been the soil was just powderized, and the city was blown to pieces anyway. It was covered in about 20 or 30 foot of this dust. Nothing could grow in it, and they'd be digging it up. Anyway, they'd find an obelisk sort of thing, parts of them. One side's just totally, this is granite. One side's been melted, and the other side's like brand new, like pristine, And the only way he can describe it is either something hit the Earth, like a big meteorite, or there's a massive solar flash. And but it's worth watching. I don't know. I could probably send you a bloody a link to a documentary. It goes about the guy does a lecture at a university on it. He's a lecturer. He's a scientist. It's fucking fascinating, eh?
I watched a documentary recently. I think it might have been Netflix or one of them, and it dictated the Turkish historical, or not the Turkish, the Egyptian Historical Society, that the government pays for them to excavate historic sites in Egypt, and they came across this this new sort of tomb location, and they extricated a number of perfectly preserved, bloody mummified, whatever they call them, and very interesting. Yeah, very interesting documentary, mate. Yeah, kings and queens and things, like very interesting stuff.
Yeah, I'll send you a link.
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
It's worth a watch, He just explains it all. I watched it and it just sort of blew me out, He does tours and stuff too,
If I stand corrected, gentlemen, a member of our panel said he was going to come on at 6 p.m. Thai time, and it's now 6:38 p.m. Thai time. Now, it depends, of course, if Mrs. B has ended the Zoom call that she was on, which I believe was a number of hours. But we'll just see what happens.
I said to that Tim one, it's just worth watching. He's got a channel, It's fucking fascinating, some of the shit he found, They're very great big stones. I mean, massive big stones in quarries where you can see the machine marks from like a big wheel that had been cut. And I think he said that would have had to been at least 30 odd foot in diameter. And every revolution would have cut out like what about 4 mil? And then and it went off kilter and it cracked the rock, so they just abandoned it and started on another rock, and it's still there. And they showing you the fucking, you can see the cut marks aren't straight, they're awful. It's fucking fascinating. They've got bloody holes, 4-inch holes bored, and they're stopped like a hole saw holes, fucking,
jeez.
You reckon mainstream archaeology they don't want to know about it because a lot of educated people, when they spend their life learning about something, they tend to not want to listen to sort of another theory, you know what I mean? When they created their own theories. And I think a lot of that's got a lot to do with it, like egos, But anyway, it just fascinates me anyway.
Mate, I'm just listening in the background. It sounds like Henry's preparing Bundy rum for the next 6 weeks.
Probably.
I'm just checking stocks. Yeah. It's not the rum that's the issue, it's the mixer that goes with it.
Yeah, Victor one time he reckons he could bring more rum than me, so we started up with a fucking litre bottle each about 6 o'clock, and we were into that. We run out, and we got a bloody 26 ounce after that. And we finished at about 1 o'clock. I was still standing. He was fucked. That's the last time I tried. I never touched Bundaberg rum again after that. I was sick.
Talk about high octane. Yeah, I'll bet. Jesus.
We were having a bloody a wake for a mate of ours that died a year previous. Oh man, what a night that was!
That's why, like your experience with Bundy, Ray. My experience with Scotch as a young bloke was terrible. Like vomiting and everything. And the bar I took Sucklehorn to when he come up to Sydney, I was there a month or so earlier with a mate of mine, and or a couple of mates, and we're sitting there on the piss, and he comes back with these nips in a glass, and I've gone, "What's that?" And he said, "Scotch." I said, "I can't fucking drink it, mate." He said, "I just paid $75 for each of those." And I said, "Okay, well, righto, mate, I'll drink it." And I drank it, and it did nothing for me. Like 75. I don't appreciate a good Scotch. I appreciate a good bourbon. Don't get me wrong. But Scotch, Bundy, not my thing. You know,
we've all got our likes, dislikes. I'm the same with tequila. I had a nasty evening with tequila once at the Wentworth Field Leaks Club.
Oh, Leaks.
Yeah, I know. Young, stupid, 17, almost 18. And what's this what will I call it?
Lipstick suck.
Yeah. I can do that. I can do that all night. No, you can't.
Oh man!
Used to go to this joint, Henry, at St Leonard's, the Leonard's Tavern, and Phil Kearns, the former rugby captain of Australia, was the bouncer on the door there, and back in the day, then we used to go up to the bar.
You would go there just to talk to him.
Nah, look. I went to school. My mates were his best mates, and you know, I went to a rugby school. I was a Shaw boy. They were all Newington boys. So so my mate Dougie was best mates with him. And g'day Kearns, here you go, and all that. But at this particular bar, at the end of it, you'd lay back at the bar, and they'd pour a shot of lime into your gob, and then they'd pour a shot of I think it was tequila or something, or Zambuca or something. It was ridiculous, you know. And we'd have about 6 or 7 of them a night, and it became a bit of a game. We'd end up plastered, mate, absolutely plastered.
That must have been a North Shore private school thing that would never happen out in the western suburbs.
No. But, you know, I'm proud to be a Westie now, mate, and worked in a number of western suburbs establishments, and, that's just the way it is, you know. But I only grew up on the North Shore because Dad was a Rev, mate. We never owned a house except for when Dad bought his first house at Wahroonga back in about 86, in the last street of Wahroonga before it hit Hornsby. And when the price surge hit, he sold it in 88 and bought a place at Castle Hill. Yeah,
I think Ray may have sat on his microphone or some fucking... I don't know what he's done. Ray, your mic's either in the chip packet or under your clacker, one of the two. I don't know.
No, he starts breathing heavy when I'm on a story.
No. Is that how we get the hint through?
Yeah.
I had it up for a year because I was listening to this movie. And the microphone was sticking out a little bit of face, probably brushed on my beard.
Team W, my introduction to the North Shore private school business was arriving on a bus on a Saturday morning to go and play rugby up there. We're the only western suburbs school that had an old boys side.
You're number 8?
Nah, please. I couldn't run that quick. 4 or 5.
Okay, second row.
Yeah. But thank you for the elevation.
That's all right. All good.
Appreciate
no INT, mate. No INT.
Indeed. But we used to rock up there at these. I couldn't even tell you the names. Were these big flash schools up on the North Shore there, and we're all from. And what was the other one? One Hunters Hill there. There was one.
Yeah, Joey's,
and all the rest of them. We used to rock up there about lunchtime on a Saturday afternoon. And what else happens in a private school place on a Saturday afternoon?
Everyone gets on the piss.
No, they have weddings, don't they?
Ah.
So what you had was a bus full of western suburbs yobbos rolling into the place on a bus, hanging their heads out the window, giving all their best wishes to the lovely bride and to their lovely entourage before we then got off and stripped naked next to the bus to get changed to go and play footy.
Classic.
Yep. And it was our introduction to the North Shore. Yeah, blokes hadn't driven over that way. Blokes hadn't gone east of Parramatta. You know,
mate, those ovals we used to train and play at Northbridge were second to none.
Oh, they were rock solid. We used to play on grounds up there that were just ridiculously good.
But you know, Joey's at Hunters Hill, like their first 15 when they play a game, they get 15,000 people watching.
Oh yeah, my word. I was fortunate enough to make a state side for rugby whilst still at school, and that just opened my eyes when I was 16, 17, to go across and play in, like, to get changed in a change shed that had warm water.
Yeah.
In the showers afterwards. What's going on here? We must be in the home side's room. Oh no, both sides have warm water.
It's funny though, mate. Under sevens, I started as a prop, and then I went to second row for the rest of my rugby career. And my claim to fame is just playing North's Colts. That's it.
Oh yeah, look, you've gone from prop to second row. You've had some kind of achievement, and don't sell yourself short there. And
my son was a second row, so
there you go. Back in the days when a bloke had the jump.
Yeah.
And without being lifted in the lineouts.
Yes, indeed. Oh, yeah. Well, my boy, he was a lifter, but they went from last to first for the whole Sydney Basin on the Sunday comp, and the reason was they went to Fairfield Sports High School and recruited a number of coconuts and got them over. Beautiful kids, mate. Beautiful kids, but fucking huge.
Westfields.
Yeah, that's the one. Westfield Sports High School or something. And I felt like a dwarf amongst these 17-year-olds, mate. And bloody, and my boy, the reason he played in the grand final where they won against Rudy Hill, which were a tough team full of Islanders as well.
I can imagine.
The only reason he played he got 20 minutes in the second half of the grand final was because every fucking time he turned up for training and he was committed to the team.
Yeah.
And the coach, who was a great man, who was like a second father to my son, the way, like my son played with the rugby team for 3 years. He played AFL and soccer and done all that. He played a team against Randwick, coached by Simon Portervan, the great rugby Australian captain.
Yeah.
And the only reason he got a gig was the coach said he wasn't talented, but he was a team player.
He turned up every day.
Yep. You know, so he gave it his best, mate. He couldn't tackle properly, but God love him, he tried his best, you know. And they won the comp, mate, you know. So played at Concord, the old hallowed ground.
Yeah, well, that was one of the joys of getting in that side. We played at Randwick, Coogee Bay.
Oh, Coogee Oval, yeah.
And again, we played at all these GPS schools and Catholic schools and all the rest of it. And it was just a different world, you know.
Very much so, mate.
To come off the ground.
All right, mate.
Yeah, tablet's going to get flat soon, so I better plug it in. Okay, catch you later.
All right, mate. Yeah, sweet.
Cheers, Ray. Good to talk to you.
You too. Bye.
Yeah, but to come off the ground and get handed more than a soggy sausage sandwich, and it was just it was just unbelievable.
So you're and this is probably boring everyone in the chat, but I don't give a fuck because
more than likely,
it's nice to have a chat. Who you're a Waratahs fan, as am I. You're a rugby fan, obviously.
Well, that all Brumbies.
Who? Okay, the Brumbies, right. Who do you follow in the Sydney comp, if you follow anyone?
No, too far away. Don't care.
I've been a fan of Gordon for the whole of my life.
Yeah, so I've probably got a soft spot for Parramatta, purely because once I finished that little escapade... Yeah. Once I finished that escapade, they actually sent me a letter saying, hey, g'day, this is us. Come and say hello. And I'm still, what's that, 30-odd years, 30 more years, kicking myself for not turning up at that training night, But, so...
But I used to go to Chatswood Oval every Saturday afternoon with my father, and my father hated Randwick. Absolutely hated Randwick with a passion, as do I now to this day. But when I was working in my former career, I had the opportunity to see a wheelie happen in the eastern suburbs. We used to A district, which was in the city, C district, which was Maroubra, we used to cover from the city to the national park down at Helensburgh for 1 week of a night shift, and cover that area. Yeah, doing the night shift, and I was with my partner cruising the eastern suburbs, and there's a wheelie going on, burnout.
You may need to rephrase that. You're cruising the eastern suburbs with your partner.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Guess who was driving the car? David Campuzzi.
Oh, yeah.
Guess who was in the back seat?
Go on.
Mark and Glenn Ella.
Well, no, I won't say what I was going to say.
Yeah, they're probably inappropriate these days, and
Indeed.
it wasn't.
Yeah.
So, because Campuzzi was driving, but the thing is, he got out and we had a chat. Let him off with a warning, mate. But because you could in those days. And
did you throw a ball at him, see if he could catch it?
or if he dropped to his feet and tie up his shoelaces when the pressure was on with Lomu running at him.
Or look at someone else and point the finger. Yours.
Goose step. I'll give you a goose step, you fuckwit. Oh, Jesus. Hey? What, the greatest overrated fullback in Australian rugby history, I reckon. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, it's agreed.
Oh, Jesus. But anyway, yeah. And I told the story the other night somewhere about having a beer with Dennis Lilly. I won't bore you or the viewers with that again.
But, I haven't heard that one. Give me that one.
Haven't you? You haven't heard the beer with Dennis Lilly?
Hang on, let me check one thing first. Right, we're at 16. Yeah. Now, tell the story, see how we go.
It's dropped down a bit. Yeah. So I'm a young bloke working 3-2 at Darlow, right? The second cage truck.
Yeah.
And we're driving down Darlinghurst Road on night shift. And we're heading north, and we're almost near the fire station on the right-hand side. Pardon me. And there's an offshoot street that led to a nightclub back in the day called the Cauldron. And on the side of the road at Darlow, I'm going, fuck, that's Dennis Lilly. So we pulled over and go, g'day, Mr. Lilly, how you going? Move me offsider. I'm driving, as I said. I'm the junior man. G'day, fellas, it's Dennis. Oh, g'day, Dennis, how are you?
Was he upright? Was he upright and fully compass?
He was fine, mate. And he had the most beautiful German Fraulein, young German Fraulein, probably 22 or something, on his arm. Can I get a lift to Rogues, fellas? No worries, hop in.
Hang on, whoa up. That's not around the corner.
Well, it was down, left, up, back down, and Rogues was on behind Oxford Street. Sorry,
Rogue.
Yeah,
sorry, I thought you
Rogues.
meant Road. I thought you said roads, as in the suburb.
No, Rogues. Rogues. And
my apologies.
No, it's all right. So hop in. No worries. So my offsider gets out. They hop in, and the beautiful German lady sitting right beside me. She puts a hand on my left leg.
Oh, please.
And mate, I tell you, as a young, I was fucking ill. I was 21 or something, So we take them down and we drop them off. And thanks very much, fellas. No worries, Dennis. Would you like a beer? Oh, well, we wouldn't say no.
Be rude to say no. Be rude.
He said, well, just hang on a second. I said, well, or my offsider said, we'll just move up the road a bit. He said, no worries. So we go up the road a bit, get out of the truck, and we're standing there. And sure enough, Mr. Dennis Lilly comes out with a 6-pack of beer, minus the chick. She's in there. And he comes out, true a man to his word, mate, and he sits there, and I had a beer. I had 2 beers with Dennis Lilly.
Champion.
Yeah, and he's a fucking good bloke.
How good's that?
Sure, he was pissed up and everything, but, that's public relations at its best, isn't it?
He didn't need to come back, did he? He could have got the lift, jacked the lift, and pissed off inside. And every time you went to the door, you could have said, nope, don't know them blokes. Nope, don't know them blokes. Yeah. No, well done.
So, I mean, Rogues at the time back in the 80s was the elite of the elite nightclub. And you know, that's why all the socialites went there and the sports stars and all that sort of stuff. So if it was modern day rogues, Warney would have been there, mate, you know. Oh, you dirty fucking dogs. Oh, that's disgusting, Henry.
No.
Oh, we've gone up one, Henry, since the story was 17.
Or since Bentley dropped one of the two. You might have a weird fetishist.
Oh, that's disgusting. You dirty, dirty dogs. So, yeah, and the other person I met many, many years later was Gavaskar, Sunil Gavaskar, and Rod Marsh. Yeah, Rod Marsh was a cunt.
Fair dinkum.
Absolute arsehole of a man, mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know I'm talking about a deceased person, but he was the grumpiest man that I've ever met.
Is he gone?
Yeah, he's passed away. He passed away 1 week before Shane Warne.
Oh, geez, he got overshadowed, didn't he?
Very much so, yeah. But Sunil Gavaskar, mate, Jesus. Sunil Gavaskar was doing a gig at Drummoyne Oval. The Indian team were there, or whoever they.
Oh, mate, if old mate's still there, could you do a Wikipedia on Rod Marsh? I'm not 100% certain on it.
Rod Marsh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, well, you got people there. You got old mate can do that. Yeah,
that's all right. Bloody, we've got to look after our viewers, mate.
Well, after your Bill Bixby episode, I'm a bit unsure. You know, I'm not going to take you at your word.
Okay, so he died on the 4th of March 2022 at the age of 74.
Apologies both to Rod Marsh, his family, and to Team W.
That's all right, mate. But he, you understand that if I say something, I can back it up.
Oh, hang on. Well,
so
old mate's on the ball. There you go.
Well, I just did a wiki, so I'd back you anytime over wiki, old mate. But the thing is, Sunil Gavaskar, there was a great attendance by his community at Drummoyne Oval for a particular match of cricket.
Dirty Reds.
And there was Dirty Reds. My cousin played for them. Great rugby club, gone now. Not the Dirty Reds, but the clubhouse is gone. And anyway, so there was just me and my offsider there, Steve. And the crowd was thronging into the basement of the grandstand, and we're trying to back them off because they all wanted an autograph, and I ended up getting one for my nephew. And
but you weren't going to let anyone else have one, were you?
No, well, this was later. But a taxi driver, I'm just trying to get the story in my head right. A taxi driver dropped someone off, and the taxi driver got really angry, and he was so angry to the point that my mate and I had to bring him in under the grandstand. And he was...
The taxi driver or the bloke who was dropping off?
The taxi driver, because there was a fare issue, right? And the taxi driver took a swing at me.
Oy.
And I blocked his swing, and I just said, mate, don't be silly. Come on, don't be silly. And he walked out, got in his taxi and did a burnout on the gravel and fucked off. I couldn't believe it, mate. I wasn't going to lock him up because I wanted to watch the rest of the day and enjoy the rest of the day. So he took a swing, I blocked him, and that was it, you know?
But,
I'm not going to...
Weren't you bringing him inside for his safety? Or?
No, he was just a fuckwit. He was blowing up about the fee and everything and all this sort of stuff. Civil matter. You know, so we bring him in and we're trying to calm him down. He's that angry. He takes a swing at me. Block. Right, fuck off, mate. Don't be silly.
It's a civil matter. It's a civil matter.
You know?
Half your matter's assault. It's a civil matter.
Could have charged him with assault, but no, fucking why don't we enjoy the rest of the day? Come on, fuck off. Yeah. Anyway, so he fucked off and everything was fine. That was the same day I met Rod Marsh because Rob was there that day as well. So, yeah, it was like a celebrity thing. But good fucking times, mate. Good times. And then we got on the piss later. That's probably the main reason I didn't lock him up.
too much paperwork. Don't want to be there.
Yeah, fuck that.
Look at you drinking out of cans like a man of the world, eh? What happened to your Pinot Gris, or what were we on before?
Oh, no, I had a nice Shiraz tonight.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, and then thought I'd have a couple of bourbons, and I might have a hazelnut fratella.
Yeah.
Shortly.
I saw you were talking about that Frangelico.
Hazelnut fratellas like Frangelico.
Yeah, I got a. If and when we go overseas, which we didn't have done before.
Pardon me.
It's my go-to on the way back through duty free. I'll get a litre bottle of Bundy and
too easy to drink that, Henry.
Hey,
so easy to drink.
Yeah, well, carrying the burden as I do of a partner who doesn't drink, she is, some would say forced, some would say asked to buy
the next
get a bottle of this.
Yep.
So she generally gets a bottle of the Frangelico, and that's
my
lovely thing to have in your cupboard.
My missus is very, very sparing with drinking. But if we go out for dinner or a special night, she'll get on it. If she's with a friend, she'll get on it. Or if we're out as a group with other couples, she'll get on it. But generally speaking, she doesn't touch fuck all, mate. You know.
Yeah. No. Look, one of you need to be sensible. That's all I can say.
Well, it's the same in your relationship, isn't it? You know. I mean, Jesus. I mean, fuck. Huh? So we should be fucking rock solid together here, mate. Not arguing, for fuck's sake.
But there's no argument. What are you saying?
Well, debating heavily. We shouldn't. Yeah. We should be giving high fives to each other.
Oh, I think we are. And if there was a bit of a high pitch
voice there,
I do apologise. But
that's all right. Apology accepted, of course. No need.
Thank you very much.
No need for that.
It's going to be a rattle of some ice.
Sure. Oh, since you started that, we dropped down to 15 now, you can't. Oh, you're Chinook. Sorry?
Yeah, language. It would have been the bloke who dropped out after your Dennis Lilly story, the bloke with the moustache fetish who's gone off to some other page.
Just let me scroll through the chat to see if we missed anything, will you?
Oh, we've missed shit loads.
Coming on the screen, Tim Henry's ego. Oh, sorry, hang on. How do you... Okay, right. Hang on. What's that old comment doing up on the screen, Tim? Henry's ego.
Well, the one you just bumped off.
No, I didn't put that comment up because we've got a few admins on here. So someone's pressed a button and put it up, and I did notice something there. I could have turned it off.
Button
so Pampui, it's fine to talk about dead people. You had someone impersonating the recently deceased Cambo on the panel earlier.
That's lighten up. That's Pampui's having a shot at.
That's real. It's a real Pampui, isn't
it? Yeah. But he's having a whack at Cambo coming on about Cambo.
Okay, no, it's all good.
Cool. Pampui up. I hope I explained that correctly. If I didn't, hit me over the head.
No, it's fine because they have a banter together, so that's fine.
Yeah, all is good.
Oh, shit, yeah. Buddy, I'm enjoying seeing old Beans' things, you know. He needs a liver cleanse. He needs a couple of days off it.
His best one was the snore stream.
Yeah, I clicked on that and I've gone, what's fucking going on here?
The best was with the comments that went on for about 8 hours in between. It was champion.
Bloody classic. So what time we got with 10:06? It's still early in the evening, really, isn't it? Should I put the link out there again, Henry?
Put it back out there. It's only 7 o'clock in Thailand, isn't
it? Yeah, it is.
Which may explain the 4 o'clock start.
Yeah. Gentlemen, ladies in the chat, the link's there. If you're not going to come on, you'll know about it. if you want to come on, you're more than welcome. And there's one particular person, if he wants to come on and he's rejected, there'll be a video made about it the next day. Oh, you got your little laptop supply beside you, mate.
What's that?
You got your ice beside you where you're sitting, so you don't have to reach. Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Oh, so you got wireless headphones on?
I got the headphones on. I got the Bose on.
But nice.
Best
little ones or ear cups?
No, big suckers.
Yeah, good man. Studios.
Whatever they. No, nothing flash like that. QC 35s or some sucker.
Okay.
Yeah, they're old. Right. They're probably 5-year-old. Wireless and Bluetooth and noise cancelling, and one of my best investments.
Mate, my missus bought me these ones, Bose Studio. She got them in America for me, and they're about 5 years old. And I had to buy. I got on eBay a second set of cups because I wore the ear cups out with sweat and stuff.
I buy about two sets a year. I'll go through.
Yeah, not bad. Only $7 or something.
Yeah.
Quiet comfort, says my Tibat, 35 degrees.
Sam.
You coming on, Joe? Because everyone's getting bored about cricket stories and stuff. And private school stories versus the Westies. So you grew up around Parramatta, mate, did you? Or?
A bit further west. And a little bit south.
Wenty, Pendle Hill, Wentworthville, Marylands, Greystones.
Keep going.
Smithfield.
Close, yeah. Bit south of there. When you said that Westfield's high school.
Yeah, Fairfield?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, sweet. Did you go to that school?
No, it wasn't good enough.
Okay. Yeah, you played for the state?
Yeah.
Nice.
It was a good place to grow up.
Booey's in Minto. It's a little bit south.
No, we come north a bit, Pumpooey. Gee. No, yeah, around Fairfield, Liverpool. We'll go there.
Yep, sweet. Nice, mate. Hang on here.
Minnow.
What time does she, who must be obeyed, finish up, mate, or does she work a long stretch?
No, not back till tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, so she's away.
Oh yeah, way. As in that that song from what was that? Lion King, I think.
Right. So TA plus overtime or wage extra.
Oh, she's mixing two at the moment, so she's running on two different jobs.
Gigs. Yeah.
One they'll buy her a motel, but she chooses not to stay at the motel that they provide. So she goes and stays at a mate's place. But the other one, she's good. She's finished that qualification that she was chasing, and she's got that, and it's all wonderfully well.
But still staying there, inverted commas.
Well, she's got a mate up there, and it's easier for her to go and stay there.
Yeah.
As opposed to stay at. Yeah. No. She just says no. She was not that crafty.
So she's not a parliamentarian.
No.
Claims everything. Yeah.
No. Unfortunately not. No. She's happy doing what she's doing. She's making the most of it, and she's having a good time. She gets to go and see people that she hadn't seen for a while, and she gets to spend weekends doing, as in after work, a bit of riding about. Yeah,
nice.
Yeah, she's happy. It's good. It's good. It's worked out. 2 years of mucking about has worked out well.
I might just paid you a compliment, Henry.
No, I saw that. No, old mate, no, I wouldn't be. No, I wouldn't. About the only skill I'd have would to either curl up in a ball or run away, and I'm not going to run real quick, I can tell you. Yeah, that all kicked off out that way, and it's still kicking off as it is. So it's still the same.
How are you holding up physically, like with knees and hips and everything? G'day, Joe.
I too. Look at that. Look at that.
Bows?
Look at that. Aren't they champion? Sorry, what do you put
they,
back on?
They are. Yeah, they're real good. Real good.
Yeah. I'll spend the day. I'll spend the day listening through my other ones, which are like these bone conductive ones, which are they don't go in your ear. They sit behind your ear, and they reverberate. Cheers. They reverberate through you. Yeah. And I don't mind wearing them, and they're good for bike riding. I'm not going to go there, but they're good for when you're riding a bike. Yak. But when you're actually trying to talk to people and listen to people, they get a bit tinny and a bit basic. So I'll whack on the bows for that. But
mate, those ones that go in your ear, my ears aren't made for those. They're just not made for it, and I get itchy ears if they're in there for too long.
Yeah.
And the Apple ones don't hang; they always drop out of my ears.
Those ones.
You've got some. Yeah, those ones. If I put them in my ears, mate, I get itchy ears and stuff. Those sort of stuff.
I've experienced the same, but I find if I take care of the hair growing in my ear, it's not a problem.
Oh, and as you get older, for fuck's sake, Jesus! Like I trim. I've got a line here that I trim once a week to stop it going down too far, and I trim this bit as well above the hairline, and I do the eyebrows with the number 3, and then I look and I go on, I haven't trimmed it for a while. Then I look at my nose and I go, for fuck's sake! And I get the Kmart $5 nose thing up there, and thankfully, if it's got good batteries, it works well. If it doesn't, it catches on a hair, and I pull it out, and
it rips one out. Yeah.
And then the fucking ears, mate, the ears, Jesus!
I've mastered doing the ears with the razor blade. So I'm doing the face, I get in there with a fucking razor. Got to be fucking careful though. You can take a
inside the
out of the ear. Yeah, inside the ear.
You're crazy.
So I'm back to using on the trim, getting the lines. I'm back to using the Wilkinson Sword proper razors, not the disposable ones. It's a proper razor for a cut,
Yep.
And if I could learn how to use a cutthroat, I'd use that as well. But I don't trust myself with that, because one fuck up, mate, and you're gone.
Wouldn't that be a good old man skill to learn, though? Like that's one of the things apart from not being able to sharpen a knife properly or a chainsaw, that would be something I wish I'd learned from an old bloke before they all drop off the face of the earth.
Like with the strop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you find someone who can do that, grab hold of them.
I've got all the old knife sharpening stuff from a great uncle, and know how to hone a knife and a polishing stone and all that sort of stuff. I've got all that down pat. But for a strop and a cutthroat, mate, no idea.
Yeah, and that's how it all used to be done years ago, and they were the best, sharpest edge you could ever get.
Oh, geez, Joe, just come on. We've dropped down to 12. Fucking hell.
Jesus.
Hey? Oh, my goodness. We're talking about Dennis Lilly. We were up to 17.
Do you want to flick it? Do you want to flick him and we'll kick off again?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I think I've done my tour of duty. I won't be far off, just quietly, but it's been a good tag team this afternoon. I finished with the missus having a palmy and bloody or schnitty rather, and bloody come back and tag team Silkerhorn, and that Ray's been here for the most of it, and Pedro was here for a long while. So Ray Junior's out on the piss with his mates, and it's all.
Yeah, it's running at 5 hours 49 minutes.
That's not a bad session after 5.5 hours last night. So I don't think we'll be able to sustain that every weekend. Just quietly, I hope not.
Nah.
But it's a lot of commitment if you do that long streams like that. And it's not the reason why it was intended or brought in, is it?
Nah.
Joe?
No, it's just somewhere to fucking chill out. Just take it easy.
Now, the 4 o'clock start, was that a Oz time or Thai time?
No, well, last night I saw in the chat, Pedro was responding to somebody about, what time tomorrow. And he I just read one of his comments. He said 4 p.m. So I set it up for 4 p.m. Oz time, assuming that it was, he meant 4 p.m. his time. But they were running a little bit late, I saw.
Nah, it all worked out.
Yeah. But yeah, the idea of the channel is that anybody that's in the membership can push the go live button anytime they like. That's the idea of it. It hasn't been set up to go up against anybody or anything like that, or we don't want to be the biggest and the best or anything like that. It's just somewhere to have a chat,
have a yarn.
Indeed. Yep.
Try and keep the drama away, and
it doesn't matter about the numbers. I mean, 15 now. It doesn't matter if we've got 34 or 15. Really,
exactly.
At the end of the day,
Well, some of my best streams, most enjoyable streams, only had 15, 20 people on there.
Yeah.
They were the most enjoyable. If you end up with a stream that's where you've got 50, 60 people, it starts to get a bit hairy to control all the comments.
Cumbersome.
Hey, Joe, I noticed I noticed a couple of things on the YouTube chat. I noticed Ray's name is highlighted in blue, and when I comment, I'm highlighted in blue, but you're not. And I went to click on your thing, and I haven't got the option to add you as a moderator.
Yeah, me too. Why can't I?
Now, you as the grand poopah of the thing should be, you're admin, but if you're admin, well, you come up as titanium. If we all come up as titanium at the moment when we comment, don't we?
Yeah, but when I set it up, I didn't set it up as my too bad. I was actually titanium setting it up.
That's right.
So yeah, I don't understand why I'm not able to add myself as an admin, though.
Because I noticed earlier today, Silkerhorn went to put a link to Pedro's channel and it didn't show up. He said, I put it up, Pedro. So Silkerhorn would have seen it, but it didn't come up in the chat. So Silkerhorn's the same. He's not a moderator on the channel either. But we're listed in the guts of the thing as mods. But only me and Ray are showing up in blue writing. So I'm not quite sure about that. And I can't understand why, because, if you're a mod on another channel, you can go add as moderator.
I can't do it in StreamYards. I can put the user in timeout.
Yeah, there's all that. Go to channel, report, remove, timeout, and hide. So maybe just hang on a minute. No, same on StreamYards. There's only 2 options on StreamYards.
Don't know. I'm blacklisted.
It's a faux pas. So how'd you go today, Joe? You get things done and get out and about? And...
Yeah, I didn't. I actually stayed home most of today waiting for deliveries. The missus had a Zoom call thing happening, so I had to be very quiet. I had a delivery, but not all the ones I was expecting. But this is Thailand.
Mm.
And just went out, ducked out, got a bite to eat, bought some supplies, some beer, some smokes, and yeah, back home. That's it for today.
So what are you smoking? What are you smoking? How much are they at the moment?
They're $1.50 a pack, I think.
So what's that, about $7?
Let's have a look.
$6.50.
Is it?
Or thereabouts. I haven't checked the
Yeah,
rate.
$6.10, $6.12. Yeah, $6.12 a pack.
Pumpui's got a comment there that may help.
Might be able to add it
Through
manually
YouTube
for
Studio.
Studio.
That's a point. I'll see if I can. Oh no, I'm not going to do it now because I've logged in here and yeah.
And Joe, is that at the big shop or local Marapa?
No, that's Lotus. Lotus at Luxie, which is only 10 minutes away. Just go in there and. Well, actually, no, I don't buy the cigarettes there. The cigarettes are at Family Mart, which is walking distance from here. Lotus have never got them in stock, or when they do, it's the small packs, and I hate the small packs. 7-Eleven usually have them, but every time we've gone to Family Mart, they stock them.
So when you say small pack, you refer to as a 20. What are you getting for $6.50? No.
No. They're 20. They're packs of 20. But they've got a you'd call them slims.
Right.
They're just fucking very slim cigarettes, and they come in a smaller pack, and just don't enjoy them at all.
A lot of the cheaper one, the tobacco's packed more loosely. But the quality ones, it's a tighter tobacco. You get more in it.
Yeah, it doesn't fall out all over the place when you throw them in your pocket and stuff like that.
Joe, did you see before? I'm not sure if you were watching back some time ago. We had royalty on here this afternoon.
Oh, did you? Who came on?
Dead friend.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So he
hung around
got
for
on.
a while.
He got on the panel, or?
No, he didn't get on the panel. That's not his style. But he was certainly there. It was a real DF. So yeah.
Yeah. No, he's been watching for a while, as in watching most of us guys for a while.
That's pretty cool, I reckon. What a coup that would have been if we got him on a live stream. Jesus, no one's done it.
I think he's done one live with Jono, hasn't he?
Has he? One was with Suckerhorn out of camera.
Yeah.
Okay. You're right.
Yeah, he wasn't. He was in the same room as Suckerhorn, but off camera.
off to the right. Yeah.
Yep.
So that was with Pedro and Trev and DF, or just Suckerhorn and DF?
Well, I think now that you mention it, it might be two, because I'm sure he did one where Pedro was there, but he also did one with just Jono, and I think it was in reference to the button, the YouTube button, the silver button, or whatever button it was for getting 100,000 subs.
Yep.
When he received that, he did a live with Suckerhorn.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, definitely consider him one of the best in the genre for sure.
Oh, fantastic stuff! Like he's his vlogs tell a story, just like PP, you know?
Yep, definitely.
Different style, but same quality.
How clever
what was it? Bar girls can't eat love or something, wasn't it? Yeah, that's it.
That's the one. Just remember, folks, bar girls can't eat love.
Yeah.
How clever is Pariah, though? No, he disappears for he disappears for days, weeks, months on end, and then comes back with a bang. And it's never a waste of time. It's never a shit show. It's something that makes sense and is effective. And it kabangs. Kaboom, maybe. Kaboom might be the right word.
I noticed he hosted someone recently over there and bought him a feed and a couple of beers and stuff. And then I further noticed that fellow that he hosted was on another stream recently and actually bagged him for being boring.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, I saw a video about that person dancing. I don't know if you've seen it.
Yes, I was the one that put that up in our communal group and dancing like a spastic with a Tourette's problem. If that's the right terminology, it's probably not politically correct at all, but like a person with problems. Let's just say that.
Issues.
Yes, issues.
And
we all have issues.
To quote a line from the movie Roadhouse, I thought he'd be bigger.
Yeah, he's rather
midget.
Well, I don't know if he's a midget, but what's the word?
Diminutive.
I haven't seen said video.
It's just very, very skinny and very lacking.
Right. Hang on a sec, Henry. I'll put it in our private chat here. I'll find it. Just stand by.
No, I don't think it was. I don't think it. Go on.
Is the word lacking with that suit?
Yeah, but lacking, lacking beef, lacking, body.
Sinewy.
Yeah, sinewy. That's it. Very sinewy.
Lacking the ability to perhaps back up some of the comments made previously.
Wet paper bag.
Old mate's got it, I think.
Okay, so stand by.
Well, I don't think Yabba was involved.
Something was afoot.
Maybe just too much.
Just beers, mate.
Yeah. I think just too much consumption of alcohol.
Full strength, not half strength. Actually, it was on a parody, not a parody, but the videos. I'll just scroll back through the messenger. Fuck. What am I doing? They were good. They were good bloody thumb thingos you put up too, Joe, for download. Outstanding.
And they're easy to do. That I just recently started using a website, Canva or something. Hang on, I'll just have a look. And you just upload, the picture and you resize it. And, click, 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 done. What's it called?
Henry?
Yep.
To your right-hand side, can you see a tab called Private Chat?
Can do.
There's a link to 2 videos there, mate.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not the culprit that I was thinking. Oh, geez, that's not.
It's not pretty, mate.
No. BT jumps to mind, but.
Joe, you remember
Yep.
there's a photographer on Facebook called Sarawab Interrob, and he takes outstandingly exquisite photos of things in Thailand. I've got a whole gallery of his photos, and I was thinking of doing something as an extra intro that we could have, maybe, and I've run it by the team, of course. But just that's something I might work on. My subscription to Filmora's expired, so I'm going to have to renew it, which I don't mind, because I've got to make another video about my latest little sojourn. But and I want to do more of it anyway. Now I'm sort of getting back into it, but
Yep.
So I might play with something like that down the track. But it's all good. It's a team effort, mate.
Yeah, no.
It's wonderful.
Well, that's why I included the logo there and said, you guys can make your own. It's easy enough to do.
Yeah.
You've got to try and make sure that you get that 16:9 ratio, whether it's 1980 by 1020 or whatever it is, and or 1270 by 720. Either one of those two ratios, it should be fine. Otherwise, if it's not in that ratio, the only thing it means is that it won't fill the screens, or you'll end up with this sort of ratio here.
ให้ป้าไหนไม่รู้ให้ป้าเข้าไปในป่า
แต่ลองเรียกสายป่าน
สายป่านไม่รู้อยู่ไหน
เรียกสายป่าน
สายป่านอยู่ไหนสายป่านอยู่ไหนไม่รู้กลัวสายป่านหลงป่าสายป่านอยู่ไหนไม่รู้
สายป่านไปทำอะไรนะไปฉี่เปล่า
ไม่รู้สายป่านเนี่ยหลงป่าสายป่านกังวลใจกลัวสายป่านหลงป่า
Hang on. Have you still got the one you made, Joe, the extended version?
Possibly. It'll be in one of my hard drive storage.
Because that could be another intro as well. It's long enough to be an intro.
Yeah, I'd have to go through my hard drives and whatchamacallits and.
Do you agree with what I was saying about that, Henry?
Well, I thought I was being a bit weird earlier by saying that every time she yells, you can see a bit of a flick of the skirt.
No, I'm talking about the private message videos.
Oh, well, I'll put that one to one side for the moment. Let me get back to the the current issue. Two things with that. One thing, as I said, every time she exerts himself, there seems to be a bit of a flick from down below. Now,
we'll have to examine that.
Well,
ให้ป้าไหนไม่รู้ให้ป้าเข้าไปในป่า
แต่ลองเรียกสายป่าน
สายป่านไม่รู้อยู่ไหน
เรียกสายป่าน
สายป่านอยู่ไหนสายป่านอยู่ไหนไม่รู้กลัวสายป่านหลงป่าสายป่านอยู่ไหนไม่รู้
สายป่านไปทำอะไรนะไปฉี่เปล่า
ไม่รู้สายป่านเนี่ยหลงป่าสายป่านกังวลใจกลัวสายป่านหลงป่า
But more important,
can't say I saw it.
All right. Well, maybe I've been touched inappropriately in a previous life. But let's wind back. More so, have we ever done a translation? What's going on in the background? What's she
Mrs. Bart has a job to do tomorrow.
There you go.
I'll get it translated.
Hang on, I just need to have a word to old mate. Old mates.
And as fucking usual, he calls it how it is. And that's what I love about him.
Hang on, I can't type that quick. Well, I'm not going to bother typing. All right, he's typed in. Yeah.
Oh.
Let's just walk on, shall we?
Well, you got to have a comeback. So
Well,
fucking delve into the best lines, comeback lines you've got, and give me one back. How do you respond to it?
All right, well, I've only got one line about comeback.
Make sure it's a good one, though, Henry.
No, look, I try not to use it because it's terribly offensive. So I won't go there.
No, not to all, mate. No, shit, no.
No, I won't. As I said, I've only got one comeback line, and I won't even delve into it. No. Oh, mate, it's all yours. You've won. I lay down before you.
We've made history here tonight. We have
With
made history.
With those links in the private chat, are they two videos on the same channel?
Yeah, they're two videos that were made from excerpts from the original channel.
Yeah.
On a different person's account.
Yeah, but they refer to the same person and they've originated from the same channel.
Correct.
Yep. Okay. I think I've seen them both. Yeah.
Yeah, those links that I put up in the private chat were the same ones I put on the messenger thing, but it was just for Henry's benefit, just to see. If Henry's not subscribed to any of those particular channels, then he gets to see a little bit of background into the character that's so frequent and manipulated on many channels.
Mm.
No, you're right. I didn't have such access. And it's probably for the best.
The actual link, pardon me, the bloke that put up those links, his channel's not actually bad, mate.
Oh, sorry for the others.
Yeah, but he's a friend of the channel, the bloke. The links that I put up, the guy that made those videos that took them from someone else.
Yeah.
The author of those videos that were copied, he's actually a friend of the channel. So
no, you're right. Sorry, I'm getting a couple of things mixed up, and I'm trying to click on fucking icony things, and yeah, all right, under control.
Okay.
I hope.
So you got private chat on the right hand side, and the two links I sent you.
Yep.
So okay. Yep.
Done.
Okay.
But I still haven't got back to old mate. So old mate, yes, you got me. Kabang, kaboom, whatever yes, I agree completely.
For the first time in Titanium's history, we've had a victory to old mate over
it's not his first time. I'm sure he's had a number.
Well, indeed, as he has over me, many times, mate, many times, and Joe and I actually witnessed, and we're not going to mention any names, but Joe and I actually witnessed the best win he ever had in his.
Indeed. Yes.
And,
yes.
It was like your mate fucking rocks up at a pool party and he just does a fucking big, dive bomb into the fucking pool. And just, that's what it was like. He's just walked in and kaboom.
And there's all our parents sipping out of porcelain cups with old English rose tea sets, drinking their tea, and the man that's dropped in the bomb into the pool has drowned them all.
Yep.
Indeed.
It was just gold.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was.
Yeah.
And I just fucking sat there. I was stunned with the verbosity and the presence of the man. He walked in. I've gone, "G'day, old mate. Oh, you must be tuned up. Geez, you put on a bit of weight. Oh, thanks very much. Nice introduction." And then fucking bang.
Yeah.
So woo up. So he's had the audacity to call you a fat.
No,
Well,
he
it
didn't
led
say
in
that.
it.
He didn't say that.
But it was leading into, you know, his next comment and
the following. Yes.
What I should have said in response. Oh fuck! Oh mate, it looks like you just stepped off a flight from Kampuchea. Not.
No, but it was a good way for him. Mate. Yeah, but it was a good way for him to cement.
Introduce himself and cement the friendship. Yeah.
The memory, the memory, mate. The memory of the man.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he pulled out his fucking Samsung 5, his Galaxy 5, and he had the proof. He had the fucking receipts. Yep, he had the receipts. He said, "What the fuck is this about? What's this about?" He fucking.
When did it change from having a screenshot to have
receipts?
You got the receipts?
Receipts.
Shit me no end. That saying, have you got the receipts?
True.
It's like and I don't criticise my friends that make them, but it's like these short videos. I'm not a fan, fellas. I'm not a fan. As a viewer of channels, I am not a fan of watching short videos. I like them in landscape. You guys on board with that, or what do you think?
Yeah, if you're talking about the types of channels that we're talking about here, yeah, I agree. But when it comes to some of the TikToks and the like,
100. Yeah, 100.
I don't mind. I don't mind whether it's landscape or fucking portrait.
Yeah, but it's like Joe. It's like Instagram. I follow TikTok and Insta, and I love watching the French bulldog and British bulldog videos, and birds singing to rock music and all that sort of stuff. You know, like Amazon parrots and stuff. That's my thing. I love it. So that's completely different. Yeah, I love it. There's some fucking crackers out there, mate.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about old mate again. Jesus, he's on fire. What's going on now?
Short's good for backing one out. What?
For when backing one out?
Jesus,
what pray tell? That could mean a number of things.
I thought I had issues.
Backing one out means either moving up to a recipient of an inverted shit. It means dropping a shit, or it means something completely different that my mind is just gone to filth. So what does that mean?
Well, from the bloke with 10 terabytes porn, look, I'd hate to point you in one direction.
It's all gone now. It's all gone. My hard drive crashed years ago.
I'm not surprised.
So where's the hard drive?
It went. It was an old Western digital 10 terabyte that crashed. When it stopped work, I've got another Western Digital 10 terabyte here, but when that one crashed, I opened it up and I smashed the fuck out of it with a hammer, mate. And I've got another seven old Windows hard drives in my
you've had some good porn
in my garage here that I had a program with my last Windows computer that completely wiped and destroyed them, and they're all SATA or SATA drives. SATA, I think they were called back in the day. Because back in 2005, mate, I had 4 desktop computers, and I was running leagues from servers in America and all this sort of stuff, racing stuff. I had a full cockpit set up and Formula One simulators and everything. Yeah, it was full on.
Who was the guy you had a bit of an issue with in relation to that?
YZ250, who ended up being a mate of halves, and I identified him through his talking pattern. And he's got a channel called Aussie Outlaw on YouTube, and I went to his channel and saw some of his videos as well, and I've gone fucking bang.
Yeah, that's right. Aussie Outlaw.
And then he gave Harv some info on me and all this sort of stuff. It never came to fruition, and that was it. That died in the arse. But yeah, mate, Yeah, that was. Bearing in mind, I gave up drinking from 2005 to 2015. I was off the piss for 10 years, and that became my my channel in life, so to speak. And then after all that, when that was finished, then cycling became a thing, and fitness, and now it's just living life, doing a bit of this, and just doing traveling and camping stuff, and housework, and looking after the house while our missus is still working until she retires, mate. You know,
and looking after the two Frenchies,
the two precocious fucking little cunts that I love dearly.
They're called pugs.
There's actually pugs, yeah.
Sorry, someone say something?
Yeah. Well, look, Ray's not here, so I'm helping him out a bit. They're pugs.
Sorry,
pugs with strong ears. Pugs with strong.
What was that?
Stronger assholes, by the sounds of things. Jesus, have you heard?
Settle down. That's out of order, Henry. Settle down. My goodness. Listen, old mate is a father of a French bulldog. Did you blokes know that?
There's the connection.
Yeah.
No, he got onto it after Baz, mate. He got onto it after Basil.
Yeah.
And he agrees with me 100% what these little clown dogs and what a personality these little bastards have, mate. They run the household. They have zoomies around the house like you wouldn't believe. And they are the master of their house. And I fucking love it.
Yeah, good luck to you. We all need something like that, and that's a champion thing. I'm with you. I will take the piss continually.
Yeah.
But
quite seriously, and I'm not biting or anything like that. I'm just going to make a statement.
Yeah.
I've always been a dog person, and when we lost our last one before we had Baz, I thought never again, fucking never again are we having a dog. And then when we started getting dogs again, mate, it's the best thing that's ever happened in my life. You know, because my son's now out of the house, and it's just wonderful to have. When the wife's not here, it's just wonderful to have two little mates that love you to death, that are your constant companions. You know, it's wonderful.
No, you're right. We had a grey ant here for 7 years, and he was the same. He had to get knocked on the head. He was crook, and you
had him when I saw you, didn't you?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
and you get up every morning. You look at the space where he used to be. And it's,
I didn't know he's gone, mate. I'm sorry for that.
No, it was the best thing to be done. But it's same. You know, he's gone. We'll grab another one and roll on from there.
There's nothing like Mr. Henry, because it's normally 2 a.m. and I've had to take my dogs to the vet to put them down. And hello, Mr. Henry. Thanks very much. And in my case with Tess, the Labrador, she passed away in my arms after the injection, right?
Yep. Yeah.
And you walk out, Sam and Tracy were out in the waiting room, and we walked out, we hugged and had tears and everything like that, you know?
Yeah.
And before you walk out the door, oh, Mr. Watt, can I just talk to you for a minute? Here's a $480 bill, if you know. And but sort of, you know.
Yeah. We've got a great vet down here. He knocks on the door. He does house calls. He tries his best, but he's also realistic. He says to you, look, I don't know what it is. He tried 3-4 different things. We had him on steroids. We had him on hormones. We had him on everything. He'd eat like a horse one day. You give him the same food the next day, and he just wouldn't. He'd turn his nose up. He just wasted away. And he said, look, you can send him up to the university. It'll cost you $8,000. They may be able to find out what's wrong with him, or they may just send him back and say, we've got no idea. And so, well, the minute he starts suffering, we'll make that decision. And he started to suffer. We called the bloke, and he said, "I'll be there tomorrow." He come around the next day, and he did it in the on his bed where he's been living for the last 7-8 years, and he was really good. And he said, "Look, you're doing the right thing." Not that he needs to talk you into it, but he says the right things. And it's
open-ended.
Yeah, and it's as easy as it is. You can spend the next 15 grand and 3 months of your life with the dog going through pain and suffering and driving up and down the hill and yak, yak, yak. Or you can do the right thing here and now. And
tell me something. What happens, as in my case, where we had to take them to the vet to euthanize, right? And the vet disposes of the body, which is a fee as well, right? What happens? These kids of ours, I don't want them put in a bin when they pass away. So what? So are there? And I'm probably answering my own question here. I know there are people that have a service that come and pick up the body and take it away and cremate it, and you get a little memento, because that's what I want for these two, and it's about $1,500 right?
Get a Bunnings, buy yourself a shovel, walk out in your front yard, and dig a tiny little hole about the size of a shoebox, which is all you're going to need.
And what? Burn them?
No, put the little fella in there. Yeah,
I bet. But hang on. You're talking ashes?
No, the whole.
You're talking body?
Yeah. Stick a lemon tree on top or a mandarin tree, and bingo, there you go.
Yeah, done it 3 or 4 times.
Every time you get a lemon from that tree, every time you get an orange from that tree, your head will go back and you'll think about.
Hey, fair enough. That's a good call. Yeah. It'd have to be bigger than what you said, though. Dimensions. These aren't. Well, they're the small dogs, but they're not that small.
But that's only another 3. That's only another 3 or 4 shovel loads, isn't it?
you don't just put them in there. You don't just put them in there nude, do you? Like you got.
No, you can throw them in a box if you wish. You can get a box made.
You don't want a box. Yourself, but... We put our bloke in with his jacket. It was a winter time.
Hang on, Ray's back, boys. Ray's back. G'day, Ray.
There you go, buddy.
Ray's come back with some common sense.
Did you get those 2 I sent you on the chat room?
I haven't looked, mate. To be quite honest, I haven't looked at the moment.
There's the Stephen one. There's a rock version one there. I just wanted to see whether that's somebody pinched the other one. And
hang on.
Well, the second one says rock version. The other one's a little bit long.
Okay, let me have a look.
I just thought I'd go and have a look just in case there's a lot of people pirate stuff, And I didn't know whether that rock version one was the one Joe made.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah, but Joe added his flag.
Oh, right, no worries. Yeah, fair enough.
Well, that was added in 2020.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on.
So you made it all that.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean,
and the other one on before, it's a little bit longer. It's got all the facial expressions before it starts going. The longer version. It's got a few fucking different facial expressions. And at the bar, sort of fucking talking to him on the phone, and all the fucking some weird. It's worth a look. There's 2 different versions. Sorry, Henry.
No, don't be sorry. No, you're all right.
Yeah, no, we're trying to get back on the tablet, but it's just didn't want to work. But I got on the big computer. So.
No, you're sweet.
I know that. I'm terrific.
Oh, that's fucking cool, right?
let's not go that far.
The both of them are pretty good, eh? Did you see the first one?
Yeah.
That was not bad either.
Just hang on a second. So, Joe, if I wanted to upload that one, the rock version, to Streamies,
yep.
How do I do that? I'll just go into brand.
Can you do it all?
No, have you downloaded it first?
Yeah, it's downloaded.
Yeah.
So video clips, add video clip, got it.
Yep.
The other one's quite good too.
Stand by. Vanilla rock. Okay. Diddy. Loading. Do you want me to play it when it's uploaded?
Yeah. There's no copyright on that shit.
Oh, right.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'll take your point. I'll take your point too, as I alluded to, Joe, about the news clip.
Yeah, it's just sometimes it's not a drama, and then you get the odd fucking channel that just jumps on everything.
Yep. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
พี่ว่าบ้านหาใครอ่ะ
หาสายป่าน
สายป่านอยู่ไหนอ่ะ
ให้ป้านอยู่ไหนไม่รู้สายป่านเข้าไปในป่า
อ่ะลองเรียกสายป่าน
สายป่านไม่รู้อยู่ไหน
เรียกสายป่าน
สายป่านอยู่ไหนสายป่านอยู่ไหนสายป่านสายป่านสายป่านอยู่ไหนสายป่านสายป่านสายป่านป่านในโบสถ์เข้าไปในป่าป่านในโบสถ์อาศัยป่านว่าใช้ป่านลงมาเข้าไปในป่าป่านในโบสถ์สายป่านอยู่ไหนสายป่านสายป่านสายป่านอยู่ไหนสายป่านสายป่าน
That's fucking gold.
I know where Henry was looking throughout that whole.
Flick.
Have a look at the fucking first one. Look at the theatricals before that. You know, the second one where it started. There's a little bit more at the start of it. Have a look at the theatricals. You know
Now, Joe, I think in the name Annus Domini, Ray Galt should be in charge of research. Because that is an outstanding
R&D.
R&D. Research and Development Officer for the channel.
But I reckon if you have a look at the other one, if you mix the two of them together, I reckon you get a fucking cracker.
Yeah, indeed.
The first one, you know.
If I may, just 2 comments. Number 1, shake up our tits for a bloke. Number 2, old mate, keep your comments to yourself. That's all I'm going to say.
His old mate tell Ray that Mercs are a Mercedes. Oh, no, it could be a Merc Cruiser too. Usually the same thing.
Right, moving on, you blokes. Moving on.
Or a Mercury outboard.
Yeah, it could be a Ford Mercury car. See, I'm smart. That bloody on-trap garage, I don't know if you watch it. Geez, he gets onto some bargains, that guy, eh? He gets these really smick old cars that have been sitting in barns forever and just takes them out and gives them a wash, just gives them a going over, and he fucking drives them all original.
That expat fucking car, whatever it's called, you know, that group? The expat classic cars or something or other.
Yeah, look who's on it, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say that they seem pretty active, don't they?
Yeah, look going on in there. But I'm not to know whether there's any more of those. But now those statesmen are over there. I have seen statesmen over there. You know, an original 350 statesman would be worth a shit ton of money here. I don't know whether it'd be as sought after as a Monaro. Probably not, but to the right person, it would be.
But
you know.
But the thing with a lot of those Holdens or, you know, the Aussie cars, they've ended up putting fucking diesels and shit in them.
Yeah, well, motors die and they haven't got parts from over there, you know. That guy I went to see at Darkside in Pattaya. He had a few like 350 small block of crate motors sitting up against the wall to go in projects and stuff. He had probably about 6 or 7 projects. One to go, he had a lot finished too. He had 2 GT Falcons there. So I was saying to DF before, because I asked him whether he still had his Monaro. Money they're getting for them, about 30, 40 grand now, something like that, just for one of those HQs. Well, not HQ Monaro. Right?
The new 30, 40 grand, they'd be getting more than that. You get fucking 30, 40, getting 30, 40 grand for fucking the late model Commodores.
Yeah, that's what, yeah. They'll be getting a lot more now for the, his model, the last Monaros they made. I don't know what year they are.
Yeah, well, the last Monaros they made, mate, if it's in good nick, and I remember seeing it in some video, DF's Monaro.
Yeah.
Mate, that it wouldn't take much for him to pull 70, 80 grand out of that thing.
Yeah, probably. Wouldn't be surprised. It'd have an LS1 in it for sure.
Yeah. Well, if it's original, it easily fucking 70, 80 grand for that.
You see them around, but not very often.
Well, the last series fucking SS Commodores, the 4-door SS Commodores, they're pulling 50, 60 grand, and that's that's with 100,000 kilometers on the thing.
Have you ever seen
that was 6 months ago. I don't know how it's changed. I haven't.
What about the old Walkinshaw bathtub, silver bathtub model?
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
Well,
see if I got a photo on the fucking phone here. I said, you ever seen a convertible VK Commodore?
No.
Yeah, they're made. They were made basically like Walkinshaw and Walkinshaw and all that. They're people that they were built under license from the factory. I'll see if I can. I may pick one for $1,500. This is a VK Commodore convertible. I'll just see if I've got a photo. I've got a photo of it, but I don't know whether it's still on the phone. Just got to scroll down the phone.
I backed the work one into a tree. I backed the work one into a tree on Friday afternoon. That's a bit of an issue. Yeah, it's only a small tree
with the rental car.
Yeah, you saw that. That didn't buff out, did it?
Oh no.
No, mine's about the same. It'll be right.
I know the feeling.
Yeah, it was a number of years. It's the first one I've broken. What's the worst could happen?
Not much.
No. I'm about due for another one. So
I thank the sweet baby Jesus for paying for the highest insurance possible.
As you do.
Oh yeah.
What'd you buy?
When I did a road trip in the north of Thailand in 2020, up in a place called Kokau, I came out in the morning and reversed out and reversed the 4-wheel drive into a palm tree.
Yeah,
and I've gone, fuck. I got out of the car and I've gone, no, that won't buff out. It was a fucking huge dent, mate. Jeez, it took half the bar off and, just out of order.
I think that photo must be on another phone. Pretty sure.
Mine was half similar, as in when I pulled up to the property, I could see a gentleman running away.
Ah.
Down there, are you? But, when I backed out of the same dirt track, a tree suddenly appeared. Bugger.
I had that happen to me at not Garden Island, bloody down in Garden Island's in the water, bloody it was a naval depot somewhere back in the 80s, and I reversed the 3-3, which was a station wagon, into a bollard at a dry dock.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, got a bit of shit over that one. I was having a look at that other video at the moment, right?
Yeah. A bit more theatrical, that one too, isn't it? It'd be funny with the two of them mixed together.
I reckon that's the same chick. The same man, actually.
Yeah, same one. Same person.
It fucking is too, you know.
What's that?
It's the same bloke.
Oh yeah, it is. Definitely.
Do you want to see it or not?
I've got it.
You got it?
Yeah, Henry hasn't seen it.
No, flick it.
Hang on. Hang on. Which one? Hang on. Funny tie. It's a pretty quick upload, isn't it?
I've got to sort all that sort of stuff out again.
We need a training camp for you and Pedro, mate, just to familiarise.
Yeah, I only need to do one thing at a time, otherwise I'd just get fucking totally bamboozled.
Okay, putting up now, boys.
คุณลงไปเก็บสายไฟคุณลงหายไปไหนไม่รู้เรียกคุณลงครับน้อง
พี่ว่าบานหาใครอ่ะ
หาสายป่าน
สายปานอยู่ไหนอ่ะ
ให้ป่านอยู่ไหนไม่รู้สายป่านเข้าไปในป่า
ลองเรียกสายปาน
สายป่านไม่รู้อยู่ไหน
เรียกสายปาน
สายป่านอยู่ไหนสายป่านอยู่ไหนไม่รู้กลัวป่านอยู่ไหนไม่รู้กลัวสายป่านหลงป่าสายป่านอยู่ไหนไม่รู้
สายปานไปทำอะไรนะไปฉี่เปล่า
ไม่รู้สายป่านจะหลงป่าสายป่านกังวลใจกลัวสายป่านหลงป่าสายป่านอยู่ไหนตามหาสายป่านมาทัวร์ออกข่าวทีวีด้วยสายป่านอยู่ไหนอะไรวะกันอยู่ให้ยาวแล้วจะว่าสายป่านหลงป่าไปไหนตามสายป่านไปเปิดเลิกกองกันนะเงาโอ้ยบัดพายบีบก็หากันนิ่งได้ใครอยากเห็นสายป่านเมื่อวานมึงหายไปไหนมีแต่คนถามว่าสายป่านคือใครไม่ขี้นานยังวะแล้วสายป่านอยู่ดีสบายก็ดีแล้วแค่นี้นะบาย
I got a perfect photo for that fucking, that close up in the phone. I'll send it to you after. I'll put it in the thing. I don't think you can use it still, you're funny as fuck. Just think about it. Anyway. Oh, man. Mischief.
Do you see what old mate said, Henry, about the Frenchies? Lunatics, fart makers, FOMO, and guilt givers. 100%.
Who's that? What's that?
French bulldogs.
Oh, right.
Henry's.
I saw that.
Old mate's got one, Ray.
Yeah.
I saw that, but I thought that he was just talking about you, not.
Oh, mate, please.
Yeah, all the dogs have got their personalities.
Oh.
Those like bull terriers, they got fucking. They call them the comedian of the canine race, and they're like that. They're funny as shit.
Oh shit, yeah.
That's similar to DF's Monaro.
Yeah, same as that. Yeah, well, the last one. Imagine what the last one would be worth. He just went and stuck it straight in like a Cryovac fucking container.
$1 million plus.
Oh yeah, it was that west
Really?
side. Last time it was out near Longreach, and I think it's
fair dinkum.
I think it changed hands.
That's $1, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
What about the old original Hoeies though?
Yeah. I made of mine around the corner. He buys and sells a lot of cars. You know, classics. You know, mainly classic cars. He picked up an old race car, like Mathis car. You know, with all the provenance and all that sort of stuff. Been hidden away in a shed for years, and he got all the paperwork with it and all that sort of stuff. He sold one of his properties to buy it. He had an industrial shed. He sold that to buy it. He's sitting on it. That'll get him quite a lot of money. I don't exactly know what sort of car it is. It'll probably be a Commodore, I suppose.
Mm.
But he's not a mug.
But before leaving Australia, I was looking at you know, the options of bringing a car over here and all that shit, and I was looking at, you know, for maybe 6 months before leaving.
Yeah.
I was keeping an eye on a few cars, and generally the SS Commodores hold it, not HRT or anything like that, or HSV, just straight off the factory floor. Yeah. They were going up on average 5,000 bucks a month. Exactly. So every month, and every month they'd go up on average about $5,000.
Yeah.
For used secondhand fucking SS Commodores, the SSV line, the last series.
Yeah, that's why I bought mine, man. I thought, well, I was watching the prices, they were going up, and I thought, well, I'm not going to leave my money in the bank, because you're flat out getting fucking 1%, you know, in term deposit, and why bother? You know, I went and I put it in the cars, man, I'll probably triple my money out of that, you know, so. It's amazing, you know.
Mate, Ray, if you sold some of your stuff, you could go to Thailand for 5 years, mate.
For good.
Oh, that's the plan. You know, I'm just sitting back at the moment. I've got to the gold one. If I go to sell that now, I'll put 120 on it because it's just only two of them in Australia. The other one out here now, I just hate the car. I just want to get rid of it. Well, I paid $12.5 grand for it when I bought it, and we'll give it to that bloke to paint it. He just about killed it. You know, I pull the engine out of it, detail all the engine bay. All I got to do is finish putting the panels back on. I'm only going to etch prime them and mold them back on and sell them as a fucking unfinished project. I'll put 35 on it, and I'll get it every day of the week. You look on Marketplace and look up 64, 63 Chevys, maybe 62 Chevys, you know, hardtops, and see what they're getting. They're getting 60 grand, easy. There's money they're getting for them there, you know. And this thing's not a bad car. It's got a 350 crate motor in it. It's got airbags on it, you know, it lifts up and down. It's got bloody disc brakes, you know, VY Commodore disc brakes on it. Bloody all the seats, they need a good clean up. You know, the seats have been reupholstered and resprung. You know, the airbags on. I need to get a little bit of bloody, a little bit of that bloody hydraulic oil in there, just to loosen up all the bloody, what do you call it, the solenoids, and get them all working properly. Yep. And then it just needs work. You know, somebody who's a panel beater could just finish cutting a little bit of rust out of the back of it and paint it, put a decent boot and a bonnet on it, and they'll have themselves a good car. You know, all the doors have had all the rust cut out. There's no rust in it. The windscreen forward, it's as solid as a rock. You know, and then actually from the back windscreen forward, it's as solid as a rock. There's a little bit of rust under the back windscreen. You could to make it a good car, just the floor of the boot. And there's a little well there about 2 foot square. If that was replaced, as well as just the tracks where the boot rubber goes into, replace that. And, you know, all the bumpers are straight and good, chrome's good, you know, and just put a decent boot lid on it and a bloody decent, well, I've got a bonnet there that's pretty good. It's not rusty, you know, it's just been bloody damaged and repaired. Get a decent boot lid on it and paint it, and they've got a good car. Oh, they've got to put a windscreen in it too, because the fucking idiot that was painting it went to take the moulding off the windscreen, bet the moulding and crack the windscreen at the same time. But, you know, they're really available. But, you know, but anyway, I could do that, but I don't like the car, I just want to get rid of it. Fuck, it's sick of project.
Just put it up on fucking Marketplace.
Yeah, I'm not
offers, open to offers, and just, you know, you're not committing to selling it, but if someone drops the right sort of coin, let it go.
It's got a nice set of mags on it, those Torque Thrust American racing mags on it too. It's got all TA fucking radial tyres, all new. You know, no, all I got to do is just bolt the fucking front clip back on, and bolt the 4 doors back on it, and just go over with just hit it with a coat of bloody black X primer. That's all I'm going to do, and then it's up for sale. You know, it's complete. I put the bumpers back on it, and I put the set the grill back in, and just make it look a bit complete. And that'll do, mate. Probably if I got stuck into it, had somebody give me a hand, I reckon I'd have it done in a day or two.
Yeah, well, just fucking just call up on Cambo. He's usually he's got spare time on his hands.
Yeah, he's right. I've got the guy next door. He helps me out here and there when he's got a chance, you know. But I've got that little caravan too. You know, all I've got to do a little bit of work on that to get rid of it too. Once I get rid of those things, you know, I'll get that food van, and there's fucking 45 grand, probably more now because everything's gone through the roof. It's brand new.
Indeed,
it's all fucking commercial fucking 4-metre food van.
Do you know if you went to a like Jayco to get a caravan now, it's a 14-month wait?
Yeah. Well, I bought this one out from China, and nothing was. I've got everything modified. You know, it's been all rewired. It's got all new axles, everything like that, all the undercarriage, all the brakes, everything. I've redid all that, and I put a new deep fryer, and it just needs to get 2 compliance things done. One on the 6-burner stovetop. And I've got a great big fucking 900mm square griddle with an oven under it, and a big 6-burner stovetop. You know, it's all set up properly, proper commercial thing. You know, but I was going to sell it for 45. I reckon I could get more for it now. But anyway, I'll sort of see. I've just got to get 2 compliance things done on it, and then give it a clean up, and then put it up on the market too. It's just sitting there in fucking storage down my mate's place. That'll go back in the bank, and then the gold car, I can finish that off then. I want to drive around a little bit, you know, and, you know, I've got to find the right owner to buy, you know, that's the sort of car I wouldn't sell to anybody. You know, the only person I'd sell that
sounds like it might be time to liquidate, mate, a little bit of all the goodness you have there.
Yeah, well, the other thing that worries me at the moment, there's going to be another fucking recession the way things are going. And, you know, I don't want them dipping into my bank account. That's the other thing, too, I'm a bit concerned about. But those cars are around, you know. I see them from time to time, you know. But you know, you can still pick, you know, classic cars. If I sold all that stuff, I'd probably buy another 1 or 2 from the States and bring them out. Because I've got mates over there that can go and have a look at them and get them down to bloody, what do you call, California? Just Rancho Dominguez. That's what's the name of the bloody Long Beach. Down the shipyards down there. I mean, this dude I know, he's got an import business, and to get him to bring it out here, you know. But you just got to make sure that you take the brakes, and if it's a manual, take the clutch plate and that out of it, because it might have asbestos in it. If it gets over, it's got asbestos, you get fucking fined to the shit house.
But the only thing with the inflation rate that's negative to everyone. Is that it's positive for me because my defined benefit pension goes up every year on the inflation rate.
Oh, it's a fucking joke, you know. They're going on about the energy crisis. They're the fucking idiots that went and privatised it all. What do they think was going to happen when they privatised fucking, you know, electricity? You know, the shareholders, they want to get fucking money. You know, the prices, you know, the idiot up here, Peter Beattie, says, electricity will get cheaper. Yeah, pig's ass. They went through the fucking roof. And that's what happens, you know. They just take everybody for morons. Well, they've been trying to breed bloody morons for years, and that's what's happened, you know. All the fucking, they created this left and right wing, you know, and everybody's squabbling with each other about certain things all the time now, and you know, another thing too. Whenever there's a big catastrophe going on, it's usually a ruse away from something that they're trying to sneak through. You know what I mean? They've been doing it for years.
Mate, the funniest thing I think about with this electrical vehicle push for everyone to get an electric car. You go away in your 4-wheel drive, tow a caravan, and get out to the middle of Australia or Birdsville and charge your battery up. Fucking what a crock of shit.
Yeah, you sit around with a fucking solar panel on the roof of your car for fucking 3 days. It's a joke, you know.
You got to replace the batteries after 10 years, and it costs about $7,000 or $8,000 to replace the batteries in an electrical vehicle. And where are they going to dispose of the batteries? It's like the wind farms. They've got to put the wind farm fucking blades. They've got to bury them. You know, like fuck me.
The lithium and that, you know, fuck me dead. You know, it's not easy. It's not readily available. You know, there's only a few places in the world where you can get lithium.
Mm.
Yeah, but anyway, you know, people think that you get an electric car, it's going to cure. It's not going to cure. It's going to fucking cure. Where's the power come from to go into the electric car? Out of a coal-fired power station. You can't put a fucking solar panel on top of an electric car. There's no such thing as perpetual motion. You know, that's my argument.
Unless it's Kurz, like a Formula One car.
Oh, I don't know.
Kinetic energy can charge the batteries.
Yeah, well, you know, but what's that going to cost? You know,
well, Formula One car, Jesus.
You know, fucking crazy. But anyway, it is what it is. You know, there's nothing we can do about it. Just get the fuck out of Dodge. That's what I want to get over there for.
I saw talking about lithium. I saw a video a few days ago about where they source the lithium in Africa.
Oh yeah, the little kids.
And yeah,
really?
they're sending kids. They're sending kids down there, and just you know, these poor buggers are lucky to make it to their fucking 20s. You know,
is that right? Yeah, Jesus.
You know. So that thing I put up on bloody on that thing, you know, that thing called "What's a Woman?" That's an eye opener. I watched that documentary. It goes for an hour and a half, and it's all about bloody you know, this guy's going around. He's trying to find out what's a woman. He goes to these marches and he asks all these women, "What's a woman?" They can't answer him. They fucking, you know. And then you get all these blokes sitting around with beards and all that sort of stuff. What's a woman? You know, they're saying they're women. I said, well, what's a woman? They can't answer him. Then he starts talking to these nitwit bloody school teachers and bloody psychiatrists, and they're giving kids these bloody drugs that bloody new to bloody sex offenders and bloody stuff like this. You know what I mean? Without the parents' consent. You know, what the fuck are these people doing? And it's all based on bloody on what do they call it? Research done by these two bloody scientists. And one of them he did a study. There's two identical twins, and they went to go in to get circumcised, and something happened, and fucking one of them got his little fucking thing chopped off altogether. So they thought, let's turn him into a girl and monitor it. And the poor little bastard, but yeah, that's what they did. And they're fucking pedophiles, these pair of fucking cretins. These old black and white films, you know. Anyway, this is what the data they got is what these idiots are basing their movements on, what they're going on about now. It's worth a watch. It's called What is a Woman? It's well worth watching, eh?
I don't know if I could watch something like that, mate.
It's fucking, you know, it just made me blood boil. I think these
That's
fucking
probably
people,
why I won't watch it.
Lunatics. Fuck, you know.
Yeah.
You know, one woman there, you know, you get all sorts of different women. There's some have penises and some don't. For fuck's sake. Then they got that old guy that fucking blew up. He's in his shop, and that transgender or whatever come in there going on, you know, you got to accept me, you know, and all that sort of stuff. He said, get the fuck out of his shop. Anyway, this old guy, he's fucking nearly 80-year-old. This guy he says, what makes you say that you're a man? He says, because I've got a dick. Fuck me head off, eh? Oh, man. But anyway, I won't go on about that. This was well worth looking at anyway. Fuck. Getting back to that Stephen thing, I thought I'd just have a quick sticky because I thought somebody would have seen that and probably bloody copied that for sure. You know, I had to go through a few to find it, and I found it. When I saw a rock version, I said, there we go. And I couldn't remember whether it was exactly the same, you know, so that's why I posted it up there. But anyway, that's all good. That's funny.
Ray watches some sketchy shit.
No, I just went looking to see if yeah. No, when you were bloody talking about you're going to have a look for it, and I thought, hang on a minute, I'll just have a look on YouTube. Somebody might have copied that. You know, yeah, sure enough, somebody did. No, but anyway.
Listen, boys, I'm going to love you and leave you.
Yeah,
I've got an episode and a half of Peaky Blinders' latest series to watch up in bed.
Yeah, do you want to know what happens?
I'm going to go and do that now.
I can tell you what happens now.
Don't tell me, mate, please.
Let me know what you think of it.
Yeah, it's I had to get my memory back. I'm glad I watched the catch-up preview because after 5 series and such a long time between the next one, I sort of
Yeah.
forgot what was going on. But
Yeah,
if anyone in the chat or you guys haven't seen Peaky Blinders, I
it's
highly
well worth
recommend it. It's an
It's a good
outstanding
one.
series.
It's good.
But listen, fellas, thanks very much
Yeah.
for your interaction, your contribution, and your fellowship once again. It's been lovely and very enjoyable. So, so thanks, fellas, and we'll see you on the next stream, eh?
Yeah, no worries. I'm going to head off too. I'll catch
Cheers,
you later.
Thanks,
Okay,
boys. Take care. See you, guys.
I got 7 hours tonight, so that's all right. Oh.
Thank you all.
Yeah, 7 hours.
Fuck. Yeah, that's all right. Oh, well. Marathon stream. Look out, Pompey. We're going for your record. Yeah, good. Okay, see it.
All right.
Say all
There
right.
you go. Pompey is still there? Who knows?
Could be. Tim, okay. On StreamYards, old mate, it says, Tim, you got this. But then when you look at the YouTube, yeah, the on the YouTube, it's a bloke flicking, I think, like an emoji. Yeah, old mate. Yeah, the truth bomb. Yeah, that I don't think anybody's broken that yet. That went for 7 days. Oh, we've lost Henry. Yeah, the truth bomb was 169 hours or something, or 162 hours. It was whatever 7 days is. That's what it went for. Continuous stream. I mean, in this genre, I think it's a record, but it's certainly not a record on YouTube. I think YouTube they're up to years now. Continuous streams going for years, 2-3 years. It'd be interesting to find out actually. Longest YouTube stream. See if Google knows. Okay, so far we're looking at 2011, 596.5 hours. So that's actually the longest video on YouTube. Which means it wouldn't still be up on YouTube. You wouldn't be able to watch it on YouTube because YouTube only retains 12 hours, I think, which is one of the reasons why the truth bomb is no longer up. So YouTube records up to 12 hours, and you can leave up to 12 hours up on YouTube. Any more than that, it doesn't record it. And with the truth bomb, that is really only the last couple of hours that were worth keeping. I'll throw the link back in the chat if anybody wants to come on and chew the fat. If not, we'll pull the pin. Have I done that right? I'm logged in as my2bar. Hang on, it might not work. My2bar might not let me. So if I put it in the StreamYards chat, it should work. Yeah, I don't think it's. I don't know how I can tell. Let's have a look. Yeah, it didn't let me post it as my 2-bar, but there it is as titanium. Let's change this background music. What have we got? We've got rock. Let's try rock. This is StreamYard's own music. We've got lo-fi. Ooh. We got feeding the ducks. Feeding the ducks. It's also in reference to having a wank, isn't it? Or is that feeding the chooks? Daydreaming. Dance pop. And acoustic cinematic. Ooh. I think we'll go back to night driving. Audio is sounding a bit sketchy. That's all switched off. Sounds crap. Maybe the headphones are going flat. What's that? Backgrounds. G'day, Lux. How are you? Everyone's left the building. Jesus, what happened then? Getting notifications that it turned up. Everyone's left for the day. They've all jumped ship. What's happening in my world? Same. You know, this is Thailand. Just doing what you do in Thailand. Try and stay cool. I've got the air on at the moment, and what do we got? I think outside we're currently, oh no, she's nice and cool outside. It's 29 degrees. So it's 8:30 p.m. in Bangkok. It's 29 degrees. And I've got the air on. I think I've got it set at 26. To be honest, I haven't noticed because I just haven't been looking for it. But I was reading something the other day before I got interrupted, so I didn't finish the article. But it was something along the lines of the amount of condos that are being built in Bangkok. They're scaling them back because they're not selling as many as they were hoping to sell. And I think the C-19 had something to do with that. But I was reading that they were going for as low as 1.5, 1.2 million, which was a fucking bargain. So yeah, that would make sense if they're not selling. So yeah, hence the huge drop in condo rental prices. And the Chinese aren't traveling here. The Russians aren't traveling here. Overall, the tourism just hit the wall, hasn't it? So that Falun dollar is not about. So if you've built 500 new condos, you want to try and fill them, drop your prices. Getting notifications here. Hang on. Wouldn't it be good to use this pic on the phone of that ladyboy vid? Yeah, but no. Hang on, we've got someone coming in. G'day, Lux. How are you?
Hey, I'm okay. How are you?
Yeah, good, mate. Good.
Nice to talk to you. I've never spoken to you like this before.
Yeah, likewise. I have seen you on a couple of streams.
Yeah, for sure. The reason why I sent you that comment was actually I've been, as you probably know, I've been in Thailand on and off for like 10 years.
Yeah.
And so I just left a condo in Jomtien, and that condo, to buy it brand new, is 3.5 million baht.
Mm-hmm.
I moved into that condo 6 months ago, and fully furnished, 5-star quality, lagoon, swimming pools. The project's about 1 year old from completion. 35 square meters. Basically top spec. 3.5 mil in Jomtien for a 1-bedroom, 35 square meters. It's kind of like nearly top end, medium end. How much do you reckon rental was for that? Fully furnished, brand spanking new. I literally took all the plastic off everything, and I'm not talking about plastic furniture. Proper decent furniture. The bed was like luxurious, super soft. None of this like 2,000 baht bed crap. Like really nice stuff.
And when did you start? When did you first take over?
I started the contract in January this year.
Yep.
And I've just left.
I'd be saying 15 to 20.
6,000 baht.
Whoa, it's fucking 6,000 baht. Jesus. Some people are living in fucking shacks for 6,000 baht.
Exactly. That's what I mean. That's why I'm saying, is it just me? Am I lucky or something? But I'm talking about like 100 meters from the beach in I know the beach is not as great in Jomtien, but 100 meters from the beach, brand new. I took all the plastic off myself. So it's not like a 10-year-old mattress from 20 people or something. TVs, really nice design, lagoon, swimming pools, the works. 6,000 baht.
It's fucking bargain, isn't it?
The maintenance on the place, common maintenance fee is probably about 2,500 every month.
Well, to give you an idea of how much of a bargain, that equates to 6,000 baht equates to 245 Australian dollars, $245 in Australia, mate, you'd be lucky. You'd be lucky to get a one-bedroom fucking shithole. An absolute.
I know. It's pretty much impossible, right?
And that's a week. That's not a month. That's a week.
Yeah,
$245 a week.
Exactly. I'm from the UK, and like it's absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible to get like really nice quality. You know, in yeah.
Well, see, houses in Bangkok are still holding value. They're not cheap, but condos, on the other hand, yes. That I've started to notice that there's plenty around and at very good prices. I haven't been looking for them, but I have noticed, you know, just in Facebook Marketplace, you know, when I'm just perusing through that, you know, you get to see different categories and stuff, and occasionally, you know, properties come up and you think, oh, okay, fuck, that's cheap. But houses, on the other hand, no, they seem to be still holding value. I'd say because there's a huge you know, supply of condos, because, you know, prior to the situation, the C-19 situation, I mean, you know, there was a hell of a lot of building going on in Bangkok, and, you know, things were looking up, and now you've got this this oversupply of condos, and I guess a lot of them would be getting desperate to try and put some people in them.
Yeah, completely correct. And the amount of people that were actually staying in that project that I stayed at, I think they were pretty much like 90% sold out of the rooms. But the owners of those rooms are Russians, Chinese, and the Russians and Chinese are not in Thailand at the moment.
No,
obviously there's some,
that's
but they're
right.
not in mass, right? So if the actual owner of my room was Chinese, and you can't leave China if you're Chinese and you live in China, you can't leave the country.
And they don't look like changing that until next year. So they're stuck in China for the rest of this year.
Yeah, I don't see them opening up anytime soon.
That's good time to be in Thailand.
For sure. And to give you another example, so you'd think maybe that's a one-off, right? How much would you reckon in Hua Hin? One bedroom, pretty much the same kind of deal, 35 square meters, and we're talking about real one bedrooms, not these studios with a sliding glass door or anything like that. Real one bedroom, Hua Hin, 35 square meter, lagoon swimming pools, 100, 200 meters from the beach, near the palace of the king. So you're in the town. The project is about 5 years old, but I've got a brand new room, brand new furniture, took the plastic all off everything. How much do you reckon in Hua Hin?
I don't know, because I in all honesty, I haven't even looked at anything at Hua Hin.
I don't know if you know, but normally Hua Hin is a lot more expensive than Pattaya or Dra.
Yeah. I guess it depends on. Well, it's all about supply and demand, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So 6,500.
Yeah, which is nothing, isn't it? It's just.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? And before you know, the global situation, it would be impossible to get anything in Hua Hin for that price. Absolutely impossible. Because Hua Hin, normally it's you get a lot of old age pensioners, retired people from Switzerland, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and things. And normally they have money, right? So,
Well, Hua Hin, I guess, is unique in that regard because, as you said, you're getting a lot of older Europeans that are sort of moving there, retiring there, whereas it's probably not somewhere where you're going to find the Chinese and Russians.
Yeah, you don't get so much Chinese
in large numbers in Hua Hin. So I guess maybe Hua Hin not as badly affected as somewhere like Jomtien, but 6,000 a month is just like, old mate just says there in the chat, houses for rent around me start at $1,200 per week. That's just fucking crazy. But that's
But the average house size in Australia is very big, isn't it, compared to like Europe or Thailand or anything like that?
Yeah.
Because that's the one thing is like condos in Thailand are normally very small, tiny. So I don't know.
There's shit loads of them. They're. I mean, in the last couple of years, how many have they generated? How many new condos have come onto the market? And there's still a lot of construction going on, but it has slowed down because of the fact that so many that maybe built them a year ago are finding it hard to fill. They're not able to fill them all because of the lack of tourism and the lack of demand for them.
Do you think a lot of those condos, dirty money from overseas went into those condos?
Oh, quite possibly. Yeah, quite possibly.
Yeah, because I feel that, especially with the Chinese, because I don't know if you know much about trying to get money out of China, but trying to get money out of China is very hard, and Chinese, are desperate to get their money out of the country. So there's one avenue is buying overseas property, and I'm sure you being in Australia and Canada or the Commonwealth countries, the Chinese have pushed the property market a lot in the Western world.
For sure. In Sydney, it was rather evident where, in particular auctions, you would have a very strong presence of Chinese bidders at auctions in Sydney.
Yeah.
And a lot of them weren't even, purchasing to live. They were just purchasing because they had to get rid of some money.
Yeah, exactly. My sister sold her house recently, and it was to a Chinese buyer, and they didn't even go to view the house. So it's like you didn't even view it. You just spent like I don't know, $100, like I don't know how much was it, like £300,000 on a house, and you haven't even viewed it. So it's pretty insane. So I don't know how open you are. Are you in Thailand or anywhere?
Yeah, I'm in Thailand. I'm in Bangkok. I live in Bangkok and Canterbury, and sort of go between the two places. Most of my time is spent in Bangkok at the moment, but moving forward, it'll probably change to as I get well and truly settled. I'll probably be spending more time in Canterbury, but for the moment, I'm more often than not here in Bangkok. But I've only been here for 6 months, so I'm still sort of settling in.
Okay, nice. Do you prefer staying in Bangkok for like convenience and things like that? Or?
Convenience, yeah, and yeah, that's really the only reason is convenience. I feel a lot more relaxed and settled when I'm in Canterbury, when I'm in rural. It's just more laid back, more more carefree, and whereas here it's I do a lot of driving here in Bangkok, so when I get into the traffic, you've got to be focused, you've got to be on the ball when you're changing lanes and doing U-turns and doing everything else because, there's motorbikes coming at you from 360 degrees from fucking forward, left, right, behind, fucking above, below. They're fucking at you, So you've got to be fucking switched on, Whereas when you're driving in Canterbury, it's just more relaxed. It's just, you can see them coming from fucking, a couple of kilometers away. You know what everyone's doing. There's no surprises, and it's just more relaxed, more laid back. And that's where I would like to retire. Not retiring at the moment. I'm sort of semi-retired, but I'd like to keep busy and got a couple of things, in the works, and just trying to stay busy. But definitely, Bangkok is the place to be if you're wanting to start anything or if you're wanting to do anything, financially. I think it's definitely the place to be.
Yeah, I totally agree with everything you just said. I drive a hell of a lot in Thailand as well, and I can totally understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I lived in Bangkok for like 2 years before, and for me, it's just too many people. It's a city of like 10 million plus, right? I think, and it just gets too overwhelming, and I think a bit lonely in a way sometimes. Everybody just seems like robots in a sense, especially in the rush hour when people are going to work or leaving work, and you walk down the street and everyone has literally got their head in the phone walking into you, and you're just like, what world am I living to where people can't just put the phone in the pocket for 5 minutes, or you go
no, you're right. And I remember when I first arrived, I didn't have my own car, so everything was public transport. And a few times I caught myself sitting there just looking around and staring at people because I just, and I was counting, how many people have actually got their head in their phone. And I'd be looking like on the BTS. I'd be looking up and down the BTS, and every person, every human being was,
I remember taking pictures of that exact same situation.
People are just and standing. They're standing in the carriages, leaning up against the stainless steel bar or whatever, but always focused on with the movement of the train, and they were always focused in on their phone. It didn't matter what was happening around them; they wouldn't lose focus.
I don't know. Maybe because I don't know. Are we old school or something? But I'm not that old. Like I'm in my 30s, and I don't play with my phone. I only use it for like take photos, videos, and check Google Maps or some kind of like stuff that I need to do. But I can't just sit on the damn phone all the day, all time, right?
But but even while they're working, they're doing it. So if you go into places where it's whether it's the markets or even just walking through the malls, if they're not serving the people that actually work there, if they're not serving someone, they're looking at their phones.
True, very true.
Somebody working in Central, a big mall, a big superstore. There's people walking around, and you could quite comfortably just walk around as a customer without being harassed, because everybody's more tuned into their phone than they are trying to sell you something. But then if you walk into somewhere like Home Pro or Thai Wasadu, it's the exact opposite. They're fucking.
There's like 100 of them, right?
They're like a pack of hyenas. They're fucking onto you straight away when you walk in. And even if you ignore them and don't acknowledge their greetings, they will fucking follow you around the fucking store.
Is it because they're getting commission?
It must be. It must be. They have to be. They have to be. And they stay 2 to 3 meters behind you. It doesn't matter what fucking section you're walking into. And sometimes I'll just purposely do U-turns and fucking back up, and they're still there. They're still following. They eventually lose interest and drop off, but I find
It's funny that you. It's funny because you point out exact same scenarios that I have. All these scenarios are exactly the same as mine, and I guess everyone has the exact same things, right? Regarding like the central or big malls and big stores, I've had it to the point where the girls or guys are hiding under the rail. So you're looking for a shirt on a rail, and then there's a lady in the middle of the fucking rail hiding, playing on the phone, and you're like, "Oh, what the hell are you doing hiding under here? I'm looking for a shirt." I've had that so many times, and I'm just like, "What world am I living in where the staff are hiding underneath the clothes, playing on Facebook or whatever she's doing, Instagram or something?" Have you ever had something like that where they're hiding in the corner or something?
I have in places like Taiwasadu, where they position themselves sort of out of the way so that they're not being interrupted. But when they do see you, and if you make eye contact with them, that they tend to put the phone away and sawadee ka, and I don't acknowledge. Yeah, I don't acknowledge them because I don't need your help. It's fine. You go back to doing what you were doing, and they usually do. As I walk past and carry on my merry way, they'll go back to their phone. But I haven't actually found anybody hiding under a rack of clothing or anything like that to be able to play with their phone. No, not yet.
But so one point you says about they're playing their phone and then they stop and they say, "Hi, can I help you?" But I'm finding, and it really, maybe it's just me, it really annoys me, is that they're hiding, playing on the phone. They see you and you notice them, they're not doing their job. They're not greeting customers, or they're not, asking if you need help. And they just look at you and ignore you and just continue playing the phone. And then you ask them a question like, "Sawadee ka, where's this, where's that?" And they just like don't want to bother. They're just like, whatever. Don't you find that more and more that the staff just literally just play on the phone and don't want to help you?
Probably. Again, it depends on what store and whether they're getting paid commissions or not.
Yeah.
If they're getting paid commissions, then they're onto you. They're trying to help you even without you asking. If they're in stores where they just get a basic wage, well, they're just trying to get out of they're just trying to get out of having to do more than they need to, because they're going to get the same amount of money at the end of the day, whether they help somebody or not. I'm more of the type of customer that likes to do my own research. I like to touch things and decide which is best for myself, and I'm not one of these that walk in and say, "Well, where is this or where is that?" I like
you want to find it yourself, right?
Yeah, I want to find it myself. I want to look at it, and I want to decide which is best.
You don't want someone standing over your shoulder saying, "Do this, do that."
Exactly. Like places like Home Pro. When I go in there, they're telling me what I should be buying. They're telling me that, "Oh, well, this one is better because it's stainless steel," or "This one is better because it's brass," or what. Well, hang on. I don't need you to tell me which is better. I just show me where it is, or tell me, okay, well, that's all the taps we've got, and let me decide. So I'm one of those customers, but I understand why a lot of the times that they act the way they do is because well, obviously if they're on a commission, they're trying to upsell you and trying to sell you the quality product where there's a bigger margin, hence they'll be getting a bigger commission. But no, I haven't. Maybe it's because I haven't noticed because I haven't been looking for the help. Whereas maybe you've noticed because you've been looking for the help.
You know where it's more bad regarding that situation. Not in Bangkok, in Hua Hin. In Hua Hin, I don't know if it's because it's a small town. They literally don't care. And I actually spoke to the management of the shopping mall, and I said, because I'm like, one of classed as one of those VIP card customers, and I spoke to management, and he said, we are actually scared of the staff. I said, what do you mean? You're scared of the staff? He says, really, we're scared of the staff because it's hard to get staff. So I was like, I don't know any company that is scared of the staff, and the staff can do what the hell they want. I thought normally management is the one that has the iron fist, right?
Well, see, a few weeks ago, I remember walking into Tai Wasadu at one, and I've been to almost all the branches here in Bangkok. And I at one particular visit, I walked past an aisle which was right down the far end of the diagonally away from the entrance, right down the back, and it was mostly building materials and that down there, and I walked past an aisle where there was, I would say, 30, maybe 40 salespeople sitting on the floor, all cross-legged, and being
I've
told
seen that.
what. So
that's like an induction day when they get like loads of new staff and they all sit down. Yeah, I've seen the exact same scenario. Yeah,
but I wouldn't have thought staff would have been too much of an issue in Thailand when you've got 70 odd million people in a very small area. I would have thought that staffing would have been relatively easy. I mean, with the amount of people coming out of university, they can't all be becoming professors and doctors and nurses and lawyers and solicitors, surely.
I think what it is that I need to be careful how I put it, but I don't think they're willing or wanting to work for such small money these days. They're probably on the internet looking at the good life, travel. People on the internet put all the good stuff, right? Instagram and all that kind of stuff. Their life looks amazing, and they're all in these amazing holidays and stuff. They're probably looking at this all down the internet or whatever, and they're like, do I want my life to be on 10,000 baht a month in some crappy dead-end job? No, I want to start a business. I want to sell, because a lot of these Thais now, they're selling live on Facebook. I don't know if you've been in any Facebook groups, Thai Facebook groups.
I have seen it. I haven't bought into it. I haven't bought into it, but I have seen it. And you're right. These live groups, they go live and they sell a fucking shitload.
Yeah, it's huge industry selling Thai people selling stuff live on Facebook. And if you look to your Australian groups or something, it doesn't exist. There's no Australians on live selling clothes or whatever they're selling, to make a couple of dollars on the side. Whereas these Thai groups, they're not just making a couple of dollars on the side. They're making millions of baht, some of these people. They import them from China, super cheap, and make a little bit of commission on every order, and they sell like thousands of orders. If you ever go to Kerry Express or J&T or Flash to send delivery, you'll see boxes and boxes and boxes. That people, one customer with like, hundreds of boxes.
Well, I have seen that in Thai Post. Just walking into Thai Post. There's shopping trolleys full of these little boxes. They're all exactly the same. So somebody's walked in and they've had 100, 150 boxes that they're sending out that day. Surely they were only sold in the last fucking 24 hours, 48 hours.
Yeah, and then tomorrow they'll do the same thing over and over and over again.
Yep. Now I hear online is here. It has arrived. Online shopping has arrived in Thailand, and it's a big thing. It's a big industry. I mean, just getting, food, Grab and, Robin Hood and all of those, you just fucking get on the app and you push a couple of clicks here and there, and 10, 15 minutes later, knock on your door and your food's here.
That's one thing that amazes me about Thailand is about convenience. I had the delivery apps. I don't know. Do you ever remember food by phone? Do you ever remember that?
No, I don't know.
Before Grab and all these different food apps, the original one was called food by phone.
Here in Thailand?
Yeah, in Thailand. That was the original and first delivery company. It was called Food by Phone. And Food Panda took over that because it was Food by Phone first, and then Food Panda tried to copy Food by Phone. But it wasn't that good, didn't really have the good restaurants. But then Food Panda took over and brought out Food by Phone. So it basically took out the competition. And my point is that in Thailand, I experienced the convenience of having stuff delivered, all these restaurants and shops and even 7-Eleven and everything delivered to your apartment or whatever in 20 minutes. Whereas when I went back to the UK 10 years ago, so I was doing that here 10 years ago, but then I went back to the UK and that never existed in the UK. It does now. But back then, that never existed. You couldn't get McDonald's to deliver to your house 10 years ago, but now you can.
But even the local markets, you can get on the app like Grab. You can get on Grab, and you can buy food from the little old lady at the end of the market stalls, or if you're and it'll be here in 10, 15 minutes. Done. There's a fucking motorbike
amazing,
bloke up there. He's picking it up. He walks through the markets. He'll go to that stall. He'll grab the bag, fucking take a photo, scan it, jump on his bike, and it's fucking here. And you can follow his progress. You can get on the app and you can see, oh, he's turning left. He's turning. Oh yeah, he's coming. Here he is. And you walk out the front and you meet him. He's pulling up. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing,
man.
How many? Do you mind me asking how many years have you been coming and going to Thailand?
2015, 2016. Because when I started coming, and I was coming once a year. So I had a business in Australia. I met my missus in Australia. So we were committed to what we were doing in Australia. So we really couldn't just shut up shop and take off for long periods. So each visit was usually two weeks. I was only spending 2 weeks here in Thailand, and that was mostly to meet the family, get to know everybody, all that sort of stuff. And just last year we decided, no, we've had enough. Let's pack up and make the move and just get the fuck out of here. So we did, and here we are.
Wow, nice. Do you think it's the best thing you've ever done?
Oh yeah. It's the way things are going back in Australia, and no doubt across the world with inflation and everything else that's going on. I think we made the right move at the right time, and I understand and expect that things, inflation will also hit Thailand, and it already has started hitting Thailand. But I'd much rather be here and having to deal with it here than back in Australia. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's a huge thing right now, and like you say, it's hard it's crazy hard now in Australia and the West. But as a foreigner in Thailand, it's getting harder, but it's nowhere near as what like a family would be struggling in Australia right now with gasoline prices, food prices and all that kind of stuff. Because I don't know what the prices are for gasoline in Australia, but in Thailand, for me as a foreigner, I'm not saying as a local, but for me, it's literally half the price of the UK for petrol.
Mm.
Nearly half the price.
It's not quite half the price when compared to Australian prices, but it is cheap in that I think here at the moment, like all the Thais are complaining that it's very expensive. I think it equates to $1.70, $1.80 Australian. But in Australia at the moment, they're paying $2.30. So $2.30, $2.40, and it's on the constant increase. But see, it also depends what you do, with your life, whether you're driving everywhere. If you've got to drive for work, and yours, like in Australia, you could easily spend $100, $200 a week in fuel just to get to and from work.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes getting in the car in Australia and driving to work might be 30 minutes, 40 minutes away, but you're talking about 50, 60 kilometers in some case. So, you're chewing through the fuel. Whereas here in Thailand, I don't think it's very common for people to jump in a car and drive for hours or drive for a long period of time to get to work. And in Bangkok in particular, you've got the option of using public transport. And public transport, although I guess at peak times would be overcrowded in some instances, generally works well, and works to timetables. So you can get on the BTS and travel 15 kilometers in Bangkok and be there at the time you expect. Whereas jumping in the car in Bangkok and driving 15 kilometers, might be, depending on the time of day, might be a very bad decision. But petrol wise, okay, it's expensive from a Thai person's point of view, but you really don't drive that far here to if you're using it for work. Okay, you're sitting in traffic and idling. It's more time consumption than fuel consumption, if you know what I mean. Whereas in Australia, you're traveling the distance, so you're using the fuel.
Yeah,
and it's people that were spending $100 last year on fuel to get to and from work are now spending nearly twice as much. It's a big chunk out of your fucking budget when everything else has gone up in price as well. It's not just fuel.
I just did a search for the UK price and converted it into Australian dollars. 1 litre unleaded is working out around $3.50 Australia in the UK.
$3. Well, that is expensive. That's huge. If the Australians were having to spend $3.50 a litre, it'd be a fucking civil riot. But having said that, don't be surprised if within 12 months it is up there. It could very well be up there.
This could be cheap right now. This could be like, what are you talking about? This is cheap.
Yeah, remember when we were whinging about the $3?
Yeah, it's $5 now.
It's now fucking $5, $6. Well, look at America. I mean, the Americans, and I follow a little bit of American politics and some of the shit that's happening over there, and they're talking at the change of leadership. The Trump Biden situation. They were paying $2, $2.10 or something a litre, and now they're paying fucking $4, $5, $6, $7. Not a litre, a gallon.
Yeah, US gallon. Yeah, it's confusing, right?
Yeah.
US gallons.
So you're talking that it's gone from $2 to almost 4 times in the space of 2 years. It's gone up 4 times the fucking price. They're not far off $8 in some states. So
one thing that I'm a bit...
if that was to happen in Australia, you're going from, you go back a couple of years, they were paying $1.50, to then be asked to pay $6 a litre. That could fucking happen because it's getting fucking close to happening in America.
Yeah, for sure.
4 times the fuel.
What I'm a bit concerned about, and I never really thought about this, but my girlfriend kind of pointed it out to me. If you're Thai and you're on a Thai salary living in Thailand, let's say you're on minimum wage and you're on 300 baht a day, you can't go on the BTS or MRT to get to work and go back, because I don't know if you've noticed, the price has actually gone up quite a lot. Increases for BTS and MRT. Let's say it cost you 40 baht each way to get to work. There's 80 baht gone out of your 300 baht a day salary. And then you need to eat, you need to get food. So there's another 50 baht, 60 baht on food. Nearly half of your, or a third of your daily wage, or half of your wage is gone on travel and food. So, how are these people that are living on 300 baht a day surviving? I don't know how to do it.
Not something I've even given any thought to, but I guess that would also explain why you usually find more than one person living in a dwelling. There's usually, multiple people living at the one dwelling because of the fact that they might all be on, the minimum wage of 300 baht. But they are talking about increasing the minimum wage to 400 and something baht. So hopefully that happens soon. But look, the Thais are very resilient. They always find a way, don't they? They always,
True.
There's always a way of getting it done.
So, thinking about that, and my previous, one of the previous subjects we were talking about, sitting on the phone all day. Maybe you would also just sit on the fucking phone all day when you're getting 300 baht and a third of it or half of it is on expenses. And you just think, stuff it. Who cares? I'm basically a slave. It's basically slavery in a sense. So it might, if you go back to that subject, it might answer some questions.
Yeah, true.
So yeah, it's I don't think I'd want to live on 300 baht a day. It's very hard.
Oh, no. It'd be doable, but not. Yeah, you're right. It's not something.
Especially with the prices going up right now, and prices are going up. Have you seen the prices in 7-Eleven? Is there any regular items that you get from 7-Eleven? Because I have seen my regular items going up 20% across the board in the last 2 weeks.
I can't say that I shop at 7-Eleven frequently enough to have noticed, but if I was to look at cigarettes, which cigarettes I usually get it somewhere like 7-Eleven or Family Mart or somewhere like that. When I landed in December, they were at 105. I was paying 105, 120. Now they're at 150, 155.
Okay.
So that is a substantial increase.
Is that because of tax reasons, or is that just whatever?
Oh yeah. That's tax reasons. Well, they put it down to tax reasons, but there was warnings, because in December it was actually difficult to find cigarettes. A lot of places, many a times I'd walk in and ask for cigarettes, and they'd show me empty shelves. There was just nothing there. All cigarettes was sold out. They just didn't have cigarettes in stock. And
is that because they were hoarding them before the tax increase?
Yes. I think that's exactly what was happening. Because they knew these tax increases were coming, and they just didn't want to be hit with these huge increases, and you had to shop around. Sometimes I'd have to go to 2 or 3 places before finding cigarettes. but they were at, well, they're still at a reasonable price in comparison to what I was paying in Australia. In Australia, they're fucking $50 a fucking packet of cigarettes.
Wait, 50, you mean like a packet of 20 or something?
Yeah, a packet of say 25s. Mainstream.
I don't smoke, so 25.
Yeah, yeah. Say a packet of 25s. A general popular brand, you'd be paying 40, 45, 50 if they were good quality. You're getting up around $50 a fucking packet. that's a fair whack. You come to Thailand and oh yeah, no doubt. But I think most Western societies now have worked out that the cheapest way to collect tax revenue is tax those that are addicted to cigarettes. I mean, they keep telling you that it's very addictive. It's very addictive. Well, if you know that it's addictive, why the fuck are you taxing?
It's really that bad. Yeah.
If these people are addicted to the fucking cigarette, then why the fuck are you kicking them while they're down? Because you can, I guess. If you were serious about helping these people, you'd find other ways of helping them getting off the fucking thing rather than just taxing the fuck out of them. But anyway, that's how it is. But here in Thailand, no doubt, over time, the same thing will happen. The government will work out that, oh, hang on, these people are addicted. They can't stop. So, yeah, just keep putting it up. Just keep fucking overtaxing. They'll keep going. They'll keep paying.
Do you think, percentage-wise, more percent of people smoke in Australia compared to percentage in Thailand?
No, I think more smoke in Thailand than Australia.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the population aside, the amount of people here, we've got three times more people in Thailand, but just visually, to me, it seems there's more people smoking in Thailand than in Australia.
Okay. Because I've been to Australia, but I don't live there, so I couldn't say. But I know in the UK, I feel a hell of a lot of people smoke in the UK. So yeah, I feel for the UK more smoke in the UK than Thailand, but I don't know about Australia.
Well, in Australia, it's less visual, I think.
Okay.
Whereas, like here in Thailand, you can see people smoking on, pretty much, out the front of any store or any mall, or in parking lots, and it's sort of everywhere. Whereas I found in Australia, it's less so. Most people tend to go away from the crowds and smoke, whereas here in Thailand, you can find people smoking just out the front of a shopping mall, or
Oh, that's interesting. Because in the UK, people are very open. They're smoking outside their office building. They're on a cigarette break and they're literally outside the front door smoking. And it doesn't look very good.
Well, in Australia, there's a lot of places where it's actually illegal to smoke within a certain area of the entrance. Like, it could be 4 meters, it could be 10 meters or whatever from the entrance. Maybe that's the reasoning why you don't see it as much, perhaps.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah. Whereas here, you've just got signs up on the wall, no smoking. So somebody, old mate takes 2 steps to the left, and well, there's no sign here, so I can smoke here.
One thing that shocked me, I went to Japan, and on the sidewalk, so you're walking down the street on the sidewalk, and there's signs painted on the floor, and it says, "Don't walk and smoke," and then they have designated like sides, like shelters, like a bus stop shelter, where you go there if you want to smoke. And I just thought, wow, that's amazing. And people follow the rule. Like, they won't be walking down the street smoking and puffing away. they will go to these little shelters.
Mm.
I don't know if that's. I don't smoke, so I don't know if that. Would you like that, or would you just think fuck that?
No. It's look. When I do have a smoke out in public, I try and be respectful to other people, around me. I don't like, puffing it in people's faces or anything like that. I try and walk away and not disturb anyone. And I enjoy having a cigarette. I don't want to be harassed, by people telling me, oh, and all this sort of shit. So, I figure if I can eliminate that confrontation with anybody, or, I'm quite happy to walk away and have my puff in peace. And if it meant that I was given the option of, sitting in a booth, or, like a bus stop or something, and enjoying my cigarette without being harassed by somebody, I'm happy to do that too. I don't want to, upset anybody with my cigarette, but I also want to enjoy my cigarette.
In Thailand, it might be different for you because you do enjoy smoking. I don't smoke, but I do have a few issues. Even though there technically is laws in Thailand, I think there's new laws a few years ago that says you can't smoke outside in a restaurant or something like that. I've been, many of these restaurants are open air restaurants or semi open air with like just a metal roof or something, but the sides are open. I've sat and had a meal, and then someone sits in the next table and then all puffing away, and it just kind of pisses me off because technically I think there's a law about it in Thailand, and it's foreigners doing it. And I say to them, like, dude, I'm trying to eat. I was here before you, and you just come sit next to me on the next table and start smoking. I don't smoke and you do, and I can't control your life, but you've come pretty much next to me, and now I don't enjoy my food because I'm very sensitive about smells. Yep. So I've had these confrontations in time, not confrontations, but I was just thinking, how to deal with that in Thailand, because technically I think there is a law about it.
Just give me a sec. Just gonna grab it.
Yeah. No worries. And if anyone in the chat has got any questions as well, then put your questions in the comments.
It's okay. I mean, me personally, when it comes to smoking and eating, I'm not a fan. If I was sitting at a restaurant and I am a smoker, having a meal, I don't think I'd want to be also inhaling, someone else's cigarette smoke. I think, anyone that does that is just, I don't know, selfish. I'd call them selfish.
Yeah.
Because as a smoker, I don't enjoy smoking and eating at the same time. It's just, but that's me. I mean, maybe people are different.
Yeah.
But how would you handle it? Well, you'd ask them nicely, but ultimately it comes down to the management, to the owners of the establishment you're at to enforce, just fucking common sense, mate. Can you just go over there and have a smoke, or
So I have asked them nicely and says, hey, I'm trying to eat here. Do you mind? And they say, this is Thailand. We can do what we want. This is a foreigner talking to me on holiday. Yeah. This is Thailand. I can do what the hell I want. You're not in the UK anymore. You're not in, Europe right now. They think because it's Thailand, you do what you want. And then try talking to the management, and then Thai would just be like, because they want to please the customers, all the customers. They don't want to lose customers. So they're just like, just smile and kind of like giggle, not giggle. The Thais when they laugh.
Yeah.
They're not laughing.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I mean, personally, I'm the type of person that, you know, if I was in that situation and I was you and I asked for, you know, some sort of you know, help from the owners and they giggled at me, or, you know, just shrugged it off like, well, you know, try and keep everybody happy. Hasta la vista, baby. You know, goodbye. I don't need the headache. I don't need the drama. Just walk away and go and eat somewhere else, never to return. You know, maybe at some point you know, the owner might start thinking, well, hang on, you know, starting to lose customers here. You know, it's not nice. You know, that we're losing all these customers because the attitude of these idiots. You know, sitting down and just having a fag when everybody else is eating. I mean,
yeah.
I think I would do the same as you. I would ask nicely, and, you know, if that didn't work, I'd speak to the, you know, to management, and if that didn't work, well, goodbye. You know, get food elsewhere. They're not the. There's no shortage of food in Thailand. There's no shortage of fucking restaurants in Thailand.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry, I was just getting my charger. I apologize.
And, you know, food is, well, I guess in some places it can be considered expensive, but generally speaking, food is not expensive in Thailand. So it's not as though you're walking away from, you know, some, you know, like if you've already committed to paying, or you've already paid, well, it's not a big loss, is it? If you walk away, it's.
You know, I've also had it where the chef is smoking, and not when he's cooking, not when he's cooking, but I mean, so he's cooked your food, and then you're sitting on the, you know, this table, and it's one, like I said before, it's not a fully open air, but it's like a semi-open air, kind of like like the shack kind of places. And he comes over, and then he just starts smoking, like about, you know, 10 meters away from you, and you're just like, dude, do you not understand about customer service or anything like that? And actually, it's kind of funny because I know that I knew this chef as kind of like a friend for probably, you know, 6 years, and I said to him, I says, dude, you know, can you go away, smoke somewhere else? And he was really pissed off at me as a so-called semi-friend for, like, I've known him for 6 years, and our relationship went to zero because of that situation.
Really?
Yeah, he says, you're not my friend, you know, F you, blah blah blah, because I kept telling him many times, please go smoke, you shouldn't be smoking near the customers, like, go, you know, in the car park or something, go away. And he just basically told me to F myself, and I'm not his friend, and all this kind of stuff. After 6 years of knowing him and having good times and jokes and everything, yeah, it's kind of shocking.
Yeah.
But, you know, I just think, yeah, good riddance, whatever.
No, I mean, personally, I've never really taken any offense to anybody asking me to, you know, step away, or, you know, if they were getting my cigarette smoke blown in their direction. I can't control, you know, the wind or the breeze, or, you know, but I try and, you know, minimize the situation if I'm able to. But, you know, likewise, it's only an issue because I am a smoker, and it's only an issue if I am eating. Yeah, I don't like the smell of cigarette smoke and eating at the same time. And I would assume most people would be like that, but clearly that's not the case.
Yeah. Do you have any, would you consider Thai friends, like, that you consider like kind of like semi-friends?
No, well, not yet. I mean, you know, family is family. So, you know, do you consider family friends? Yeah, definitely. I have
not family.
you know,
Yeah, something not family. Something like
no. Well, I haven't really had the opportunity to do that. I've hit the ground here in Thailand, and I've just gone about getting settled, getting legal, making sure that I'm doing everything according to the book. That I'm registered where I'm supposed to be registered. I'm getting everything that I need to get into place done. And then trying to get businesses up and running, and getting things into place. So I haven't been on holiday since I've been here. I've been here for 6 months, and I really haven't had a lot of downtime. I've been on the go ever since, and I predict that that's still going to go on for probably the next six months before I can really just sit back and say, okay, well, I've done it. I'm now able to relax a little bit, and when I'm able to do that, then I will probably make friends and have time for more social activities. But at the moment, just haven't got the time.
Yeah.
And no doubt I will I will make friends with some Thais, and because in my current lifestyle, I'm not exposed to too many Farangs. I would say 98 to 99% of the people that are around me or near me are all Thais. I don't see Farangs very often.
Okay. Do you? This is going to be a weird one. Do you think Thailand is kind of a unique country regarding foreigners and making friends with foreigners? Like, I don't. Maybe I'm wrong, but I have a feeling, or I've seen around and things, that people kind of foreigners kind of stay away from other foreigners, and you just look away from each other. Like, let's say you're in the lift, you don't go, "Hey, where are you from?" or "Hey," you just like look away from each other and just like, I don't want anything to do with you. Or if you see a foreigner in 7-Eleven or your local village, or I don't know, whatever it is, but it seems that people are more wary of each other, and I think there's obvious reasons why some people are wary of each other, because there is some bad eggs around. What do you think about that?
Well, I think the same could be said about Asians in foreign countries.
Okay.
Something I did notice in Australia, Asians tend to be very wary of each other, and they suss each other out, but they don't. They don't communicate straight away. They don't. Oh, hi, how are you? Where are you from? Or they tend to be very standoffish and they're Vietnamese. Oh, they're Chinese. Oh, they're whatever. The Asians probably don't communicate with each other as much as foreigners do. I feel.
Okay.
But I understand what you're saying about foreigners being standoffish, from each other, and maybe not acknowledging themselves, each other in public. I've seen it, and personally, I just go about my way, and I don't look to interact with other foreigners because they're foreigners. And sure, I've heard a lot of stories of bad eggs and all that sort of stuff, but I think the same thing could be said about Asians abroad. Like in Sydney, you've got Chinatown, which most major cities around the world do have, but there's also a Thai town. There's also a suburb that would be classed as Vietnamese town or Cambodia town, and
like Korean town or all that kind of stuff. Right?
Yeah, so the Asians keep very much to themselves as well, and their race,
But is that because of conflicts? Like Taiwanese wouldn't want to be around mainland Chinese, and Chinese wouldn't want to be around Japanese and things like that, right?
Yeah, more a race thing, yeah.
Mm.
And history too, I guess. But
Yeah,
whereas you know, Farangs, maybe Farangs are more relaxed after a few beers. You know, you probably find, you know, Farangs having a chit chat. You know, Europeans talking to Americans and, you know, Australians and all that after a few drinks in a bar, perhaps. But in day-to-day life, maybe not. You know, in day-to-day life, I mean, I don't go out of my way to say g'day to somebody if I saw that they were a Falang. I mean, I live in Luxy in Bangkok, so I don't see a lot of Farangs. But if I do, I mean, I don't g'day or acknowledge them. If they were to say g'day to me, I'd be courteous and say g'day back. But I don't go out of my way to, you know, because they're a Farang that I want to find out where they're from or be friendly to them. No.
Because one thing, I think maybe it's different because I've been here long. I haven't been here continuously for that long, but I spend long times in Thailand, long stints, and you kind of want to make, you know, friends in a way because you don't want to be like just lone. Like you got your Thai girlfriend, but sometimes you want to have a laugh with some, you know, like-minded people. So in a way, you want to make some friends. So when I was in Bangkok, I would make friends with, you know, like-minded people that were staying in my apartment block, and which was great. It made some good friends. But then the issue comes in, they leave. So you make these amazing friends, and you have such a, you know, you go eat food with each other. You go to different, you know, experiences, and you share these different experiences, and then he'll say to you, I'm going to Taiwan next week. I'm moving, you know, I'm leaving. And then you're like, shit, I just, you know, you're a really good friend, and now fuck, you're leaving. So it's just like, I just feel like I don't care about making friends because what's the point? You're going to leave in 6 months or 2 months or 2 years, or whatever it is, right? So what's the point?
Well, I guess that comes down to maybe where you're living. If you're living in a condo, you know, situation, then people come and go and don't stay there, you know, for long term. Whereas, you know, if you lived in a village, like, you know, in Bangkok is full of villages, and there's a lot of small, you know, villages. You move into a village, it's an older establishment, and it's not all modern, but the people around you have been living there for 40 years, 50 years, 60 years. You know, a lot of them have been there all their life. So I guess when it comes to making friends with people that are living around you, for sure. If you're in a condo situation, it's, you know, people don't live in condos for you know, 20 years, 30 years. They're not there for the long term. They, you know, if you were to ask everybody on your floor, you know, how long have you been living here? I think I'd be surprised if anybody has been living in a condo for more than 10 years.
Or even 1 year. Most people don't even do the 1 year contract. Right? It's like,
So you're always going to be in a situation where you know, strike up a good friendship with someone and they're on the move. Whereas, well, you know, living in a village, you've got long-term, you know, people that you can strike up relationships with, but they're also more nosy. That they know more of what's going on. You know, because everybody knows everybody. People tend to be more nosy than what I would expect them to be in a condo environment where, you know, a lot of the times people would get in a lift, go up to whatever floor they're going to, and they won't say boo to, you know, anybody you know, in a lift. But in a village situation, if you're within 1 meter, 2 meters of somebody, like you would be in a lift, people are going to be talking. They start talking to each other. You know, I saw last week you got a delivery of fucking pineapples. That's just how they are. you had builders over, last week. What are you building? Whereas in a condo environment, you just, okay, what level are we on? Okay.
Yeah, you should say to the guy, wait, wasn't you with a different girl yesterday? That's the conversation start you should have. Are you the same guy? I see you actually with different girls every day. Can you imagine Can you imagine what would happen after saying that? But what, just to clarify, what I meant was like, sure, people change condos and stuff, but what I meant is like people leaving the country, right? Right. Yeah, because foreigners in general, I feel, they're not going to be here for 10 years. They're not going to be here for 1 year. A lot of them are just here for 1 month, 2 months, 6 months, and that's it, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Again, I'm not in. My lifestyle is different to yours. I'm moving here. I'm married. I'm involved with a family, with a Thai family, and so I my life becomes what they're living, what they're doing, and what they've been doing for hundreds of years. I'm now part of that. So I haven't come over here on my own. I haven't come over here to look for something to do or find opportunities or anything like that. I've come here to fit into what my wife and what her family and what they do is. So I'm at their liberty. What they've been doing for a long time is what I'm prepared to to also get into and do. It's just I just go with the flow. I just go with what it is they've been doing for a very long time, and I enjoy what they do and how they do what they do. It's hence in reference to friendships, my friendships at the moment are definitely the family. I know that they care for me. I know that they're always looking out for me. When it comes to social friends, then I would say YouTube. YouTube at the moment is probably where I find most of my social friends, social media, that type of stuff. I don't really go out. I don't go and sit in bars and have a beer and stuff. I used to do that when I was younger. So at the moment, no, I'm not really meeting new people, to strike up friendships with. But when I do, I think more often than not, I'm going to be finding myself in a rural situation where I can just, kick back, relax, and, just
for sure,
strike up a friendship with another Thai person. I don't think it's going to happen here in Bangkok with foreigners. I just can't see that happening.
Yeah, I'm actually really enjoying as well, the live streams. This is the only live stream regarding Thailand subjects that I've been on. But, other live streams that you're probably aware of, I kind of enjoy those live streams. And you can. I'm pretty shocked in a way. You can make a lot of good friends on these live streams as well. Even it's kind of funny, like you might be like 10,000 miles away from each other, but you might talk on the phone every single day, or you might not even ever meet them. But it's like you kind of build a friendship, have a chit chat about life or whatever.
Well, some of the guys in this group, we'd been talking and chatting and communicating for a long time before we actually met, and some of them we still haven't met, face to face. I haven't met, for example, Suckerhorn or Pedro. I haven't met Ray Gold.
Yeah,
I've met Kangaroo, and I've met Tim, and I've met some other subscribers. Some I've met here in Thailand. I've met some other subscribers in Australia. But look, you can strike up a friendship online and be talking, to someone for years before meeting them, but it's genuine. It doesn't take a lot of time to realize that certain people are definitely genuine, and you can take them on face value. But having said that, there's a lot of cunts online too. There's a lot of fucking assholes online that are just out there to fucking.
But normally those people don't talk to you like I'm talking to you right now, right?
No,
yeah,
true.
Yeah, they just comment away and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. It usually doesn't take long. It usually doesn't take long to work out, who the genuine people are, and who the fucking assholes are.
Yeah, I understand. I gotta get going soon. It's been a long live stream for you, right?
It's now at 8 hours 24 minutes, so it might be time to pull the pin.
Are you doing like this? Is your streams? Is it scheduled? Is it random or?
No, they're completely random. The idea of the channel was just to create somewhere where myself, Ray Galt, the Kangaroo, Pedro Tai, Mr. Nobody or TMW, and Suckerhorn could just press the button, go live, and just fucking see what happens. Just have a chat. That's essentially the idea of the channel, is just if anybody's around and you're looking for something to do, just have a chat.
I think it's good.
We're not looking for fucking big views and big numbers. We're not looking for the thumbs up and the share this and share that, and if we make it to 1,000 we can monetize, and if we can do this and we can do that, and you too can become a member and you can buy this and you can buy. We're not interested in any of that. It's just somewhere to hang out, because we as a group have been doing it for a long time on Messenger and places like that, where just out of the blue we could start up a video call and just be fucking talking shit, and what's been happening? Nothing. Oh yeah, okay. What about? Oh yeah, talk about this, talk about that, talk about the news, talk about shit, talk about anything. And some video calls would go for 10 minutes, some video calls would go for hours, and we figured, well, let's just do it online and see if anyone else is interested in tagging along and having a chin wag, or even just sitting there and lurking and listening in. That's all it is.
I totally understand now. I got it. It makes complete sense. I know other channels in different niches that do something kind of similar, where it's not they don't care about money, they don't care about anything like that.
Yeah, we're not selling you anything. We're not promising you anything either. It's if you want to listen in, fantastic. If you don't, that's fantastic too. Doesn't matter. But we try and keep the drama out of it. It's just, we don't need the crap. We don't need the rubbish that goes on. Just
for sure.
It's just the same as if you met someone at the pub and you just sit down and just talk shit for a while. That's exactly what happens here.
Sounds good.
All right, mate. Well,
it's a pleasure talking to you. And
likewise. Very, very nice, Lux. Very nice talking to you. And,
thank you.
Yeah. Where are you now? Are you back in UK or?
No. I'm in Thailand at the moment.
You're in Thailand,
okay. Hua Hin.
Right. I'm actually making my way to Hua Hin at the end of the month.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, just going over and catching up with Johnny. With Johnny, there's something.
Oh, yeah. He's a good guy.
Yeah. Well, I've met him a couple of times here in Thailand since I've moved over here, and I've met him, once before. But I've met him a couple of times here in Bangkok, and he keeps asking, when are you coming over? So
I've never actually met him.
Some time.
I've never met him, but I've actually been watching his videos for a long time.
Yeah.
I've never bumped into him or anything like that.
Yep. No, I've told him. Well, I've got to do it now because I have told him the end of this month. So I better get my ass over there and meet him.
Nice. So will we see an episode of you on Something's Happening?
No. Look, I'm not that type of person. Every time I've met Johnny, I'm not interested in doing. Yeah, I'm not interested in doing videos or anything like that. I'm there to meet Johnny, and it's, it's me and Johnny, and it's not a show. I'm not there to, let's do a video, let's do a live stream or anything. I'm just not interested in that shit. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. It's just not for me. That's all.
Yeah, for sure.
I prefer to just be, private and open, and not have to worry about the camera.
Yeah, I understand. Cool. Well, if you're, if you're ever in Hawaii or whatever, and if you ever have any free time or anything, it'd be cool to maybe meet up sometime.
Yeah, well, no doubt we'll cross paths, I think, before I head off.
Horn has all my details if you ever want to chat.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll see what we can do. Because if I go to Huahine, it'd be nice to maybe go over there for a couple of days, 2 to 3 days or something, and so we might be able to get a bit of time there.
Cool.
All right, Lux, thanks for popping on. Good talking to you.
I appreciate it. Take it easy.
And we're coming up to 8.5 hours, so I might pull the pin as well. Thanks to everybody in the chat. Kayak, Saulgood, I think that you're the only two the last half an hour, the last 45 minutes that have been talking, so I don't know who else is still hanging out. But everybody that's come on and been part of the last 8.5 hours, thank you very much, and I hope you've pressed the bell, because who knows when the next live stream might be. It might be soon. One of the guys might wake up in the middle of the night and go, I'm going to go live. So I'll catch you guys around, and stay safe.
Cheers.
See you, Alex.
See you later.